Oh, there it comes. The fuck, the preview YouTube is a fucking bitch. Let's see what VM we want to open up today. Oh, it's nice that you want to work. Let's see if Haiku has any updates. Hey, Warren. Hey, Deck. Becky. Someone said party. Yeah, well, we start out slow. Hey, Brian. Are you having your drinks ready? Where is the depot? There you go. Linux nerd. That's nothing to be proud of. Check for updates. We have a few updates. Oh, did I? Oh, crap. Did I not wait long enough? 4 people it's a bit early to start drinking. Yeah, I have beers in the fridge. I'm proud, no shame. You should be shame. We should feel ashamed. Ik? Oh. Did I turn off screensaver? Yeah, I did. So you can enjoy your computer no matter what operating system you're using. I'm enjoying it right now using Haiku. Hey Oswald, how are you, man? Oh, let's see if Pop OS have any updates going on. Yeah, I know I deleted that ISO. Well, that's your problem. If you took a hammer to it, you should not take a hammer to it. I'm a bit tired. I think I got sick. I may have gotten a stomach flu, but yeah, other than that, I'm great. Hey, PCTLC, how are you, man? It's been a long time. I hope you and your family as well. And you're enjoying the heat. Oh, it's I don't need to get it checked. I get that once in a while. My stomach is not the best. I am easily susceptible to stomach flus and stomach bugs and stuff. I don't know what for. Normally sickness, I don't get that often, but for some reason I have a really sensitive stomach. And it just have to, you just deal with it. It goes over like after a day or two, 2 days, 3 days, sometimes a little under a week. And I'm just, it's just me being a little bit more tired and a little bit slow, not that energized, but yeah, always enjoy the heat. Yeah, the heat is great. So that's all there is to it, basically. And of course, a lot of time on the toilet. You crap a lot. But other than that, it's fine. I wish we had the heat. Well, we have 11 degrees right now. But, yeah, it's I wish it was harder, man. But it don't. I got it checked many years ago. It's just what it is. You know, it's like getting a cold. It's just my stomach gets a cold really easy. Kubuntu, I can't remember if I upgraded that one. So all I have to do is just wait it over. Hey Bogdan, how are you? Are you enjoying your C# like a good old little penguin? Like a minion? A paid off Microsoft minion? Let's use Discover. I haven't even set this up. We can set I got bit by a tick that made me allergic to meat. Huh? That's... Damn. I love meat. I put C# on the shelf. I did watch like a 7-hour C# tutorial like doing this week. It's interesting. It for sure is interesting. If I should choose, I would probably go with Java, to be honest. I'll probably just go Java. It's too similar. And you have way more flexibility and options with Java. Compared to C#. C# is really great if you're doing Windows technologies. Like if you're building something for Windows. And there you go, buddy. But I think I would just stick with Python, to be honest. It's what I need for the things I do. There you go. I just downloaded High on Life. Yeah, for web development, yeah, but it's really integrated into Azure and stuff like that. There you go. Kubuntu is fucking nice, those. Nim is the future. Nope. Nope. Nothing is the future until it's the future. Honestly, from what I've seen, like, Go may be the biggest contender to take over development. Like, there are a lot of people, they really want to do Go. Especially web and back-end development. Like, they are massively into Go. Oh yeah, I uninstalled XFCE on my Debian machine again. Like, yeah, Go is getting fucking... Go and Rust, but Rust is mostly... Rust is like Linux. It's like a really, really few people really hyping up Rust, but they are really, really into Rust. Like, it's almost a religion for them. Where the Go people, it just seems to have a nicer community, a broader community, and they are not like, I read some of the Rust documentation, and it's really condescending. Like, they are really looking down on other programming languages and taking cheap shots here and there, and it's not professional. Yeah. Like, creativity, so my website would suck. Yeah. I don't know. You installed Debian bug then. How is that going for you? I need to install SSH. At some point. Holy crap. How many repositories do we have here? Oh, they're keeping one back. Are we getting Python upgrades? Ah, crap. So some switches coding in Rust. I must say I find it quite complicated. Does not hold you by the hand as C does. I actually found it, like, again, I can't code in it, but reading it, I found it quite, no, it's the same mic I've had, like, for over a year or something like that. The same mic I've always been using. For the majority of this channel. Oh, my nose is itchy as fuck. I find it kinda... So, Debian stable rarely gets updated. They only upgrade when there is security or bug fixes needed to be upgrading. Hey David. And Happy New Year to you too, man. Yeah, Debian stable only gets security and bug fixes on the stable plans until they release a new version. So that's why some days that could go weeks between you need to update them. Upgrade or update or what you will call it. So yeah, you can... oh, DWM, you crazy, man. Yeah, I've actually found Rust to be more readable. And Go even easier to understand and read. Funny enough. And also Go seems to compile faster than Rust. But you seem to have more options in Rust. Yeah, Go is like a mixture between Python and Java, yeah. 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 Maybe that's why a lot of people are so... yeah, the compiler with Rust is a little bit iffy-diffy, yeah. But like I said, don't, every time we talk anything closely regarding to coding, we get like 1 or 2 people in here, and the only solution to every problem in the world is Rust. You know, every solution, if you have any problems with any programming, in any programming situation, it's Rust. You know, they see a line of code, must be Rust. They are one of the few development philosophies or programming languages that have that hardcore blindness of following to them to some extent. Which I find highly suspect. Elixir is nice. I haven't looked into that. They're already firing fireworks off out here. I guess Google need to control all the programming language as well. Google is like... For all the hate I see people giving Microsoft, a lot of people are letting Google down, and Google is by far the worst tech company to exist to this day. Yeah, I've looked into it, but I never really researched it. Like, Google is probably the most anti-consumer and predatory company to ever have existed. And nobody is really that mad about it. But we do bitch and moan about Apple and Microsoft, but Google is great, Android is great. Even though all of the things that we are bitching and moaning about, Microsoft is doing with Windows, Android is doing it 10 times worse. I keep getting a crash here. What the fuck is it? It's a KDED. I need to figure out what that is. This is Debian testing. The upcoming Debian 12 release. That will come out in like October next year, something like that. Yeah, selective outrage. Yeah. Hey, Anton, how are you, man? Oh, yeah. Google have a lot of killed off projects, but so have Microsoft and Apple, to be honest. Hey, from Turkey, how are you, man? You would. Yeah, but Microsoft and Apple, they have a lot of killed off projects. A lot of projects you haven't even heard about. So if you go on to if you want to open, there you go. Research, like Microsoft Research Department, they have so many projects that well, a lot of current projects in all kind of area of technology is based on to some extent. You know, they are like on the forefront of almost anything you can dream of when it comes to research within the computing science sphere. But they also have a lot of dead projects in there. Well, so do Microsoft and Apple, you know, so do anyone. It's just because they may like it, but they don't make money off it. That's kind of why they're killing it off. Where I went, yeah. Google is amazing. If it don't make the company money, why should they keep it, you know? Beijing, oh god. Redmond, Beijing, Cambridge, Bangalore, or good old India. That's all. That's where all the scam phoners are sitting, calling your grandmother to give her, or grandmother to give her your, or give them her life saving. This is so 80s, 70s designing. I kind of like this here. Yoink. A lot of windows. It tries to internal police. I also heard it's tried to internal police at Google if a project sponsor leave or fall out of favor. Yeah, it's like that on every company. That's company politics. That's just you know, company politics playing in there. By the way, I found your channel before 3 days, and I'm like, oh, thanks. This is quite neat, though. I like this. And then you have all these rubbles just down here where the pavement and the road is just fucking hammered to pieces. But this looks quite neat. This is probably the fanciest building I've seen out of them yet. No, it's not a party. It's never a party. If you're running Linux, you don't have time to be having a party. You have to remember, if you're a Linux user, all your free time has to be spent telling everyone else how great Linux is and how everyone else should be running Linux. You cannot afford to not have or do that. You cannot afford to have free time. You are not a real Linux user if you're not being obnoxious towards everyone in the world that are not running Linux. You have to go and push Linux everywhere for everyone and stuff it down their throats. Like they are good little fucking obedient bitch. And you are the master, the dominant master of the universe. It has a lot of windows. That's why it's a Microsoft building. So this is what Microsoft India does. They only allow Microsoft naming to be put on buildings with a lot of windows on it, so it follows the product line. You know, they're smart like that. Sweden, where the whole Linus was born. Well, Linus was born in Finland, not Sweden. Well, he could have been born in Sweden, but he lives in Finland. How am I supposed to find the time to install Gentoo if I have to preach Linux to people? Well, then you just don't install Gentoo. Let's see, Fedora or OpenSUSE, let's see if they have any updates. Yeah, Sweden have really not... The only thing Sweden have brought to the world is Saab, Scania, and ABBA. So Sweden have not really done anything for the world then. Fuck Swedish people then. Nobody cares about ABBA. Nobody... IKEA, yeah, IKEA, but hey, who cares about furniture that breaks just when you look at it? Like, try and pick up your girlfriend and throw her onto a table from IKEA and she will be fucking stabbed in the face. Spotify, maybe Spotify. Nokia, not Nokia. Again, Nokia used to be good. Nokia was good for like 6 months. Nokia is shit today. Spotify is probably the only good thing they have done. Cancel speedrun, any percentage. I don't know what you're on to. Well, oh yeah, Minecraft. Yeah, Minecraft. Yeah, okay. Minecraft. SoundCloud, is that from Sweden? Yeah, I think SoundCloud is like something else. Well, we have meatballs here also. We have Danish meatballs. There's Danish and Swedish meatballs. So, yeah. King. I do like me some meatballs though. Let's I installed Snapped on this one the last time. There you go. I don't like salami that much, to be honest. I'm tired of it. Well, every party is a party for nerds. Like, it's not like if you're a nerd, you're not allowed to party with anyone else. It's like... So, Denmark is the is the country that have the highest percentage of Nobel Prize winners of any country in the world. So there are more Danish people in percentage, according to the inhabitants, that have Nobel Prizes than anywhere in the world. Just to name a few. We gave you Lego. We gave... if you're living in the state or in England, your law system is based on the Danish law system. It originated from the Scandinavian law system. Primarily Denmark. You just bastardized it, but yeah, it's your whole law system is a descendant of the Danish law system. I could name quite a few things that Denmark have provided to the world by being one of the smallest companies. Keep calling it companies, being one of the smallest countries in the world. Butter cookies, pastries. A lot of television series and movies that have been made into... Well, Denmark was the country that freed most... Again, Denmark was the country that freed most Jews in Second World War. Like, we freed more Jews than any other country in the world. So that's also a nice little statistic to have. Good beer. I don't... the whole beer thing... Honestly... Yes, we do have good beer. We didn't have them locked up. We freed them from Germany. We freed them from the bad people. We sent them to Sweden and stuff like that, where there was no war. We were... Denmark was the country that helped them get free from oppression the most. We were also I think we were the first country to publicly stand against the Germans on the Second World War, we invented what you will now call the National Guard, where everyday humans, everyday mom and dads became the resistant. We invented the resistant, basically, or not invented it, but we were the biggest and the first ones to resist the German invasion. And then everyone else kind of followed suit. We were, I think we were also the first country to have a civilian defense force after Second World War. Because of that. So right now, I don't have to go into the army to be part of the National Guard or the National Army. I can go to a couple of army courses to learn the basis and be part of the civilian army force. So, and that also means that I have the right to have arms near me. So if someone invade Denmark, I can be then mobilized to do local defense. That meaning that we only, around 6 million people in Denmark. So if someone tries to attack Denmark, the only thing we can do is bend over and let them, invade us, because we don't have the force. I think I think we have like 300,000 people in the Danish army or something like that. 350,000 active people, and probably the same inactive. So 600,000, that's nothing. And they are spread all over the Danish lands and, insurgencies all over the world, so they are not in one place. And some of them may be like semi-active or part-time active, so yeah, we don't really have a defense force, to be honest. That's why under the Second World War, we were relying on, we didn't officially resist the German, but our king at that time encouraged the people to resist the Germans. And that's why we have the civilian defense force. Well, we can't talk about that, Blackworm, but I kind of agree with what they did in Sweden, because everything else has proven to be wrong about what we did to combat the human malware. We did everything wrong, beside maybe one or two things. Everything else has now been proven to be not as effective or not effective at all. But if you say that, YouTube will now fucking boot you out the system. Oh yeah, YouTube just implemented a new rule, by the way. If you say any profanity within the first 2 minutes of your video, you will now be age restrictive. YouTube is censoring its content creator worse than fucking anything in the world. Like, Americans are so sensitive. They are so sensitive people. They can't handle the word fuck. Like, the most powerful country in the world, with probably the biggest, military budget in the world, are getting offended over the word fuck. Think about that. Oh my god, it drives me nuts that we say, like, I love how Americans, it's like, oh, China is the Chinese government is censoring its people and shit like that. Look at what your fucking own government is doing to yourself. You can't even say fuck now within the first 2 minutes of a video. Because the poor old advertisers are getting offended, or we are getting offended because you're using foul language. Just grow the fuck up, man. Americans, they live in this picket fence world where everything from the outside in, when you look at America, has to look like this pristine, amazing thing. But when you then, put a thumb to the paint, you see all the bullshit behind it. It's all smoke and mirrors. It's it's so fucking irritating. Yeah, a bunch of yeah. who founded England. So this is true, but no lockdown whatsoever is irresponsible. So I work with people in the mental health industry, and lockdowns alone have those people. When the lockdowns begin, they got worried. So they work with people that have behaviors that could end them. You know, they are antisocial. They don't go outside. They have some form of mental illness. And when a week into the lockdowns, they got scared because the people they worked with, they could see them spiraling down massively because their social network got written or taken away from them from one day to another. Now, 2 years later, depression is on the rise. Not wanting to live is on the rise. People doing bad things to themselves and stuff like that. And when you talk to people in the mental health industry, it all stems back to the lockdowns. It set people back years of development within 2 or 3 months. Just in our little country, in our little town, the people I talked to, like I said, after 2 or 3 weeks, they were afraid of not being able to get into the door of Bob, or next time they go to Josephine's apartment, to know what state she was in. Oh, yeah, we got out of it. But yeah, nothing was fucking more... Like, from a health perspective, the lockdowns has probably done more harm to the human population's health than the human malware would ever have done. But yeah, it's really scary to think about. I know people, I have friends right now that are just starting to live a normal life after the lockdowns. Because they were in a cognitive workspace, or they were in some form of cognitive behavior treatment where, you confront your demons. If you can't stand a lot of people, you get nervous, you get slowly introduced to being around more and more people and stuff like that. But all of that got taken away from them. And they were forced to be alone. Not talking to other people, other than 1 or 2 people or their mom and dads. So all of that work they spent years building up to, well, now you're forced to basically you're forced into isolation. And we all know what isolation do to people that's locked up. At least we could go on the fucking internet, or we could call people and stuff like that. Yeah, it made them paranoid. Isolation, even light isolation, is never a good thing. But yeah, again, I can go nuts over how fucking bad. And it's not just the Americans, it's every fucking country in the world that handled that massively bad. And it went from being a health crisis to be a political weapon. After 6 months, the only thing people cared about was the political aspect of the crisis. Not about helping people, getting people well, making sure people didn't get sick, though it was now a political weapon on every part of the spectrum. And it's still a political weapon to this day. Why do you think we don't hear much about it anymore? Why do you think we're not getting alarmed about it anymore? It's still as active as it was a year or 2 ago. It's still as big as a problem as it was a year or 2 ago. Now we're hearing about what, Putin is doing instead. If it was really this big of a problem, we would still be hearing about it now to the same degree as we did 1 or 2 years ago. But the fact that we are not, that means that you and I, guys and girls, we have been lied to. We have been sold lies. We have been manipulated to some extent. Because now it's not a political weapon anymore. Now this is a political weapon that they can use to gather sympathy or to gather voters and stuff like that. And the news can use it. They don't work. You can still get it. You can still pass it over. You just don't get as sick. That's all it does. You just don't get as sick. But it's still as big as a problem as it is now. I still daily talk to people that still get the Delta variant and get sick with it, and some don't. We are under this the worries that you should be having now should be the same as it was when they came out. We still don't know what's going on. We still don't have a fix for it. We still don't have a fix for it. We just have small bandit solutions. So yeah, and there are still a lot of elderly and sick people getting, that are not here anymore because of it. But it's not sexy to talk about. So that's why we don't hear about it anymore. And we all remember what the media and the politicians said when it came out. It was about to fucking eradicate the Earth. Like, it was probably the worst thing that has happened to Earth since the comet that wiped out the dinosaurs. It's still as fucking dangerous today. And this whole vaccination thing, even the fucking guy that invented this vaccination say it's inefficient. Yeah. Not to talk about that it's not been properly tested. I don't know if my penis will fall off in 5 years or I will get infertile. It didn't get through the same testing that any other medical drugs had to go through. We have no idea what the long-term effect is going to be on us. Had I not had to take the vaccine because of work, I've not taken it. Honestly, I have not. I would not have done it. Because there's no concrete evidence that 100% say that it helps you or don't help you. So yeah, it's and the same, like I said, they have suppressed a lot. Like, look at the data leaks coming from Pfizer and stuff like that. There are so many fucking things that they have suppressed because then people will not be taking it. It's a whole, go into that rabbit hole and listen to what the experts are saying. The people that inventing and have invented the method that these delivery systems are being used, or that have invented, the whole concept of what this vaccine is about. I'm probably going to be demonetized to high heaven and back from talking about this. At least that we have a bunch of viral and bacterial epidemics. I've hardly found it most. Yeah. It may be because of lockdowns. Lockdown made people paranoid, yeah. So I don't think I don't think it as big of a problem. The symptoms are weathered down, at least from what I've seen around me from people that got the disease again. So, Nerdbog, nothing has changed. You're just not that vigilant towards it. The people that got sick 2 years ago that I talked to, and the people that get sick now that I talk to, it's the same amount of people that get really sick, not so sick, or not sick at all. It's just that if you amplify that, you talk to 1 out of 10 that get really, really sick, and you then have the media prompting propaganda into your face, and the politician making fucking hourly newscasts about how bad it is, you build it up in your own mind to be worse than it is. The amount of people getting infected today that I see and talk to and stuff like that has not gotten any better or worse since the first day. The only difference is that we're not getting bombarded with statistics every day. We're not getting hourly updates and stuff like that. It was so bad, my mom was afraid of going outside because she's in the risk group, high risk group. I had to physically tell her or take away her remote and threaten to take her television away because he was getting so hyped out by looking at the television all the time. And oh my god, so many, and oh my god. When she stopped doing that in the midst of it, she barely noticing it, other than, people wear masks and stuff like that. Do you have or had gaming addiction? I'm trying to stop my filter. So there's a difference between having gaming addiction and being and wasting your time. Yes, I am trying to not waste my time as much with gaming anymore. I game way too much. That's a habit and not an addiction. And there's a lot of habits. I want to work out more. That's a good habit I want to implement. I just need to. I'm so out of shape. Like the last, November, December, it's just been really bad months for me, health-wise, physical health-wise. Like I really let myself go and ate way too much and not working out as much and stuff like that. And it's just not sustainable. It's just not sustainable. If you have an addiction, that means that you can't. Like every free time you have, you will be even when you should not be gaming, you would be gaming. Like when you are at work, you would be gaming and stuff like that. So we have to talk. We have to figure out which one of those that is. If it's just that you feel that you spend too much time gaming, that's just mean that you have bad habits. And if the good thing about that is that it's really, really not easy, but it's easier to change your habit than to change an addiction. Because an addiction goes deep into like your psychic and also sometimes root into, your DNA makeup or your brain makeup, how you're wired. Where wasting time, having bad habits, to some extent, that's a learned pattern that you can then unlearn. But it takes like a month or two to unlearn that habit. And a really good way like that, but when I do it with gaming, is that I time myself gaming sometimes. If I feel I game too much, I say, okay, I can game 2 hours a day. So I put a stopwatch on, and when those 2 hours are done, I can't game anymore. Or I can only game Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Rest of the week, I can't game. And if I can do it like that, you can learn to not game as much. But yeah, I had a couple of weeks where I was gaming like 10 hours a day, yeah. And that's when this whole unhealthy path of mine started in November. Started with me losing or not getting the job I was promised. Getting like a month where I didn't have any work. And then I started to game more and more and more. And, by gaming, you're not really using your body. You're getting lazy. You're eating more and more. And, I just went into this spiral. And I'm starting to get out of it now. And that's like late November. I did this whole thing for 2 weeks where I could only game like the first week of November and the first week of December. I only gamed in the weekends. And you could try and figure things out that works for you with that. But the best thing would be like, look at yourself like a kid. Would you be okay with your kid gaming as much as you do? Your child. And what would you do to manage your child's gaming behavior, and then do that to yourself? I know it sounds a little bit condescending, but that's a good way of looking at it. Look at yourself from the outside in and treat yourself as a child. So you're not a grown adult. You're now like, how would you manage a child gaming too much, and then try and do the same things to you? So that would be limited your time. Say I can only game 1 or 2 hours a day. That's yeah. But if you're at work and all you can think about is gaming, and you're looking into gaming and you're not working and stuff like that, you may need to seek a professional. It was not about getting sick. They just had not enough intensive care. I think I missed something there. It's all about scaring people into taking the thing. Yeah. This whole vaccine thing, there's so much going on. Like, the data we have now and the exposed internal documents that have come out from these companies, we should all be pissed at those companies and the governments for allowing them to do what they have done. I'm not saying that we will all end up being massively sick in the future or anything like that. We may be lucky, and the chances are that most of us will have no problems in the future. But still, they didn't disclose everything that could go wrong or would go wrong, or they watered down some symptoms and stuff like that, instead of just being honest with people. Because again, it was becoming a political weapon. If I did not take it, I could not have a social life. Yeah, again, so they blackmailed you into taking it, Martin. Yeah. What you're talking about is demographic warfare. Probably, yes, yeah. So it's a bad I think you have a bad habit, yeah. No. If you're not doing it at work, you're not addictive. That's not what I'm saying. It's a sign that you maybe are. I'm not saying that there are some people that are gaming addictive that still have a functional life, but it's just, you have to kind of. The thing is that if you're addicted, you can't stop. So that you can take breaks, but you can't stop for a long time. So let's see if you can stand without gaming for 2 months. If you can game without not gaming in 2 months. There's a high chance that you may not be addictive. Oh my god, I hate all of these drama queens here. Oh, I'm pregnant, let's make a video. Nobody gives a fuck about you being pregnant. Fucking hell, just because you're pretty, nobody gives a fuck about someone fucked you, okay? Nobody gives a fuck. It's this sympathy shit I hate. There's so many other people that we should feel sorry for or be sensitive about you being a sexy motherfucking girl getting dick every day and getting pregnant. Who gives a fuck? Oh my god, I hate this shit. I hate those kind of form of reality shit. I don't need the human malware being they run the world sad. Yeah, they do run the world. So I got 2 shots, and I'm not going to take any more shots. From all of the data that I've seen, and all of the experts talking for and against it, and all of the leaks and stuff like that, unless you are in a high risk situation, like my brother is, like he needs an organ transplant, he should do it. Of course he should do it. And my mom, that is massively sick, should also do it. If you're a healthy-ish young adult, so under 60, and you're healthy, even if you have minor health issues, I don't think you should do it. But that's just my opinion. If you want to do it, or your job, if my job say I have to do it, I will have to do it. But if I could choose, I will not take it. Should I share my process of me not gaming? Yeah, do that. Hey, Spin Viking. I was using China only allows 3 hours of gaming on weekends. Oh, really? Really? That's a little bit crazy, man. That's a little bit crazy. No. So the shots don't protect others from getting sick. The shots only protect you. It don't prevent the spread. That's a lie. There are so many people that have gotten the jabs and have spread the sickness to other people. I myself know people that have gotten the shot and infected family members and stuff like that, and other people. It don't protect spreading. It only protects the symptoms. What the vaccine does is that it's lowering the potentness of the symptoms, or potentially lowering the potentness of the symptoms. China also now gaming on so no, that's a lie. That's a lie. That's what they said in the beginning, but all data and everything that we have nowadays say the opposite. You can still be a carrier, you can still spread it around. It just means that what it does is that when you get it, or if you get it, you just don't get as sick. That's all it does. It helps you getting over it better. But yeah, there are so many, like, I think, like, was it like a week after or 2 weeks after they did the first round, people were still spreading it, even though they got vaccinated. But the media said that they were the outliers, and now more and more people are spreading it. And yeah, no, it's not killing anything off, it's just mitigating the symptoms. Hey, Wells, how are you? And that's what all the scientific papers also say about it. If you go read the scientific papers. Yeah, you can get have a good vitamin regimen, get your omega fats, you know, your healthy fats in you. Do some exercise. I need to do more exercise. My cardiovascular health is fucking shit right now. I need to do some more cardiovascular shit. The game restriction only applies to kids, not adults. Still crazy. Yeah, it's still okay. I thought it was everyone. Yeah. But no, you could. There is this. I think it was an actor or actresses or whatever the fuck it was. It was some high-profile fucking idiot that got the jab, and they thought like you that they couldn't spread it, so they went home to their sick fucking parents and gave the parents the fucking malware and almost killed them. It's not fun, man. Nerd Party with OpenSUSE. Well, I'm just booting into different distributions. I have no idea what distribution I want to. We may even end up on Windows, I don't know. I mean, all those diseases that happen through history still exist. Yeah, but... Yeah, Virtual Machine Party. Yeah, but here's the thing. We have better medicine to deal with them also. And most of them, and the reason why they are not as potent is it's not necessarily because of vaccine, it's also because of herd immunity. Meaning that we have, the more people get infected with it, the more we get resistance to it biologically. So your grandfather was probably more susceptible to the flu than you are today. To certain strings of the flu. So it's a mixture between built up natural immunity, better medicine, and better hygiene, of course. Better hygiene, yeah. That's one good thing that came out of this, is that people have gotten way better at wiping their hands off. Like when people, I still to this day see a lot of people, you know, sanitizing their hands. I still see a lot of people that are working in the reception areas and stuff like that, having sanitizers around and stuff like that. I love that. I fucking love that. That we as a society have gotten way better at sanitizing our hands when we are dealing with other people. That I fucking I love that. Yeah, too much hygiene can be bad. Yeah, but sanitizing your hands, because that's how you spread a lot of viruses and stuff like that. I kind of agree with that. Vaccines, they only works on a well, really works when you think about it. What are we getting vaccinated for nowadays? The smallpox, and then maybe 10 or 12 other diseases where they actually help. You know, the child vaccine you get when you're a child. They're the ones that actually help. All of the rest is just mitigating the symptoms. Vaccines are not that. They are not like like an umbrella that kills everything. Most of them are just helping. Hey, Esting, most of them are just basically mitigating the symptoms. It's like taking a painkiller if you have a headache, basically. Hey, Banslow. No, again, mutated viruses. That's why there's no... So a fun fact, that's why we have no cure for the common cold. The cold is a virus, and viruses are so hard to suppress that we can only mitigate them. We cannot protect against them. And the reason why we don't have a cure for the common cold is because it's a virus. And it's mutating every year. The same with the flu vaccine. It's only 50% effective because they have to predict how the new strain of the virus probably will look like. And then you vaccinate against that. So you have a 50% chance of actually getting sick or not getting sick with the yearly flu vaccine. And all of this, a lot of people don't believe, all of this you can find by going and Google every fucking health organization studies and white papers and research papers done into these kind of things. They all say the percentages may vary a little bit depending on how they look at it, but they are kind of saying all the same. One organization you should never listen to is the World Health Organization. They are politically party. They are not a health organization. But everyone else than the World Health Organization, listen to them or at least take their info in. But as the World Health Organization is right now, they have nothing to do with health, but also to do with politics. So go find these white papers and these research papers and read the source material, and you will come to kind of see the same evidence. As a child, I put gum from the ground in my mouth. That was not... Yeah, every kid have done that, man. Yeah, have a good New Year, Network. I always thought vaccines to be a way to send the immune system into... It kinda is. But it don't protect you 100% either. Sometimes a few instances, like I said, smallpox and stuff like that, it does. But a lot of times they are just mitigating the symptoms. Yeah, it probably just received notification. Well, the common cold has probably been around since the beginning of time. They just called it something else. Yeah, there are good germs and bad. Like, your skin is like tingling with germs. You probably have millions or billions of germs on your skin. And stuff like that. So yeah. Or something. Some people never sport and smoke. Yeah. Of course, your genes and your DNA and your makeup and all that shit have something to do with it. That's why they're doing all this CRISPR shit, trying to see if they can make the perfect human, basically, by changing the DNA from an infant, from when you were an infant. But stress is also a really, really big factor in how well and long you will live. 3 packs a day, never been sick his whole life and died at 90. Yeah, my grandmother's kind of the same. She even fucking battled off breast cancer 2 times, and she had like a lump on her neck 1 time, and she just get treatment and she's fine. And the breast cancer thing is probably like 20 years ago or something like that. And she used to smoke like a motherfucker. She don't smoke that much anymore. She's like 80-something years old. She is a little bit, like, until like 2 years ago, maybe a year ago, you couldn't tell at all she was 80-something years old. But then she fell down and hit her back, and that's kind of when it started to go downhill with her mobility and all of that. But she has high blood pressure, but everyone in my family has high blood pressure. But you cannot, like, if you met her, like, let's say 3 years ago, you would think she was like 60 or something like that, and she would have been 80 or late 70s. She was running around as someone in her mid 50s, early 60s. You could not tell that she was that old, and she smoked like a motherfucker. Now she don't. The last year or so, she's smoking a little bit, but not as much as she used to. BCT in school. Body a permanent mark. Yeah. Oh, 20 years now. That's amazing. Smoked for 32 years, 18 years clean. Yeah, smoking is actually really bad. So here's the thing. If they took out all of this fucking bad shit that the companies put into the cigarettes and all the addictiveness of the cigarettes, smoking is not that bad for your health. What's really bad for your health is vaping is way worse than smoking. Though, like, vaping, don't get, like, if you want to have heavy metals in your body, just go vape. It's on your prey. I would not be surprised, and there are people right now warning everyone that vaping will probably end up being the young generation's biggest killer of humans in like 10, 15 years, 20 years. It will probably be vapors that are dying faster than anyone else. Because of all of those heavy metals and all that fucking shit that's both in the solution and in the smoke that you inhale. It's not as bad as smokes because of all of the things that the companies put into it, but it's close. Like, you're not that much more healthier by vaping than not smoking. So we smoke natural. So natural tobacco is not. It's bad for your body, but it's not as bad as the smokes that you get from, let's say, Camel or what the fuck they are called, Marlboro and stuff like that. Oh yeah. When I grew up in the 90s, like, kids were fucking smoking in the 90s. It was a little bit frowned upon, but the schools didn't really do much about people smoking, like kids smoking, like when they were 13, 10, all the way down to 10. I have seen people smoke when I was a kid. And yeah, they got told off a little bit, like, you should not be doing that, but they didn't really do anything about it. It was just like, oh, if you have to smoke, go, stand over there in that bush in the corner. Go outside a little bit from the school ground and then smoke. It was like, it's not like they were put in a box now or had to go, 10 miles away from the school official ground. No, it's just like, this is the official school line. Just take one step over that line, you just smoke as much as you want. That was the only thing. You just couldn't smoke as a kid on school ground. But if you just take one step over the fucking ground, you could smoke as much as you want. They didn't give a fuck. Nowadays, it's a different story. And back then, you could smoke, like, if you, any fucking construction site you went on to, any mechanic shop you went into, or anything like that, everyone in there smoked like a fucking, the building was on fire. Yeah. The smoke has taken a real, like, even in clubs you could smoke. Yeah, everyone in my family have also smoked, yeah. Well, vaping is not that new, but they still know a lot about it. They just don't tell you everything about it. Yeah, I do like KDE. I've been gravitating towards KDE the last year or so. Well, the worst thing about vaping, besides the flavors, is also that little thing that that warms up the fluid. It releases heavy metals into your body, bad metals, that then is circulating in your body and can manifest itself into your brain and stuff like that, and give you all kind of diseases. Alzheimer's is one that's really, really high on the risk with heavy metals. Cool, has had a penguin as a mascot. Nice. Yeah, smoke. So here's the thing. If governments and companies did not make as much money on smoking as they did or do, it would be banned. The same with alcohol, to be honest. If you take the addiction side away from it, it's actually more healthy for your body to sniff a line of coke than to drink a bottle of vodka. You're doing more damage to your body on a physical level by drinking than sniffing coke. The thing is that coke is highly addictive. No, vaping is not better than smoking, Wells. It's not. Nope, it's not. It's not. It's just not giving you... It's better... Well, let me put it this way. Vaping is better than smoking if you don't want smoking-relating sicknesses. But then you have a higher risk of Alzheimer's. They even say that cancer is high on the risk now with vaping. Lung diseases apparently is also high up there with vaping still. Maybe not lung cancer, but then other lung diseases. Like I said, blood clots with too much heavy metal in your blood. All kind of different sicknesses that you... So if you're looking at, okay, what side effects are there with vaping versus smoking? They are not totally the same. So you could say, oh, well, if they are not the same, then it's healthier than smoking. Yeah, but what other side effects are there from vaping then? Oh, if they are just as bad as the side effect with smoking, even though they're not the same. It's just like, okay, what kind of diseases do you want to be in a high risk of getting? That's kind of what you're choosing. Like, what kind... Like, okay, do I want this kind of diseases or do I want this kind of diseases? You're 57, I don't care. Yeah, well, that's also a way of looking at it. I just never... Yeah, getting run over by a car is getting... No, it's like, okay, do you want to die in a... Do you want to drive into a wall in a car, or do you want to, be in a plane crash? That's kind of, this kind of, what do you want the most? How do you want to leave this earth? What do you want to have a higher chance of happening? It's just like picking your poison. But don't put stuff into your body that's artificial in general, I think. It's never a good thing. What the fuck is going on out there? Is it... I think there's some lights lighting up a cloud or something like that. It looks really weird. That's why they all of the sudden legalized weed. So here's the thing. No one have ever died or gotten sick from weed. There are no recorded evidence of anyone dying or getting sick, deadly sick or terminally ill from smoking weed. People have done stupid shit on weed that have resulting in them, hurting themselves or other people. But that's them doing crazy. That's the It's like, getting drunk. You get what I'm saying here. It's like getting drunk. Weed makes you drunk, makes some people drunk. Should you smoke and drive? Probably not. But so is alcohol. Alcohol is probably more addictive than weed is. I think there's studies out there that say that you have a higher chance of becoming an alcoholic than be addicted to smoking weed. So if alcohol that's more addictive and more harmful to your body is legal, why is weed not legal then? And then a lot of people say, well, weed is a gateway drug into harder stuff. Well, so is alcohol. You start with beer, you end up in hard liquor, and then you may end up in drugs. I know a lot of people and seen a lot of people that are alcoholic that also abuse medicine because they are alcoholic. Painkillers, drugs in general. But they started out with alcohol. They didn't start out with weed. They started out with alcohol. Smoking is bad, okay? My ex took weed every day, hence ex. I have no problem with people smoking weed. Because if I should have a problem with people smoking weed, I should have a problem with people drinking beer. It does the same shit to the body mentally. Not totally the same, but most people get kind of the same effect. But yeah, there are no recorded evidence about weed hurting anyone, giving them any form of disease or anything like that. The only thing that has been proven is that if you take it before your brain is developed, you don't develop correctly. But that's the same with alcohol. If you start to drink heavily as a teen, your brain kind of don't develop much more after that. Yeah, so yeah. But what I'm saying is the smoking cigarettes become a no-no thing, so they had to figure out a substitute. That substitute right now is vaping, Blackworm. Well, yeah, coffee kind. Yeah, coffee is a drug, yeah. I've done some drugs in my past. I tried a little bit of things here and there, and to be honest, it never really caught on. Like, did I like it? Yeah, but was it like so good that I was like, oh my god, I need this? Not really. It was just fun to try. Did it a couple of times, and I'm like, yeah, this is not for me. It didn't give me an escape. It didn't. I didn't need to drink as much alcohol to get, in a festive mood. And I started to love people more than I normally would hate. Depending on what fucking shit you took. But, yeah, for me, it was never like this, oh my god, like, why have I never taken this shit? Like, I rather just get pissed on Red Bull and vodka or something like that. But then I had friends I was partying with, they just couldn't leave that shit alone. Like, they couldn't leave that shit alone. And they ended up taking all kind of shit, at home, at work, with the kids and all of that. Like, some of them ended up, in rehab and shit like that. But I never, and I've been to parties, man. Oh my god. I've been to parties where they had, like, a big fucking basket with all kind of shit in it. They just passed around. Like, hey, take what you want. Just, what are you into? Speed, coke, meth, you take whatever the fuck you want. And you just pass that basket around and you just took whatever you want. And I never really it never really caught on to me. It never really caught on to me. So, yeah. When I come to the Netherlands, you can buy weed just around the corner. Yeah, I think it should be like that for every place, to be honest. Like when we're talking weed. Yeah, it does more good than harm. Definitely more good than alcohol does. Coffee are good, but no more than 4 cups a day. Yeah, I'm kind of like the same. 4 cups a day is I can live with, yeah. Terminal pasta, yeah. Or paste. I have 2 or 3 in the morning. Yeah, I have 1 in the morning sometimes, and then I have 1 or 2 during the day. Uppers and downers. Yeah. Yeah, we do shoot fireworks in Denmark. I don't want to waste the money on it, to be honest. I don't want... I'd rather just go outside and watch other people spend the fucking money than me doing it myself. That's all it comes down to. But yeah, but then again, I never understood smoking either. I tried smoking, you know... I haven't smoked weed, but I have vaped, I have smoked cigars, pipes, water pipe, all of the fucking smoking you could dream of, but it was never like for me like, oh my god, this nicotine is really, really effective, and oh my god, I can't, you know, I never got into that point with smoking either. I just did it because, you know, I thought it was cool. And then I was like, it has bad no effect. I don't know if it's just my DNA makeup or what the fuck it is, but it never had that big of an effect on me. But coffee, on the other hand, give me caffeine. And I can run on the fucking walls for hours. Like, caffeine just go right into my blood right away. It really, really goes right into my body, man. So I only drink coffee when I'm at home. Like, if you think I talk a lot now, and I'm a little bit hyper, if you give me caffeine or coffee in any shape or any of that fucking shit, you can't control me on a fucking field, man. I'm all over the place. It's like giving me speed. I'm just amped up like a motherfucker. But coke and amp and meth, it does almost nothing to me. Other than I'm getting jolly and, you know, I'm in a good mood. But other than that, it's barely doing anything for me. I remember someone gave me, you know, a speed one time. And he was like, this is so fucking good. You're getting so much energy. And yeah, I got energy. But I was like, I get more energy from drinking 3 or 4 Red Bulls than taking speed. So I was like, this is shit. I'm not taking this anymore. And the next time when he was taking speed, I was drinking Red Bull. That was my experience with speed. It's like, yeah, it's like taking Red Bull. That's how it worked on my body. It was like taking Red Bull. It may be cheaper than Red Bull. At least it was back. Like, we're talking like fucking 15 years ago or something like that. But he was just looking at me. Are you not amped up? Like, no more than if you gave me a couple of Red Bulls and some vodka or something like that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yo. So, what do you say? Win 10 or win 11? Windows 11 all the time, man. So, yeah, I kind of want to try weed at some point, to be honest. I really do want to try it, but I never had the opportunity. Well, I had the opportunity, but I never really... At that point, I didn't want to do it because I don't want to do it when I'm at a party and want to have fun and stuff like that. Because the people that I noticing taking weed, they got really... You know, it slowed them down, you know. They got... You know, they just want to sit and look out into the air or just sit and say chipless fucking things. And you know, when I'm at a party, I want to be active. I want to dance. I want to have fun. You know, I don't want to just sit on my ass and be like, oh my god, this is so amazing. Look at the sky. That's a penis. That's a vagina. I want to fucking be amped up and dancing, having fun and making jokes and all that fucking shit. So when I had the opportunity to try it, it was always in the wrong setting. So I was always like, nah, not really. Smoking secret caught me by surprise. We just smoked secretly with some friends and sometimes just couldn't... Yeah, that's how a lot of people end up with it, man. Did Red Bull give you wings? No. But here's the thing, Anton. If you want to get really fucking drunk and have a shit ton of energy, drink Red Bull with vodka. Because Red Bull gives you energy. Vodka, alcohol. It don't have to be vodka, but in my opinion, it tastes best with vodka. Vodka thins out your blood. So the effectiveness gets more easy transferred from Red Bull into your bloodstream. And because your blood is thinned out, it's easily moved around, all that fucking science shit. So you get more of the effect. You get faster drunk and you get way more energy. Like, there are people that have died of heart attacks by drinking Red Bull and vodka. Because you would just go 10,000 miles an hour. But if you do it like really, really, like in moderations, Red Bull and vodka is probably the best fucking things you can do. If you just want to have energy and get pissed really easy. Yeah, there's an option to download Windows 11. You just download the Windows 11 ISO and then you just don't activate it. I have it. I can show you. I have it up and running here. Shut down. Yeah, I've been... I at a party one time, I drank 1 bottle of vodka and a half case of Red Bull. I almost did not sleep for fucking 24 hours. Like, I was so fucking hyper. But I was sick like a motherfucker the day after. I never puked as much in my fucking life. I smell alone is enough to make me want to puke. Oh, the smell? Oh, yeah. Floating plane is bloat. I kind of like it. Does your laptop support TPM? Yeah. Windows 11 works in the latest version of VirtualBox. Yeah, VirtualBox version 7 and up. Oh, that's the wrong password. Oh yeah. If I did Red Bull and vodka today, I would probably also fucking die, man. Yeah, run Linux and get intoxicated. Yep. So this is Windows 11 just done from my Windows 11 ISO. I just downloaded it and installed it, and it's Windows 11 Pro, and I didn't activate it. So yeah, this is, it's not activated. And what activation is doing is it basically just allow you to customize your desktop. If you don't mind not customizing your desktop, well, just don't activate it. And if you want wallpapers, I have different wallpapers here. Go download Bing Wallpaper. So if you go in here, no thanks. You just Google Bing Wallpaper. You click here and you just install it. And then you get I think it's a new wallpaper every day. So you don't have to look at the same wallpaper every day, because if you go in here and personalization, you can change the overall theme, but you cannot change the individual background. See, I can't change the individual background. So you can only select one of these themes up here. So I just went with a dark theme and then I installed Bing Wallpaper. And I did like the people that I'm working with right now. They have they have 3 computers right now in a production environment that runs Windows 11 Pro unregistered. Well, yeah, you then have to right-click and save it as wallpaper. I don't care about this Bing logo, Microsoft. I don't mind this logo being down there. I don't give a fuck. I get woozy with one beer. I'm not that much of a drinker. Yeah, nowadays I have like I have about 1 liter of beer that I need to drink today. And when I drink that, I will get drunk. That's enough for me to get drunk. Back in the day, I needed like almost a case of beer. Like I would be tipsy but get really, really drunk. I needed about a case of beer or a bottle of vodka. I don't mind the rounded corners. I don't care about the rounded corners. I don't give a fuck. I want to do Windows 10 in Ubuntu with PCI pass-through. Why do you... So here's the thing. Why would you want to do... So if you're going through that much of hassle to run Windows 10 or any Windows version, why don't you just dual boot? PCI pass-through with graphic cards is really irritating. And it's a hassle. Either you need 2 graphic cards, or you're hijacking 1 graphic card and you're switching between the OSs. So that means that when you're running Windows, you can't use your Windows side, Linux side of it. So you're basically efficiently dual booting anyway. This whole PCI pass-through is like it's great if you have a shit ton of money that you can buy 2 really expensive graphic cards, one for your Linux machine and one for your Windows machine. Then I can see it. But who the fuck wants to have 2 graphic cards in their computer with the prices that they are nowadays? Just dual boot. Dual boot. It's way easy. It's way more convenient. And a lot of hassle. You're missing out on so many hassles. It's so many hassles. Like you don't have to deal with like so much shit. Or have a separate laptop running Windows or something like that. Is there any eBay license? eBay license? You don't have to pay for Windows 11. Just here. What I run right now is I have not paid for Windows 11. Just do this. Download Windows 11 from Microsoft. Download and then you have Windows 11. That's the one I'm running right now. And I paid $0 for this version. I paid nothing. You don't have to pay for it. You just... Yeah. Download it. Yeah, select Windows 11 Multi-Edition. Begin download. Product language. There you go. Hey, Nick Tess. Yeah. Go have a good time, man. Now I've downloaded Windows 11, the latest upgraded version of Windows 11. We're downloading it now. And then when you install it, you just say, I don't have activation code. And then you run it. If you have a old activation code laying around, just plug that in. It may work. It may work, man. It may work. Yeah, the thing you pay for is just the conveniences, you know, like theming it and doing some other that important things, to be honest. And I would not be surprised if Windows will become free. Like all you have to do is all you need to do to run Windows is having a Microsoft account. I would not be surprised if that's the future of Windows. You just download an ISO, use a Windows account to log in, and that's it. You don't have to pay for the Windows account. You don't have to pay for Windows either. I can definitely see that being the future. Well, Windows is free already, yeah. You just can't change wallpapers or theme it that well. Exit, we don't want to continue the download. I might as well just shut it down, or people be like, oh, this is not Linux. Yeah, it's Windows, I know that. I would pay for Windows. I don't mind paying for stuff I use all the time. Macs to be... Well, Mac OS is free. But I would go on to like... yeah, I'd rather have you steal from us than using a free OS, yeah. Yeah, Microsoft is making money on services, just like Google is. Like I said, Google and Microsoft are the same fucking company. You don't pay for Android, you don't pay for a Chrome OS. Most people don't even pay for fucking Windows, they just get it with the hardware. And we researched how much do Dell and people like that pay for Windows. It was like $1 or $2 per license or something like that. Like, they pay almost no money for it whatsoever. So that's only like $1 or $2 in the price of your laptop that are going to the Windows license. Oh, you didn't miss much, man. And another thing to think about is that if Windows was a great investment, or if you felt as a customer that you got what you want for the money of Windows, people would not private it. So let's say Windows was like $20. I think that will most people not be pirating Windows. Most people can justify spending $20 on something. Or $10. Like, I would gladly spend $20 or $10 just to have a license for my VM here, you know, my Windows 11. On the VM here, I would have no problem spending $20 or $10 for that. No problem. I would be like, yeah, that's an investment into my YouTube channel. I just think that what they have done, they have priced Windows too much, too high for people who want to buy it outside of buying it for an OEM. But I also think they do it because they don't want people to just buy Windows. They want people to buy stuff with Windows on it. And also, Windows makes their money in the corporate world. The consumers, like back in the 80s and 90s, they were heavily reliant on the consumer. Nowadays, they don't really rely on the consumers at all. They make all their money, or most of their money everywhere else, and on services to the consumer. Just like Google does. $0.10. What was 10 cents? Oh, yeah, maybe I can't remember what the... I get what you're saying, right? I can't remember how much they are paying. I can't remember. But why pay for Windows when Linux is free? I can give you a... You pay... Oh my god, don't... Rails, never pay that much for Windows. Never pay that much for Windows. This is a reason why you probably will pay for Windows. Most of this shit here don't work under Linux. Yeah, there are legal license keys that or licenses you can buy from Microsoft software distributors where you can get Pro for like $30 or something, $50 or something like that. A legitimate license from Microsoft. It's just if you go to Microsoft website, they overprice you like shit. Well, you get what you pay for. A lot of the open source, like I've been using open source software since the 90s, okay? One thing that I categorically can say is true is that in the vast majority of cases, paid software is better developed, better features, more user-friendly, better support, and so on, than the vast majority of open source software. You get what you pay for. I'm not saying that open source software is bad. I'm just saying that for the most part, if you pay for a piece of software, you also get better things than you get for free. Maybe the free shit is enough for you, but yeah, here's a reason why I would pay for Windows, to get all the features out of shit like that. I have shit like this. I really love this company. I have I just got their well, I can show you guys what I have from them right now. I actually have quite a few things. So I have, where are you? It's a little bit of an older. I have this one here. This is my mouse. It's a really great mouse. It's the best. I used to be a Logitech guy, because I break my mouses like within a month or so. I can break a mouse switch. This here is the only mouse that have lasted more than 3 months, besides not being, from outside Logitech. And now they're doing something else, which is really interesting with their switches. This is really cool, by the way. Which one is it? It's probably this one here. And I kind of want this mouse here. I really want this mouse here. Is this not the one where they do? Yeah, here. So it's not a switch anymore. You activate your mouse with a laser. With a laser here. So there's almost no, there's no they are basically shut down on the thing that tends to break the most is the sensor, the clicking part of a mouse, the switch part of the mouse. Now they're doing it with laser, and I really want to see how good that is. If it's more stable than a switch. Having a laser switch versus a normal switch. But yeah, this is the mouse that I'm kind of want to buy. The keyboard I just got for myself for Christmas is it this one? I think it must be this one here, yeah. I just got this one here. With the optical? No, it must be the linear. It's basically a MX Red replica. But this is my new keyboard. Without just with the red switches, so it's a linear switch without the clickiness to it. Hey, Lamer. But yeah, this is my new keyboard. It's fucking amazeballs. And I have a wireless headset. That's this one here. This is my headset, and it's the best headset I have ever had. So it's not the high end of them. Like you can definitely buy more high end stuff from them. So I normally always buy entry level mouse, keyboard, and headsets, but Logitech and Roccat, these here are the two best peripheral companies I've ever used. I've tried them all, Razer, Glorious, and all of these fucking shit, Steel Series, and I always manage to break them. Logitech, I have not, I have had Logitech mouses work for fucking almost 5 or 6 years. But this year I took a leap with Roccat, and they have just been working massively great, man. Like, I fucking love it. And if you're into gaming, Dr. Disrespect is, I think he's like, he's a Roccat ambassador. boop. I have no idea who anyone else is. I have no idea who these people are. I just pay. I trust paid software because they're getting paid to do that job. Yeah, that's yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you are the product. Yep. Yeah, Logitech mouses are not. You cannot fucking break those shit. Logitech products are like Debian of peripherals. If there's a nuclear war, Logitech products will still be standing around, just be dusty. Yeah, Linux and gaming is not friends at all anyway. Oh yeah, trackball under them. Yeah, that was fucking mental. You had to clean that all the time. Yeah, take care, Wells. Oh yeah, music cassettes. Yeah, I had a Commodore Amiga. Oh, not 64. A good old Commodore 64, yeah. I used to use a lot of the G series from Logitech. And again, if you want something, the thing with Rocket is that they have a lot of it's all about so think about Rocket as a more fancy Logitech. So I can hold down buttons on my mouse that combined with my keyboard do different kind of fucking crazy shit. Rocket is kind of like I look at it a little bit like Rocket. They are like the R&D department of Logitech. You know, you get fancier new features faster with Rocket products, but when you get them with Logitech, you know 100,000% sure that they will work. They don't just use new shit because it's new. They make sure that it works. Where Rocket, they are not afraid of trying new stuff. And most of the time they do it really, really well and it works, but sometimes it can flop a little bit. Like the first mouse I got from Rocket, like years and years back, the first ever mouse I got from them was an entry-level mouse, and it lasted a month because it was using third-party Chinese-built micro switches. And then when I saw that they now are building their own micro switches and stuff like that, it's like, okay, let me try and buy a Logitech, or not Logitech, but a Rocket mouse again. And that's the one I'm using right now with the Titan switch, and it's fucking amazing. Then I got a keyboard, now just upgraded that keyboard. And you don't pay as much with Rocket products to get the same as you do with Logitech. Logitech, I've noticed. Logitech, to get the same things on the Logitech, you pay a little bit more. Actually, like 10% more. You pay a little bit for the name. And Rocket is a European company. It's a German company where Logitech, if I'm not mistaken, Logitech is like either Chinese or Taiwanese company. Oh no, it's from Switzerland. It's a Swiss company. There you go. It's a Swiss company. But yeah, Logitech, they like if I ever get tired of running my Rocket products, you can see here Logitech also, like I do have Logitech webcams. But Logitech also like steering wheels. I only buy Logitech racing wheels if I ever going to buy them. But Logitech have some really nice products also. I just want to switch the language there. Can I do that somewhere? I don't want the Danish side. I want the English side. How the fuck do I go back to England? Or to... Oh, there you go. United States, there you go. But yeah, Logitech, Logitech have way more stuff, and they also own a lot of, Streamlabs is under Logitech. what is the ultimate bars? Jaybird, Mevo, Blue, Astro is under the Logitech umbrella. But yes, steering wheels and stuff like that, I always bought them from Logitech. This seems to be the one working the most. But I do like Rocket. Again, you get more from the money. You know, you get more for the money on the Rocket. And it's just as good. Oh, ZX Spectrum. Yeah, I'm too young to have played with that. I never heard about Red Dragon. I use whatever mouse and keyboard I can find in my local Goodwill thrift store. That looks the least quimey. Yeah. Well, I do like a good mouse and keyboard because I'm using it a lot. So I do like when I'm at work, when I'm setting up Windows and I'm using one of those, you know, generic Logitech or HP keyboards or, you know, Dell keyboards that come with the computer, you can definitely feel a difference. And then when I come home to my own, it's just nice. It's like, do I need it? No. Can I work with those keyboards? Yeah, and I do. Do they feel good? Yeah. But this is just nicer to type on. And if you're using your keyboard and mouse a lot, then buy something nice, you know. Buy something that is nice in your hand, that you like to use, and it's not working against you, but for you. So, yeah. I wish I could build my own keyboard. There are Glorious have with I think it's called Glorious. Hey Rocky, you buy like the let's find a keyboard here. Well. So you buy the base of the keyboard by itself, and then you buy the switches. You get them in bundles. So you buy the switches. So do you want brown switches, red switches, or any? You buy them, and you can buy them hand looped or not hand looped, and then you plug them into your keyboard, and then you buy keycaps on the side also. So you basically design your own keyboard. So you can be like, I want all my F keys to be brown switches, I want my num keys to be blue, and I want everything else to be red switches. You can do it like that if you want so. And then you can use different kind of keypads. Let's see if I can find it. Glorious keyboard. But we don't want a keyboard. We want... So we have like a bare bone. So you buy the bare bone keyboard here. You know. So this is a really good way of getting into building your own keyboard. Let's accept this shit here. And then you can go in and say, oh, I want these kind of... And they have different kind of switches also. And they have... when you buy these switches, you get all the switches that you need. And they have different kind of switches with different kind of feels and stuff like that. Looped and unlooped. And then you plop them into the keyboard here. You know? And you can then buy caps also. Different kind of caps for your keyboard. I have no idea why I don't want to load. You can frame, wheel, why didn't it not want to load that? Here, caps, different kind of caps that you can buy. And it's not as expensive as building it yourself, but this is a good way of be like, you know what? I want to see if keyboard building is something for me. So I would probably. I'm debating on doing this, to be honest. I'm really debating on doing this. I'm a little bit of a keyboard idiot. I change keyboards like once a year, something like that. And I may buy this Barebone one here. They have it also in full size, I think. This is the one Danish one. It is a little bit expensive. You know, it's a little bit expensive. But you can customize your own keyboard here. And I may try it out, man. Like I said, they also have a full-size one that you can buy. I can't remember which one that is. I'm left-handed, so I only use generic-shaped mouse. So Rocket has ambidextrous. Rocket, they also sell ambidextrous mouses and left-handed mouses on the Rocket. The first ever mouse I bought from Rocket was an ambidextrous mouse. Buy a Steam Cleaner. None of them will ever... Yeah. Yes. HP bonded keyboards are shit. They are not that bad anymore, to be honest. They are really not that bad anymore. Oh, I kind of like this one here. But now I just bought a new keyboard and I already want this one. Oh, for fuck's sake, man. Like, I don't know what it is with keyboards, but I think I have 5 or 6 keyboards in my dresser on the top shelf. And sometimes I'm like, oh, I really want to take this one out, and then I play with it for like a week, and then I switch keyboard again. But I also have this thing that I want as much as my peripherals to be from the same company as anything else. So if I buy, let's say, a Logitech keyboard, then my mouse has to be a Logitech and my headset has to be a Logitech. Because I don't want to have both a Razer software running, a Logitech software running, a Rocket software running in the back end and all that. So I tend to use as much peripherals from the same company as possible, to not having all these crazy what is it called, softwares running to use them in the back end. You don't get much fucking monitor for $170. You really don't. Like, if you buy a monitor for $170, you're getting a crap monitor. You may even fucking hurt your eyes. It may make you blind at some point. So keyboard, mouse, and chairs are some of the things you should spend most of the money on. Probably the chair is the thing you should spend most of your money on. I can't afford the chair I want because it's massively expensive, but I want to save up for it. Because you're spending so much time on your ass in that chair, it's probably the most important thing that you buy. I don't like Razer products. They are so badly built. I have owned a lot of Razer mice through the years. The one that lasted the longest lasted 3 months. I've had 1 or 2 keyboards. One of them was a mechanical keyboard. I actually really liked that keyboard. But it was just... I paid too much for what it was. But it was actually a really good keyboard. But it was just way too expensive. Way too expensive. I kind of like this one here. Razer type wires. Riders, sorry. Yeah, stay away from gaming chairs. Yeah, gaming chairs is nothing but shit. I have a gaming chair, but it's because it's a like I got it 2 years ago as a birthday gift. That's the only reason why I have it. But my next chair, the next chair I'm going to buy, is also going to be an office chair, and it's going to be a 24-hour office chair. This one here is actually really good. It's a full-size keyboard just swing together. So it's not. So I'm also really fussed about how big the footprint is of my keyboards on my desk. So the first Rocket keyboard I ever had was it had like 20 macros. So it was a massive keyboard, and I used to buy these massive Logitech G keyboards that was fucking, they took up half the desk. And then I got that Razer mechanical keyboard without the num keys out here, and I'm like, I fucking love that it's not taking up that much space on my desk. I felt like I could, I didn't feel it was in the way. So now I'm really into the form factor of the keyboards, how much disk space they take up. It's really important to me that they are not, taking up too much disk space. What kind of mice do they have then? I'm still not that fussed with wireless. Maybe I should try and go wireless mouse. I don't know. D? Get the D. Oh, I do like the D. I? Oh, this is probably more like something I would want. So yeah, I probably would buy... Where is it? Yeah, I will probably get this keyboard. And probably one of these mouses. Yeah, this has two little buttons on it. That's out of the way. I need a lot of buttons. Yeah, no. Nope. Nope. This I can live with. So why do I need? I use my not keyboard, but I use my mouse a lot when I'm editing videos, and I need at least 3 mouse buttons and 2 up here, or at least 2 here and 2 up here, because I use this to switch profiles, and then this is like the cut tool, and no, let me see. This is the move tool, so I get a cursor. If I click here, I get a cut tool. It's just so I don't have to move my hands all over the fucking place when I'm editing. But the wireless mice I've used, we are talking 5-6 years ago, so the battery life on it was really bad. But I make my next mice may be a Rocket wireless mouse. From Office Depot, that was the most common chair I've ever packed my rump in. I had that keyboard and I really didn't like it until I spent until I spilled a little bit my drink and it ruined it. Oh, you like it. You liked it. Okay. More space to put drinks. Yeah, disk space, not disk space. Desk space. Yeah, desk space. Dead space. Yeah. Yeah, sit and stand desk. Yeah, so at work, some of their desks are sit and stand desks, and fuck, it's nice when you can just move it up. If you sit there for like an hour and just not move, you can then, raise your desk. And I hope they get one in one day that they need to sell, and I can get it for a cheap price. But the next problem is, how the fuck do I carry a desk home from work? I have no car, and I know no one with a fucking truck or anything like that. And they are big and heavy. So I need to work out quite a lot so I can carry a rise stand home. Even though it's 10 minutes away from where I live. But then I also have to carry it up the stairs, which can be a fucking Well, I could take it apart and take it home in pieces, though. So I'm becoming the guy from Dead Standing, just being like a fucking human cargo guy with a big fucking bag on my back. I like wireless mice because I use my Yeah, I need a wireless mouse. I'm also debating on if I'm upgrading my keyboard, it will probably also be a wireless keyboard. Yeah, you need to stand up a lot, yeah. Or go to the gym. Yeah, but the IKEA furniture, like don't buy. So here's the thing with IKEA. Don't buy anything from IKEA that you want to last or that needs to take abuse. So my desk takes abuse. Like I'm leaning on my desk, I'm having a lot of shit on my desk and stuff like that. Don't buy anything from IKEA that needs abuse because they're not built for it. The best way you can do it is you get a kitchen tabletop from IKEA and then you buy, you know, the feet and the motor part of it from another company. That's what a lot of people do. They buy the, you know, IKEA kitchen table top and then they put it on other companies' legs. Like IKEA furniture is like, it's cardboard. It's not, it's really fucking, it's really, really badly made. That's why it's so cheap. There's like, if you need a desk that needs to hold like a fucking candy ball or a flower or a couple of magazines or a lamp and stuff like that, yeah, buy IKEA furniture. You know? Or it's holding a little bit of clothes and stuff. But if you need it to carry anything fucking heavy or being used and abused, if you need to move, I have a friend or an old co-worker, and he used to say this because he has moved a lot of times and he has moved for a lot of his friends also, and he say this all the time because they go to IKEA and buy the furniture because it's cheap. And he's like, you do know that when you buy IKEA furniture, you don't take them with you when you move. They can't handle a move. They will break. They will break. Most of them will break. And he's seen it over and over again. Sometimes you're lucky and the furniture can move with you. But most of the time, you put it together. That's where they stand. When you start to take them, deassemble them again, you're in a lot of fucking shit. Put them into a moving van with a lot of other shit moving around, you will get into a world of problem. A world of problem. So yeah, IKEA is great. I do love IKEA furniture, and IKEA, I have a lot from IKEA. But you buy IKEA with the understanding that it's not going to leave your apartment, your room, or your house again. When we're talking furniture, it's something you buy to be there as long as you live there and for light use. So I have two really small tables from IKEA, and the only thing I use it for, one of them is to have my router on it, and you know, I have tea and coffee shit and stuff. It stands on that one. The other one is just basically where I have my food when I'm eating. That's all I'm using it for. And they're great for that. But if I touch the feet, if I hit the feet, you know, I can feel that it's just, you know, compressed cardboard boxes with hollow room or air inside them. Like they are like 2 or 3 mil thick of like veneer, something like that, put together on 2 pricks of wood in each end. So the ends feels really, really sturdy and dense. But then if you go to the middle and you peck, you know, the middle of the leg, you can just hear the echo from inside, and it feels like if you're pecking it with your finger, it just goes through the fucking finger right away. So yeah, IKEA furniture is something you put into your room and you never leave it. You don't move it around, you do nothing with it. Because the second you fucking sneeze on it or you put like your fucking penis on it, it will break. But yeah, they are great furnitures. Yeah, thumb button. Yeah, I do like my thumb buttons, yeah. Buy a new... oh, I read that. IKEA feet and the German wood. Yeah, no. I would go with the IKEA tabletops, and then anyone else's feet. I'm not totally agreeing with you on IKEA, but I can see where you're coming from. Yeah. Take care. Go have fun. Well, I have seen and know many people that have spent many money and bought IKEA for years, if not decades, and this is the consensus. Like they don't use. If you use it for heavy use, it will break. If you move it and you're not careful, it will break. It's a buy and forget kind of thing. Jaybird. I actually almost bought these when I was looking for new headsets. What is this? Oh. No. I don't see these blue microphones used as much anymore. And Astro is also a little bit like... it's not that... you don't see it as much anymore. I do like my Rocket. Well. Oh, why did I do that? It is nice to look at this thing here, though. If you go and look up... computer builds. You know, people that are making these desktop setup. This is really popular right now. This here. This is really popular in those desk setup tours. Yeah, when they came out, when this whole Bluetooth thing came out, but a lot of people are using these white Logitech keyboards. If you go on to the tubes, if I actually can spell to the tubes, there you go. I don't want this. Why keep you pestering me to buy premium? I actually already have premium. Oh my god, how narcissistic. Why everyone is always obsessed with me? How narcissistic do you have to fucking be? What's wrong with these fucking girls? Oh my god. Mr. Oh, I like this one. Donated $50,000 to a streamer with 0 viewers. I fucking love that shit. Forget about this narcissistic asshole up here. Oh my god, bitch. What the fuck is wrong with you? Can I delete you? She's also using a face app. She's using a fucking face app. Look. She's so fake, it can't... Oh my god. She's using a face app. How fake do you have to be? I want to slap my fucking sweaty penis into your face so we can smell it and get disgusted and run away. I so hope some really fucking popular guy one day just turn her down so fucking bad that she will be sitting in a corner crying like the little fucking self-righteous fucking narcissistic asshole that I can't stand people like that. But look how fake she looks. She's using a face app. Look, nobody have that fucking... It's like an anime face app. She has 2.4 million views in 3 months. Who the are people that fucking gullible in the world? For fuck, save me, please. Oh my god, stop it. I'm going to put a face app on my next video. I'm not... What was I talking about before this bitch was ruining me? Yes, people are... I'm probably getting kicked off YouTube for... This is probably harassment. But yeah. She's a VTuber. Oh my god. And Lamer, don't tell me you're one of her fucking fans. Just come on. Please don't say. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, desk setup. I do like watching these desk setup videos. Should we watch some of them? Oh, I don't have installed a sound card on this. Let's go on to Fedora or something like that. Let's look at let's do some live reaction here. Let's just do Debian. So Debian or Fedora. 1 for Debian and 2 for Fedora. You guys can choose. And while you guys choose 1 for Debian, 2 for Fedora, I will go get some candy in my belly. So just give me a second. So, I don't know who's... Yes, just no VTubers do a new thing. Okay. 2-2. Okay, so everyone wants Fedora. Real life call. Yeah. Go have a good day. So I really prepared for today's live stream. So I bought some cookies, candy, and beer. That's my diet for today. My diet for today is cookies, candy, and beer. And, of course, water. But, yeah, I thought I might as well just be really fucking unhealthy today. Okay, so let's go in here. We should have some sound on this one here. Yeah. Oh, I have 9 viewers. Hello, 9 viewers. Is this that porn actresses? I think she is, yeah. Oh, hello. Hello. So I will suspect I know why this video have 9 million views. I think it has something to do with a guitar poking a boob. I think this here might be why this have 9 million views. He may be a fucking amazing guitar player, I don't know. The same with this one here, 44 million views. Yeah. 4.7 views. Who wonder? Yeah, YouTube is the new Twitch, man. You're not wrong there, my friend. Oh, let's see. I probably watched all of these before. 21 hours ago. Let's search for them within upload date, because then there's a chance that I haven't seen them. Upload date, there you go. We know what we like, yeah, but yeah. Student edition. kiwi pink and purple gaming setup too. Just give me a second. I forgot. I need to check something here. I need a bigger fucking second monitor. There you go, buddy. Let's look at some of these things.
My desk, it just keeps on getting more and more complex with a bunch of different buttons to do different things. I mean, just look at how many cables there are under my current desk. It's like I'm running a data center down there. Instead, I thought it'd be pretty nice if I had a workspace without all the frills. You know, a setup that's just back to the basics, minimal and focused on productivity. And here's what I came up with. This is the minimal productivity focused MacBook setup, or any laptop setup. Let's get started with the little desk tool.
Let me know
Most
if you
people
want
these days
more
only
volume.
own one computer, and that's a laptop. Some people get by with just a tablet, but if you work on your laptop or work from home, you know how quickly all of the cables start to get tangled or mixed together
Yeah.
after you do all these different things, which is 100% not ideal and is a huge eyesore. I wanted a space that I could drill down and do the work I need to do, one that makes me feel focused and not overwhelmed when I'm sitting at it. I also use a bunch of different laptops. I have multiple laptops for my full-time job, for YouTube, and it has to be a space my wife can use with her laptop too. So the goal was simple. I wanted to make it...
Fuck the wife. Like, fuck the wife. Literally.
a desk setup with a minimalistic, modern aesthetic suited for plugging in any laptop and focusing on the task at hand.
Creeping money? Yeah, so... I'm sorry, but I'm stuffing my face with candy right now. But... you have to remember one thing. When you see stuff like this is more an advertisement from... like, most of these things here, they have not paid anything for most of it. They get it all for fucking free. Or most of it for free. Because all they are... all, like... when you see a video like this, look at it like they are a salesperson trying to sell your product. Most of these videos here with all of these amazing setups, they probably got most of it for free. Because you see one thing here, I made a video about it one day, I need to edit it. The guy with the IBM ThinkPad, the one has several ports. You may see one thing. You may say, okay, I can't afford the desk and stuff, but I can afford this shelf. So you're now buying an overpriced shelf. Because you've seen it here and it fits in with this whole design of his desk here. But you don't have his desk, you don't have this light and all that shit, but you really, really like this because it looks nice in here. They are nothing more than car salesmen. That's all they are. As much as I love watching these videos here, they are nothing more than salesmen. Let's see if we can find... Oh. Let's see one that's really, really popular. Think Media is one of them.
Welcome to a tour of my Dream Desk Setup 2023 edition. This setup makeover has been in progress for a very, very long time, and finally I'm now very satisfied for it in terms of a university student, studying and working and entertaining in this.
So people like this here,
Having a desk setup that you, number one, love, number two, inspires you, and number three, increases your productivity is so key. And here at Think Media, we're always making different changes to our setups, as well as building setups from nothing just because we want to test different gear and things like that. And
so think people like this here that are making a shit ton of money producing media. They probably also get a lot of this for free, and they will probably not have bought most of this themselves if they had to pay for it. So all they are trying to sell you a new car. This guy here is also really popular with this.
And the X Series watch by Sega Designs definitely is exactly
let's
that.
see.
And if you haven't on a lot of the cheaper,
So he probably have only paid for like 2 or 3 products here. The rest companies have gave him. So because you and I are watching his videos, and we will probably say, oh, we can't afford all of it, but if I can get this mouse pad. Like, I've seen some fucking desk setup tours where they have a fucking pen holder that cost more than my keyboard. They have a pen holder that's like $200 or something like that. But they didn't pay for it. So why would company give it? Well, you may say, I can't afford this expensive pen holder, but I can afford this boom, or I can afford this headphone stand.
Today's video is sponsored by.
That's why they are doing it. That's why they're doing it, people. They are. I'm bursting some bubbles here. All they are trying to sell you products. They may do this because they want to flash their fucking EP with how amazing their desktop is. But they more than likely have not bought any of this or a few of these things themselves. And if they should buy them, they probably didn't have the money to do so because they're massively... Like this thing up here is massively expensive in of itself. But you see this, and you can't afford all of it, but you can afford 1 or 2 of these things. And that's what the company is counting on. They're counting on you watching this and say, this is an amazing setup. If I can get this one for like $800 or whatever the fuck it cost this truck, or $200 or $300 or what it cost up here, I may get my desk setup may feel as great if I just can get this light, because that's all I can afford, or if I get this keyboard or this interface or this shelf. If I can only afford this one thing, then my desk will be way better. No, what these desk setup tours is. It's about the unity. A lot of the things that they are showing you don't make sense if you buy them individually. They work together as a unit. So with my desk, if I bought this shelf, it will look awful because I have a black desk, to be honest. You know, it would look awful to have this fucking wooden thing standing there. And I think he's one of the guys that have like a pen holder for like 100 or something like bucks, and it's like, why do you have a pen holder for $100? Like, why? Well, it's because he gets it for free, so therefore he has it. He likes it. I get it. I wish I get this shit for free. Don't get me wrong. But he would probably not have been bought most of these things himself. Just like most of the desk setup tools you see, they would probably not have bought it themselves, or they would not have bought it if they could not write it off their taxes as a business expense. So they will probably not have bought it for their own money paying full price. And they also know that you love seeing this because, oh my god, I can't afford any of this, but I can afford this one here. So they sell product for companies. So companies give them free shit. And you having that mahogany fucking thing, they say it won't make any difference if the rest of your desk is a fucking mess like mine is. All this is one big advertisement for you to spend money. That's all it is. And here's why. Here's why. This is what you will see in a lot of these desk setup tours. A shopping list. I don't blame them for doing it. I would be doing the same fucking shit if I had the means to do so. I'm not above it. But what they forget to say is that they do say that it's sponsored or, you know, we didn't pay for this. But if they were honest enough to say, you know what, we are showing off our desk setup, we have not paid anything for this, and you have to figure out what works within what you have, you know. But if they say that basically means that a lot of people not buy any of that because they don't have these kind of setup, they don't have these needs, so they don't say that, of course. They are trying to sell you shit. That's why they do these videos here. They're trying to sell you shit. That's what this is one big advertisement. That's all it is. It's one big advertisement. And again, I would do if some company said, "Can clean your apartment so we can actually manage to fucking look at it, and we will give you everything you need to build your dream setup." I would make so many fucking videos about it, you won't believe it. I would be raging and fanboying over it as the next guy. Of course I would. But why would they do that? Well, they would probably do it if they thought that they could get, you know, you guys and girls to pay for the same shit. So they give me one product for free, but you may pay, you know, 5 people may buy this one, 2 people buy this one, 7 people buy this one up here. Because they think that, okay, I can't get all of the desktop, but if I can only get some of these things here, it will be better. It's nothing more than if you're watching an advertisement for the newest Ford Raptor. You know, the new features and shit like that. That's all this is. It's one big fucking sales spiel. I love watching it, and I get why they're doing it, and they probably also are making a shit ton of money doing it. Don't get me wrong, but this is their motive for doing it. Sell your shit. And this channel here is almost nothing more than desk setups, and reviews. And he just got a new Porsche Cayman GT4, so he's not like needing money. People like watching this and are into this thing here for the same reasons why car people like me watch Top Gear back in the day. We love watching people driving cars we can never get our hands on. People love watching these kind of videos because they love watching people living a life they can't live and using things they can't come near. So they are preying on people's fantasy, and then they see one thing they can afford and they buy it. Because now they feel a little bit more connected to this lifestyle. And I've done it myself, man. I've seen seen these videos, and I'm like, oh, that looks fucking amazing. And I bought this, like, I think it was like a phone stand or something like that. So I bought this massively overpriced phone stand. And you know what? After a week, the $100, but the phone stand I bought for like $10 replaced it. Because I was so afraid of fucking breaking it and shit like that, because it cost me like almost $100 or something like that. And it was not really that good. To be honest, it looked awesome, but it was not really that good. So I bought a $10 fucking phone stand that was way better. And actually looked better if you think about it. It mixed it in better with my setup. But I went under the spell, and I've done it before. I've done it so many times, man. I've done it so many times. Seen someone on YouTube showing a product off. I'm like, I want that. I don't need it, but I want it. And then, like, I buy it, and then a week later, I'm like, why the fuck did I buy this shit? Yeah, how many need these kind of setups? Like the setup makes sense. Like having a setup like this makes sense. It's just the product using to have that setup that's overkill. So the way it's set up, with how the monitor are, the lighting and stuff like that makes sense. The same up here. But you don't need a light that's like $2,000 or a screen that's like $4,000, a desk that's like $2,000, a keyboard that's $200, $400, a mouse that's $200. You don't need them that expensive. But the idea of the setup, the way that the screens are oriented, the way the lights are placed and stuff like that makes sense. It's just that they're just having the high-end product of it. Like, I would not mind having a third screen, to be honest, that's placed like that for document reading. I'm actually thinking about buying one. I want to own an M2, but I can't. But I can almost, not fully, but almost afford a MacBook Air M1. Then get a MacBook M1. MacBook Air is still good. Holy crap. Wow. That's almost as bad as my desk is way worse. It needs to good clean. So I have a lot of shit on my desk. I have too many cables on it and books on it and shit like that. And it needs a good fucking dusting. That's a proper desk. Yeah. Yeah. I need a bigger second. Either I need a bigger second screen or I need a third screen. Because I'm losing. I don't know if it needs to be on top of one of my monitors or beside it. I think on top will make more sense. But then I also probably need a better graphic card. Oh, I just need... you know what I need? I need two 1440p screens. Because my problem is not the size of the screens, it's the resolution. I don't have enough screen real estate. So I love this. I love when people take old stuff or stuff they already have and then reuse it by, repaint it, put a new top on it. So I'm actually debating on doing the same with my desk. Because my desk is actually amazing. Like, I do wish it was one of those standing desks, but my desk is actually amazing, and I just don't like it being black anymore. So I'm actually debating on either sanding it down or just laminate it. I think I would probably just laminate it. I have a 1440p 32-inch. Oh, I wish I had that, man. I'll probably just go with 27-inch instead of 32. Yeah, most of mine is also black. Everything is black. So my desk is black, my monitors are black. No, it's someone that's doing a desk revamp, makeover. actually debating, like, maybe I should go to, like, a second-hand store. And then get second-hand, you know, accessories for my desk and stuff like that. And then just repaint them or something like that. Could actually be a really fun project. IKEA party. No, not really. It's weird packaging, though. It is kind of a cute lamp, like a neat little lamp. What the fuck? Oh, that's a phone holder. Where is she? She looks like she's from India or something like that. Where are you from? Where are you from, my friend? Pakistan. Ah. Six hours started with me background noise, no mute. Oh my god. You can do a lot with you know, not so many things, with a few things. Skip this trial shit. Oh, this is a Veep station. Oh my god, look at those nails. How the fuck does she wipe her ass without fucking poking her butts out? Well, you're hitting the plus. What the fuck is wrong with you? Those are actually more useful than you think, those leg razors there. Oh, I need to clean my computer soon. Wait. Does he is he using it on her bed? Why would you want your microphone to be used over your bed? Like, are you spreading legs at night on a hop site? That monitor is too small for me. Hey, Benjamin. Just imagine her being mad at you and putting her nails into your fucking back, man. Oh my god. How can you type with those long nails? What the fuck? Yeah, you have to remember, like, think about this when you like, they are using their hands for the same shit you're using your hands for. So everything you do, they may not masturbate. Well, they may have a boyfriend where they masturbate their fucking, you know, penis with their hands. So having long nails don't really seem that good an idea for a lot of things you do on an everyday basis. I'm just putting it out there. It's to record the ASMR snoring on... Oh my god. No, don't, that's fucking creepy. Oh, that's one of those flip phones from Samsung. Also, they are not real nails, they are, you know, fake nails, if I'm not mistaken. Looks like they are glued on. Yeah, they are glued on. Well, playing guitar with long nails, if you're finger picking, is actually a really good thing to do. That's actually a benefit there. Especially on the acoustic guitar. The Galaxy Flip. Why do you want the Flip? It's not really that good. It's not that good, man. I've seen them. I know someone that have them. They're not that good. And they are thick as balls, man. Like, they're really thick. So what you lose in height when they are folded, you get in thickness. It's like having a fucking prick in your pants. I might as well just go out to a house and take a prick out and then cut it in half and put it in your pants. Those are kind of cool, though. Oh, I have used them. They are thick. So, if you have a Pixel right now, right? So this one here is almost as thick as if you take both. If you take your Pixel and put it on top of, you know, if you have two Pixel phones on top of each other, it's almost as thick as two Pixel phones put together. Well, Samsung Fold is the only one really doing it right, though. I do like this here, though. But it's not as useful as you think. Because, like I said, I've used one of these phones for like 8 hours one day, or 5 hours one day. Helping a friend. And it was kind of nice, but you were in this like mid-between a tablet and a phone mode, and it's really weird. I might as well just rather have a tablet. Yeah, you're right. What is he all about, though? Okay, so she's doing all of this cute, fancy... yeah, okay, so she's doing cute setup. Cute peripherals and cute... Yeah, she's like a cutesy channel. Xiaomi is actually really good. Kiwi, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm stuffing my face with candy right now. I should never have fucking opened that bag. This is not a kids channel, please. Oh my god, this... Oh, no, don't get me started on this. If someone is self-diagnosing themselves with anything... What the fuck is going on here? Right away, I'm really suspicious. Why the fuck can I not highlight this? Oh, well. What is Sophioticism? Oh, shopping addiction. Okay, got you. But when you are doing something called that self-diagnose, if you say I have self-diagnosed, I lose every credibility or everything about you because you can't be trusted. Because, yeah, if you're self-diagnosing, that's more a sign of you having way worse fucking problems than what you're self-diagnosing yourself with. Because if you're self-diagnosing, you're in denial. You don't want to go and ask, or either you're in denial or you're doing it for attention seeking. And we all know what kind of people are doing stuff for attention seeking. They begin with an N word. And DistroTube is one of them. I remember when it came out, it was having issues with Dust. Oh, I will never become Kiwi. No. You will not see cute fancy shit with me. Other than the cute girls that are in chat. They can be cute and fancy. But that's the only cute and fancy shit you will see on my channel. Are the amazing and beautiful cute girls in my stream. And in my Discord. I kind of want to see this, a day in the life of an Amazon software engineer. He looks like he's fucking 16 or she is 15. Yeah, it's a girl, Elsa. Yeah, she looks like she's 16 or something like that. Oh, why do you think this have 16 million views? Oh, I have 2 fucking fat hands for this bag here, come on. I'm ravaging this fucking candy like a fucking sick person. Most beautiful animals. Ooh, it's giraffe. I will not say a crocodile is beautiful. It's a kiwi is like originally it's a term to use for people from New Zealand, but it's also used to, you know, cutesy Asian things. It has 2 kind of distinctions. Like, if I should bet... Like, if I should bet money on a diagnosis for him, it would definitely be narcissistic personality or something in that nature with narcissism. And maybe a little bit of sociopath. No, that's not... Let me think. There's sociopath, and what's the other one? Is it type A or B? Psychopath, yeah, psychopath. Yeah, that's the one I'm looking for. He's not a psychopath, but I think he may have a little bit of sociopath in him. Maybe a little bit of sociopath in him. But definitely narcissism. And I will probably say the same about eBoss Central. Chris Tice Tech. He's just taking the easy way. He's just not doing his due diligence. Like, I don't think there's, like, he seems like a really sane guy. Like, it's just that he just don't do his, you know, his research, and he think he knows. Like, he's just like anyone else, basically. Oh, feet! Oh, all the fucking feet lovers are going mental now. Oh, eBoss is fucking mental, man. Like, come on. He really likes pink. What videos have he done lately? I haven't been caught up with him lately. Have you guys seen the Secret Limited top 10 DSP moments of 2022? It's fucking hilarious. Yeah, he's kind of in a honeymoon state. Yeah, I would kind of give you that, yeah. Yeah, I would give you that, yeah. Oh, DSP, he's fucking mental, man. Oh, my candy is done. Like, if you have 3 hours to waste, watch this one here. It's fucking hilarious. I do like these top 10 worst DSP gaming moments because he's fucking mental. This is like, should we watch one of them? I don't know. This one is like from 2016. It's only an hour long. Yeah, but this dude is like fucking. Ooh. 14 banned gadgets you still can buy on Amazon. Nice. Mysterious ship. This one is really good, where the let's go into his channel and see what he's on about. Secret Limited. Oh boy, sorry. Oh yeah, this GeForce. Oh, it's only a small bag. It's only like a it's only like 100 gram bag. 110 gram bag. It's like a handful. It's like taking a handful of candy. There's not much in it. Oh, Alinity. I can't stand this fucking. Yeah. Like, people that get famous because they are beautiful and then think that they are smart. I love fucking laughing at them. Like, yes, there are beautiful girls and guys out there that have a brain, but this girl here, she has no fucking clue what a brain is. She has lived her life on her looks. And I can't wait for the day when she becomes middle-aged and ugly. And everything that she's worked for and everything that she thought she was. She would be one of those girls that would be sitting in a bar hitting on 18-year-old guys and talking about how she was in her 20s. And I was a famous streamer that had a lot of views, and I was really, really fucking sexy, and you should have seen my OnlyFans and stuff like that. And here I was showing them pictures. And then she looks like someone that has been like on the street for fucking 10 decades, or not 10 decades, but 2 or 3 decades with like fading skin and dull eyes and almost no teeth in her mouth and stuff like that. Like, yeah, you may be hot back then, but now you look like a fucking train wreck. She's the girl that you meet, you know, at one of those reunion, or that can't stop talking about when she was the head cheerleader like 30 years ago. You know, that was her peak. She is making a shit ton of money though. Oh yeah, she would probably marry a fucking billionaire. And then fuck the living shit out of the pool boy. Just for the money. Right, she's already a millionaire. She makes more money than you, like Alinity. like just her OnlyFans will probably make her fucking millionaire. Have made her a millionaire. I think she said something to the nature that she made more a month on OnlyFans than she did. Like, was it 1 or 2 years on Twitch or something like that? It's yeah. One thing that really fucking sucks. Like, you guys, like, we have to watch this because this really, I almost cried when I watched this one. So I just need to turn off the sound. Or the music. So yeah, this fucking broke my heart, man. If you're into World of Warcraft, you know who Preach is. He's also a kind of big streamer. And this happened like 3 days ago. 3 or 4 days ago. While he was on holiday. Oh my god, I missed my prime.
How bad is the damage at the office?
Oh my god,
I
this
don't
is
know.
loud.
I'm not there. It could not have possibly happened at a worse time.
So let me know if you want more or less volume.
It could not have possibly happened at a worse time. Because I am not there, and Chris is dealing with it. But Chris has sent me a video. I have not seen it yet. So we're going to get to watch that together. I think if we're going to have to deal with this, we might as well make some content out of this sort of a bitch. So we have a video of what it's like, but apparently it's really, really bad. Yeah, so what seems to have happened...
Am I getting copyrighted for this fucking music now? I like it though.
Is all the pipes in the ceiling burst. And that means that every single one of the rooms in the studio got destroyed.
Oh my god.
My desk is destroyed. All the plushies and
So this guy has made content for about 10 years, okay? Probably more. And he's done that from his house, or his apartment, or house, or what you will call it. He just got a new fucking, not new, but he just got an office, like I think close to a year ago or something like that. And what the fuck just happened there? Yeah, so my dashboard just acted up. Anyway, so yeah, he just got a new office not long ago. And then he goes on vacation. And this shit fucking happened. Like, it's... And, like, even though he's, like, you know... 40k on here, if you go on to his Twitch channel, or this is his highlight channel, he also have a main channel, main channel blog. So about 450k on YouTube, 300k on Twitch. Like, he's not making, you know, like, he's not a millionaire, okay? He makes enough money to live, you know, and support a small team, which is his wife and some friends. So, like, this is not like Asmongold or Affinity or Amaranth and stuff like that we're talking about. This could have been you if you put in and invested some time into, you know, doing this thing. So he's like what you would call a low-medium streamer.
Ground that you see the stream is destroyed. Our green screen setup is destroyed. I think our fireplace set is sort of okay, but I assume it's on a completely soaked wet through carpet, so the bottom of it may
Sex couch is ruined, yeah.
Chris's office destroyed. Bex's stuff destroyed. We do not have insurance for it, no. We do not have flood insurance on the top floor of a building.
That don't make sense.
Oh, we didn't. So hopefully it's not too bad. Chris has managed to salvage most of the stuff to his house. My brother came down with his car and managed to get most of it out of there. So we might not be too bad off. The PCs are apparently fine. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. I don't know, dudes. This is the first time I've seen this video. Chris sent it me like 10 seconds ago. I can already see the water. Oh, this is actually the hallway. This is the stairs outside our office. So, yeah, this is bad. This is the stairs leading into our office. Okay. I remember when I had resolution. All right, let me drink this in with you guys.
Suck it in.
The tour de Chris. So I assume this carpet is wrecked. Oh, there's no power. The chairs should be okay. Oh, man. All my fucking PreachCon pictures, you son of a bitch.
So he used to, I don't know if he does anymore, but he used to hold like an annual, every year. You could buy tickets, and then he hold basically a gathering for his fans. And that's what he called PreachCon. So it's like a con, you know, like Comic-Con just for his core audience. And it fucking, like, when you see the videos from those gatherings, fucking fun as balls, man.
They're irreplaceable. Oh, I can hear Chris walking in water. All the hats, all our backup equipment. Yeah, the squelching.
This is fucking awful, man.
Hardware. Is that? Oh my god, that's all our audio equipment. That's all our audio equipment. Those are all our spare lights. Okay, so I'm tallying up a cost here. There's all our VR headsets. So we're now at about £3,000 worth of stuff. Good.
So £3,000. So, you know, you can convert that into dollars yourself, but it's a lot of fucking, like, the VR itself is massively expensive. And again, he don't sleep on money like, you know, most of other people do.
Good. Excellent. There's all our spare cameras. There's another 5K. Awesome.
£5,000.
Wonderful. Okay, about a second.
I would be so fucking pissed.
Oh no, all the hats that Alandra had made. The display should be okay because they're metal. They'll wipe off. And then a minor concern. Oh, the squelching. Okay, so it came. So I assume the couch is full of mold now. So the couch is dead. Oh, my ceiling. All the lights will be destroyed as well. So it's 10 years of my life just wet. Just wet. Oh, my desk. Awesome. The hammer will survive.
The hammer.
I think all my monitors are destroyed, Chris. Because all the water sank into the monitors.
I could, if I was him, I would be finding someone to fucking bash their head in right now. I could not watch this if I was him. I would be the most angry guy on earth.
Yeah, all the speakers are gone.
It's a nice disc, yeah.
Piggle's dead. Piggle's dead. Every wall. It's every single wall. Look at it. Oh, Doom Guy just fears nothing. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't think the green screen's gonna make it. I assume all our soundproof walls that we built are wrecked as well. Because they will have absorbed the water, won't they? That TV's wrecked. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Okay. The green screen's wrecked.
A water pipe burst on in the attic, and his office was below.
Oh, good. All the lights are wrecked. That's cool. Yeah, all the soundproofing's ruined. Oh, I bet the chairs are ruined. God, they were like £400 each for those leather chairs. Fuck's sake.
Merry fucking Christmas. Like, oh, fucking hell. Oh my god. Like, yeah. Imagine, like, he's on holiday. I think he is home now. But when this happened, he was on holiday. And this is probably all his fucking money invested into this shit. Like, he's not making, you know, millions of fucking dollars. So yeah, it probably, so it should be, because it's not his fault. Like, he has rented an office space, so it must be under the office or the building owner's insurance, because it has nothing to do with his, like, it didn't happen or originated within the office that he has rented. It originated from the attic of the building that he rented space in. So it's like having an apartment complex, and let's say the water pipe burst, coming into the apartment complex, and then it burst on the top floor. You know, you don't have any. It's not you that have to maintain that. That's the apartment, owner. They have to make sure that don't happen, and they are reliable if stuff like that happens. So he will probably get some back, but I don't know if he will get everything back, so he can pay and buy everything. I don't know how much he will get back, but he will probably get something back. But it's out of his control. It has nothing to do with him inside the office. He just rented the space there. And then for some reason, either mismanagement of the building is the word I'm looking for. They didn't, service the building right, or they didn't mend the building right, or, there's so many scenarios where the people owning the building have not done the due diligence of maintaining the building to a working standard. Well, then he, of course, needs to be reimbursed for everything that's broken and ruined in there. But then you have to go through, insurance companies, because they are probably insured, so it's their insurance that have to pay it. And they are probably going to get away with paying as little as possible, so he will probably get something, but how much? I don't think he will get as much as he think, or no, as he hope. We all know how insurances are trying to fuck everyone over when they have to pay money out. And they may say, oh, if it's not his fault, it's the building owner's fault. And then the insurance company may want the building owners to pay everything themselves. And then they may want to go into an agreement with him or try to say, oh, blaming it on him. So many things can go wrong or right here. And this could probably send him into a financial fucking debacle. Like, he's like I said, he's not a rich fucking dude. He had probably invested most of his money into this whole or most of his company money into this shit. Because it's not that old. Thanks to the video, he'll get most of it back from insurance. I don't know. Yeah, he's from Manchester, so it is in England. Which create risk of pipes burning when it's ice. Yeah, but that's up to the building owners to make sure that those pipes don't burst. That's not his issue. That's the building owner's issue. But now it's like, you know, are they insured, and how much do the insurance want to pay? Are they going to pay, and are they going to pay anything at all? You know, and this can drag out. You know, like it's not like here, like Monday, what day did ever, like Monday the 2nd of January. It's not like when it gets to Monday, he would get a large check in the mail. Like, this can drag out for fucking year or years before he gets any money. Or probably like months, you know. And like I said, he more than likely don't have money right now to go and fucking, you know, oh, let's just buy it and then see how much we get back. Or, oh, let's just, you know, move into another office. Like he said later in this video that he probably have to stream from home again. That's probably what he needs to do, but he also have, I think it's 3 other people working for him. They also have to stream from home now, and he may need to buy them new equipment because they probably don't have streaming equipment at home. And streaming equipment, it's not fucking cheap. Like, if you want to stream through the, you know, the way that like he said, one cam cost $5K. So I think it was one cam, so 5,000. So $6,000 or something like that. It would probably that's probably just for one fucking guy to get them up and running at home, and he has 2 of them he needs to mend or take care of. It's just. Yeah, it angers me and it makes me sad at the same time because I've been following this dude for fucking, well, probably close to 10 years, to be honest. So I kind of have a little bit of an insight into, you know, how well he is. Like I said, until like a year or so ago, he streamed from home. He's not making a lot of money. And I feel it would be really sad if this would be like, well, I have to find a job now, I can't stream anymore. Or do this full time anymore. Give me a second. That's the video. This is his main channel, and there's also a link to his Twitch. He's mostly active on Twitch. He's morphed over to a Twitch channel. But I used to watch his drama videos here. They are really, really funny. So people that, you know, drama, so it's people that, you know, have experienced drama within World of any game watch. You know, it's like people taking over guilds, fucking each other's wives, you know, stealing loot and money from each other. That's kind of the things that you hear here. Or people being, you know, role players going mental and stuff like that. Like Drama Time, I need to catch up with Drama Time. I used to watch it all the time. Yeah, it's fucking hilarious, Drama. I was kidnapped. Is that Kate Perry? Oh my god. I wonder how much money she got for throwing her boobs around that cupcake. Oh, my mouse is stuck.
Wonderful, wonderful people over here at Drama Time. our live show on a Friday, the way we're going to finish out this week and have a great old time.
So this is his office before the flooding, by the way.
We've had a tremendous week, bobbing into Subnautica, below zero, going deep, racing across the ice, and playing some No Man's Sky. Hello Games reached out to us after we've been playing our survival games. One of them was obviously watching, the PDI, and suggested that we should check it out. So we did that as well. We've been digging and gathering resources like absolute beasts. And I built the absolute crispest base that you've ever seen in life. And I would never encourage anybody to sign that or take part in it. So let's see what it says. Hello, Preacher, Bex, and your chat. Thank you for your brutal feedback on the proposed child production agreement. An appropriate response is what I would say. I wouldn't say it was brutal. I would say it was an appropriate response. Oh, no. I showed my wife your response. You see, that's on you. That's on you. We were giving advice to you. That's on you. That's on you. She was displeased.
Yeah, displeased.
Especially with your derision of her 4 is better than 3 argument. It was a weak argument. It was very weak. It was a piss poor argument, let's be honest. It was a terrible argument. Chat was correct. She does work in financial law. Okay. In light of the destruction you have wrought, I am not responsible for problems in the marital home. Okay? I am just here to give my point of view as one man living here in the reigns of the UK. I'm just giving you my side of it. And these guys are joining in as well, right? That's it. I'm just passing it on. Instead of abandoning the contract entirely, my wife proposed amendments.
Oh my god.
So there's still to be a contract? We're still doing a contract. We're just not dropping the contract business, which is insanity. I won't bore you with the details, but basically, the requirement to book gaming sessions 2 weeks in advance has been reduced to 2 days. Also, because she has altered this part of the agreement, I am no longer entitled to sexual favors as a remedy.
Okay.
Instead, she will give me extra game time on other days.
Oh, so he basically gets more gaming and less sex. Fucking hell, man.
No blowjobs, but get to game more.
Mm-hmm. A divorce, yeah.
What game, though? Right? I mean, I can't believe the contract still exists. Also be a bit picky about what kind of kid you get. You don't want one of them, like, problem childs, right? Weird. Alright, Zai. All the free company me and my friends were at is an... Oh, where we were at was a North American...
So this is probably one of the longest running series that I ever seen on YouTube. Like I said, it's people's experience in MMO games, like crazy funny experiences that they have. And they send it in here, and then he he replaces names of the story with Patreon people and stuff like that. It's actually really, really funny. Like if you need something to watch and you have a lot of fucking time, go find his drama time playlist. You will see like there's like all the way back from 2013, and they some of the fucking shit, like like I said, someone is like running away with another man's wife and getting like living in a sexless marriage, and it's so many it's real life problems evolving video games. It's so fucking funny. Oh yeah, this is Secret Limited. Oh, this is the Chaplin.
DSP, is he coming today?
No. I go, hey, Phil. We did a live stream of this show this week, mainly because a couple of the hosts were out of town for the holidays. The ending of the show asked if we were getting another guest. I let it slip that Darkside Phil might be coming on the show next week, but the time we usually do it.
This is Wings of Redemption, by the way. He's also a nutcase.
Stay the full time if you don't want to.
If there is any Linux videos you guys want me to watch, just put them in and we can watch the Linux. We can do some a little bit live reaction here. I don't think there's that many people watching anymore anyway. So if you want me to look at a video, just plop it in. Just give me the title of the video. Don't post the link because you can't post link. But just give me the title of the Linuxcast made a video.
I've been using...
Ah, let's watch that one. 2022 was the year of the Linux desktop. Oh boy. Oh boy, 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 oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Let's do some live reaction shit here. Let's watch this one. I will probably go mental.
See, Hansen has done.
Let's not get too much copyright striked here while there's Oh, we were just talking about habits. Special 5 scientific rules for making and breaking habits in 2022. Ooh, guns. Oh, it's NCIS or something like that. Chuck Norris. Oh, I can actually skip this shit.
If you've been a part of the Linux community for literally any amount of time, or even if you're not a part of the Linux community, you've no doubt heard the phrase Year of the Linux Desktop. We've used this phrase, used this argument that eventually the Linux desktop is going to compete with Windows and it's going to be relevant. We've talked about it ad nauseum for, well, basically 30 years, basically ever since Linux was a thing.
No. You talked about it ever since like the mid-2000s. This part into... No, I won't. This is... If I'm looking at videos here, they will only be here. I'm not going to edit them into its own... anything from eBus... We may go eBus Central. No, I'm not going to edit it into its own video. This is just for people in here.
We've talked about how Linux was eventually going to be at least on par with Windows. Now, if you've watched my channel for any amount of time, you'll know that I've argued, and basically anyone who has any sense about them has argued that the Year of the Linux Desktop is just never going to happen. I mean, it's become a cliche for a reason. Despite the fact that it is a cliche, we still know that it's basically never going to happen, at least as it was originally argued. Because the original argument was that Linux would eventually get so good that it would be able to be on par with Windows in terms of...
So, peeps, this is what we call moving the goalpost here. So what he's doing right now is that he recognized that the Year of the Linux Desktop is never going to happen. But that only matters if you're going for the rules that were originally set about the Year of the Linux Desktop, where Linux is being on par or superior with Windows. He is now going to make some new rules for what is the Year of the Linux Desktop. So he's moving the goalpost to fit a narrative he wants to make. Nobody have ever said anything different from that the Year of the Linux Desktop is when Linux is taking over Windows. That has always been the defining factor. That's ever since it was mentioned in the first ever fucking YouTube video in 2006 or something like that, when they talked about it. Even the film was when Linux became the majority desktop market share holder. That will never happen. So he have realized that. He's also realized that it will probably never happen. Linux will never be that good for numerous reasons. So for him to justify and make Linux look better than it is, he's now moving the goalpost of what the year of the Linux desktop is in his mind, not what the overall community census is, but in his mind, so he can say that it's already here, something to that nature. I don't know what he's going to say. This is a technique people do to be right. When they know they're wrong, they do this to be right anyway. It also goes a little bit into gaslighting people and stuff like that. But yeah, this is like, when people start to doing this, you can't argue with them. Because every time you reach their level and they still manage not be right, they find other ways of manipulating it. They go into the gaslighting area. They go into places to manipulate the facts or the narrative, so you start to question yourself and stuff like that. And they just because you don't want to realize there's not a possibility. Nothing against Linux. Linux don't have to. We don't need the year of the Linux desktop. We don't. It don't matter. But yeah, DT believed that the year of the Linux desktop was when Ubuntu Unity was a thing. Yeah, DistroTube, he give him, DistroTube needs to sit in a corner, poop in a bucket, and make small little fucking tox penguins out of his own feces. Let him be happy over in the corner playing with his own shit, okay?
In terms of not only market share, but mind share. People would know...
No. They never said mind share, they said market share.
If you just asked random people on the street what Linux was, and there was a good chance that they would have at least used it, right? That's the general idea of the year of the Linux desktop.
Nope, the year of the Linux desktop was when Linux took over the market share of Windows or become as popular. It's as simple as that. That's what people have been talking to. He's now moving the goalpost. This is what I hate about Linux fanboys. I'm going to pee myself in frustrations.
People would know about Linux. And really, a lot of people would argue that the real thing there is the market share, right? For the last 30 years or however long it's been, Windows has had a significant market share lead over literally everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why we would argue that the year of the Linux desktop is never going to happen is simply because that lead is so huge, it's almost insurmountable.
Yeah, it's huge, ladies.
It is insurmountable. Like, Windows has like an 89, 90%, maybe even more in terms of market share. And it's just, Linux is never going to get there. Mac is never going to get there. Windows is the thing. And it's just always going to be, unfortunately, unless something obviously really drastic happens. So as previously argued, we would all basically agree that the year of the Linux desktop is not going to happen. But I would argue that 2022 was...
Again, when you're debating or talking to people, if they go into... if you hear this, what I would argue, you are now... Okay, now they're again trying to basically enforce or put a spin onto things to make it, make them be right, basically. You might as well just stop it here, because again, if you then reach to this level that, okay, I will argue that it's like when Linux become 2% of the desktop or 3% of the desktop market. Well, then you just say, then you lay out all the evidence about Linux never reaching 3% of the desktop market. Then he would be like, okay, but then I will argue this. So again, moving the goalpost. People doing this, you can't argue with them. You can't. You just can't, because they always want to find ways where they are right and you're wrong, even though you may be wrong all along. And then they're trying to gaslight you so much you're starting to believe, like, am I really that crazy of believing this? But all of this comes down to is that he just don't want to recognize that Linux is not that popular for some reason. I think I remember when people said when MS Office was released for Linux that will be the necessity for the year of the Linux desktop. Yeah, I've heard people also say that if Photoshop ever became natively Linux, that will probably propel or advance Linux into being bigger than Microsoft, but it has always ended up being the market share. You know, how many installs are there? It's just what is the catalyst? You know, is it MS Office? I've heard that also to be true. I've heard Photoshop. I've heard, you know, gaming. All games just natively worked under Linux. That will make Linux will be the catalyst of the year after Linux desktop, and we kind of have that now. So how much have Proton advanced Linux? Not at all. Like, not at all. And I for over 10 years, I've heard a lot of people say, oh, if only Steam came to Linux, and if only we could play games under Linux, most people would stop using Windows. Well, we kind of can do that now. Not as good as we want to, but a lot of people could game under Linux. Have that done anything for the market share of Linux? No. Because Linux is still Linux.
Was actually the year of the Linux desktop. And the reason why I would argue this is because of the Steam Deck. Now, I haven't covered the Steam Deck on this channel nearly as much as some other Linux YouTubers.
Oh, God.
But I would still make the argument that the Steam Deck is the most important thing that has happened to Linux since forever.
How many more desktop users have we gotten since the Steam Deck? None! And oh, fucking hell, dude. How delusional do you have to be? People don't use the Steam Deck to use Linux. They use the Steam Deck to play games. They don't give a fuck about the operating system. Let's look at the other way around. Let's look at, a lot of people like to regard Android and Chrome OS as Linux. Let's pretend that's true. Chrome OS and Android has been around for fucking years. How much of that advanced the Linux desktop? Not at all. It don't matter. The 1 million devices is nothing. Like, it's nothing. 1 million is nothing. So about 114 million units sold of the Switch as of September 30th. Do I need to rest my testicles? Yeah, Dell probably sells that a week, yeah. Yeah, I love you, Nick. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah. This is delusional speaking. This is not wanting to admit a situation and trying to do everything to make the world look different. No. Hey, I didn't lose my testicles. They just went on vacation, okay? I still have 2 massive fucking testicles. They're just on the Bahamas having fun right now. They will come back. Yeah, I still have testicles. No, the doctors didn't take it away. Like I said, they're on the Bahamas having a cocktail right now. They will be back in a week. That's the thought pattern of these people. This is what happened when you drink the Kool-Aid. No, this is what happened when you're too proud or too attached to a thing to recognize it for what it really is. Like I said, it is like someone believing that they still have testicles after they've been surgically removed.
It has had a significant impact on the way people outside of the Linux community think about Linux.
So go ask all of the Steam Deck users right now, all 1 million of them, and ask them if they know that they are running Linux, if they care about them running Linux, what they think about Linux, why they are running the Steam Deck. And you know what 9 out of 10 of them will say? I just want to run games. But phantom testicles are a real thing. Yeah, I have. Yeah, that's why I phantomly have like the biggest testicles in the world. You know, like I'm glad I didn't drink before I watched this video, because I would be saying some shit that would get me kicked off YouTube.
And we've seen this a lot over the last year. very large media outlets have talked about Linux, whereas they never would have before.
Lies. Massive amount of outlets have talked about Linux for over 10 years. Okay? You've seen Linux in all kind of magazines. You've seen Linux being talked about in all kind of news. Like, for fuck's sake, we have been... Like, the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial, we had a guy mentioning Linux in there. Okay? Like, Linux is not this unknown little thing that nobody knows about. Most people nowadays, they have heard the word Linux. They just don't really know to what extent it is. Probably most guys understand that Android, to some extent, is a Linux derivative or have something to do with open source and Linux. They just don't really know what it means. Again, a tactic using to make a situation look like something it's not.
So, places like The Verge, Linus Tech Tips.
They have talked about Linux before. Linus Tech Tip talked about Linux. Let's go on a trip to the YouTube. Let's go in here and do Linux, Linus Tech Tip, Linux. Let's upload date. Let's do that one. Oh, that won't work apparently. How do I fuck out relevance? There you go. Let's do something else. Let's go in here.
While this may look like a perfectly ordinary USB drive,
11 months ago, 1 year ago, 3 years ago, 3 years ago, way before the Steam Deck, 4 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years, 2 months, 1 year. 3 years ago. When did the Steam Deck come out? What if the Steam Deck is a continuous success and it will lead to probably all gaming running? It won't. It just won't. Selling 1 million devices a year on a consistent basis versus selling 114 million. Here's a newsflash for you guys, okay? This is more than likely based on either BSD or Linux. Because Nintendo have been using Linux since the fucking 90s. It's a derivative of Nintendo 3DS software. Oh, what is this based on? Well, let's look at something that's more easier to find. The PlayStation. That's an OS FreeBSD clone. So, with his logic and your logic, CryptoLex, that will now mean that because of Sony PlayStation, we would have more gamers on FreeBSD. Not really. People don't buy the PlayStation to run FreeBSD. They don't give a fuck. People don't buy the Switch or yeah, it's a proprietary microkernel, but I think don't quote me on this, but I think that the operating system that Nintendo use is some form of origin in Linux, because they used Linux back in the 90s and early 2000s, and I think they just built on top of that, but it could be its own thing right now. People don't care about Linux on the Switch. They just want to play games. They don't give a fuck about the operating system. By his logic, every gamer should be running or at least every PlayStation gamer should be a FreeBSD fan. On their channel in 2016. Yeah, so yeah, it's kind of like Android. Yeah, on TechQuickie. Okay, thank you, Lamer. Yeah. Like all of the, like, how long did this take us to figure this one out? 5 minutes? We found this out in 5 minutes. How little? Well, you guys told me how much the Steam Deck was sold. It don't matter. It don't. Let's say every game ran perfectly under Linux. Why do you think people will not game under Linux? Because Streamlabs is not supported. Peripherals are not supporting that streamers like to use. I don't even think the Steam Deck is working under fucking Linux. So if all of the games worked under fucking Linux, if this don't work as well under Linux as under Windows, they are not going to use it. Because gamers also use this fucking shit here. It's a straw man, or it's like moving the goalpost. What if? Well, let's go with the what if. Like, macOS plays a lot of the same games as Windows, but people still game under Windows. Heck, you can still play a lot of games under Linux. Why have streamers and popular gamers not moved over to Linux? Well, because running the game is just one part of it. What if it's not running it as good as under Linux? I have a video about that coming soon. The first video next week will be some really, really popular guy. You guys sent a video that I should react on about gaming under Linux and how bad it really is. Because it's not natively supported. That's with supported games, and even supported, natively supported fucking games run worse under Linux than Windows. There's Game Pass, there's the peripherals. It's all about this what if and stuff like that. Let's try not to do what ifs and live in reality. Because I would almost bet my testicles that the Steam Deck is not going to advance gaming under Linux much. Meaning it's not going to get more people over to Linux. We may get better games running on Linux and more games running on Linux. But not as you think. Because the criteria for being Steam Deck supported is that you have to run in a sub... and modding, and yeah. It's... Yeah.
MKBHD, Dave 2D. You know, they're all these big YouTubers, all of these...
And all of those have talked about Linux before. They know what Linux is. This is not like they got to some revelation. Oh my god, the Steam Deck made me find Linux. No, they knew what Linux was. Don't fool yourself, okay?
Big tech websites, Bloomberg, Forbes, a lot of these places that barely ever mentioned Linux before started talking about a device that primarily runs Linux. Now,
so why have we not seen a boost in the market share under Linux then?
A lot of them didn't focus on the Linux bit, but they still...
There you have it. There you have it. There you fucking have it. He just discredited everything he has said up till now. Well, they didn't really focus on Linux. That's because it don't fucking matter. Okay, it don't matter. They don't give a fuck. So you're saying that because they talk about the Steam Deck, that then automatically means that it's publicity for Linux? To some degree, yes, but really not. Forbes has been talking about Linux for decades. Yeah, dear God, man. If I was a religious guy, I would be thinking these people would be fucking possessed by the devil or something like that. MKBHD is a big Apple person. He's not going to switch over to Linux when he uses Mac for... No. This is a Linux fan grasping at straws to make something he loves and like be better than it really is, or more popular than it really is. I've been there. This was me a decade ago, okay? Or, well, a decade and a half ago. This was me a decade and a half ago. That's why I can see all the bullshit that they are saying, because I was exactly like him in the early 2000s when I was using Linux. 1000%, and here's the kicker, I was 10 million times worse than he was, or is. Like, I was obnoxious about Linux. There's no money in Linux desktop either. What incentive will Dell have to put Linux on their computers when most of their customers need Windows off? Yeah, that's why Linux is only being sold on certified Linux hardware, because it's for a target group of people that need certified Linux hardware to develop Linux technologies. They are not meant to be sold to your mom and dad and everyone else. They can probably use it, but they won't. It's not their target group.
Still were forced to a little bit because there was the whole compatibility issue and stuff like that. They would have had to have mentioned that somewhere. If
so we have there's compatibility issues with the Steam Deck. Sorry, which will then put Linux into a bad light. But so that means they have to talk about Linux. So even negative talk about Linux is good for Linux. Please help me make sense of this.
They were going to talk about the Steam Deck, and that would have them talk about Linux. More people now know about Linux than ever before, and a lot of that is because of the Steam Deck.
No.
It has propelled Linux to a place where the mind share of Linux is great.
Show me some statistics, some graphs, some data points that prove this. Show me something that is not just your opinion or word that proves this. Because if it's just your opinion and word, opinions means nothing. Nothing. Opinions are just guesses at best.
Greater than it ever has been. And that's the reason why I would argue this was the year of the Linux desktop, even though it doesn't meet the original qualifications for being so. Like it's
so you're making your own rules to, for fuck's sake. The papers says I have an IQ of 50, but I will argue that I have an IQ of 2000 according to these and these and these and these and these self-righteous, self-appointed data points that I like to use because they make me look better than I really am. I used to be a big fanboy when I first started working in IT. As a student worker, I tried to get my boss using Linux because he was a big Windows person. Now been working on Windows versus working on Linux, it's super simple. Yeah. I've set up a lot of computers the last month. I've done some infrastructure work with Windows. And I will say this, a lot of times when I sit and do that on a Windows machine, I'm like, oh my God, this would have taken me at least 2 times the amount of time on a Linux machine. Or, oh my God, this is not as intuitive under Linux. From a desktop use point, like a corporate desktop use point. Could it be done? Yeah. Could I do it? Yeah, but not as efficiently. I experienced that firsthand the last month or so. Some shit I couldn't even do under Linux to the degree and efficiency and easiness for the end consumer or the user under Linux. The fun thing is that this company is running Linux, is just running Linux on a NAS server. They just don't know that they are running Linux. But that NAS server is being interacted with only Microsoft products. That's how people run, organizations nowadays. No, I get what you're saying. It's just my dyslexia is fucking up, Lamer.
Still doesn't compete with Windows. It doesn't even compete with Macintosh. It's never going to. It's still at a 2% market share.
So why the fuck do you care about the year of the Linux desktop then? This is a video made just to make a video.
It is, a little bit over 1%. Whatever happens to be, I don't even know. It's so insignificant, it's basically a rounding error. But still, the mind...
A rounding error? Oh, my dick is swinging like a motherfucker.
Share has never been bigger, and a lot of that...
Actually, it has. Let's go on a trip. This is a new one, right? Yeah, this is a wiki. We can't use that for shit. Because I think under Windows Vista we were all the way up at like 7% or something like that. So we can say as a joke, the year of the Linux desktop and Windows subsystem for Linux. Yeah, probably, yeah. What year did Windows Vista came out? ...2007, so let's say 2008. Linux will... Okay. Yeah, 2023 would be the year of the Linux desktop. So, Linux market share set to suppress Windows 8. 98 OS X still ahead of Vista. Yeah, that's not the one. Linux will have 20% of the desktop market share by 2008. Yeah, this is a prediction made in 2003. So in 2003, all the Linux fanboys were like, in 2008, we will have 20% of the market share. Desktop market share is as much as 61% study for. What? 2008? This is a really... Oh, that's for servers and stuff like that. Okay. This is from 2012. This is a mailing list thingy. Anyway, what about the... I found a video here, desktop market share 2013 to 2022. Is that the one I'm looking for? So here, 2.8 in May 21, and then it's going down. And recent these Deep Deck models, I think more devs will entertain competitively as going on. Mainly newer game. Yeah, but they will still don't make more people using Linux. Oh, that's 2021. Oh, that's not... I think there's a video about this to not... Yeah, here. Desktop Mark. Let's watch this one.
C# VR is...
Oh, C# Bogdan will be like, oh yeah, C#, I'm a good boy. The problem with Linux is not one thing. It's not gaming or Photoshop. It's Linux. It's. I can make a list about how, you know, there are hundreds of reasons why people are not going to migrate to Linux. So this is from 2009 to 2022. Let's just say we're about 3% today. So let's just speed this up a little bit. We are, I don't know where the fuck, 2014, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, we're close to, so we have been around like the same market share forever. If you now we're going down to 19 again, 19.1. Now we're down to 19.6 or 1.98. So 1.98 is the latest numbers. So we have advanced. We have advanced 1% in 10 years. 1% in 10 years. So unknown is all. If you want unknown, take that in. Spread that out over all operating systems. So give all operating systems a piece of that pie. It could be Windows, Linux, BSD, or QNX, or whatever the fuck you. It could be whatever it is. PlayStation. It could be whatever it is. Yeah. And hey, Mr. Barber, by the way. But so in 10 years we have advanced, well, under 1%. In 10 years. That's so Linux have never been as popular as it is now. I will disagree. It's the same. And we have only advanced 1% in 10, well, under 1% in 10 years. So again, he's talking, and again, when you're making these kind of statements, how fast did we find data that are backing my claim up? Again, under 5 minutes, I found data with you guys right here. Again, how accurate are this data? I don't know, but it's still data that backs my claim up versus him having no data. So if two people came up to you with a theory, and one person was laying out a theory in front of you with no data to back his theory up, and someone was making representing a theory with data backing it up, who would you believe the most? Well, the person that has some data behind it, of course. That's how the world works. Like, we tend to believe people that have either other people cooperating it and have data backing up what you're claiming. I just don't understand this shit. Fuchsia, it will blurry Linux or bury Linux. Yeah, probably. I don't know. Again, you have to account for this. There's a margin of error with all of this, and it's close to 1%. I would guess that 2% is probably the average of the Linux market share over a year. We have probably been averaging 2% for the last 5 or so years.
That is the Steam Deck propelling big media outlets to talking about Linux, whereas they never have before.
Lies.
And spending time on Linux.
Lies.
Spending time understanding
lies.
the limitations and
pants
the
on fire. Liar, pants on fire.
Removing the whole idea, the whole stereotype that Linux is bad at gaming. That stereotype that we've talked about.
It still is. Again, wait for my reaction video for next week. Linux is far behind the average gaming experience under Windows. Yes, do we have a few games under Linux that run better than Windows? Yeah. But the vast majority of times, you get a better gaming experience under Windows than Linux. Again, watch that video coming out. I need to edit it tomorrow or Monday, where someone is actually putting data behind this, and I'm explaining the data in more detail, what it means.
Talked about for 30 years is now, I think, completely gone, thanks to Valve and Proton and the Steam Deck. And that was always, like, gaming was almost always the primary hurdle.
Gaming is not the primary hurdle for get Linux people to Linux, because gaming is a subgenre of computer users. There are not, let me put it another way, there are more people using Microsoft Office than there are gamers under Windows. Sorry, I'm eating a candy right now. Let me swallow this shit. Okay, so like a good bitch, let me swallow this shit. So, there are more people using Photoshop than gamers under Windows. Like, gaming under Windows was not the final hurdle to get people to Linux. Again, show me data that show this. It's not. Gaming on computers are big, but they are not. It's not what driving computer sales. It's corporate entities that are driving computer sales. People rarely buy a computer to just game on it. They buy a computer to do work on it. That's what most people buy a computer for. Again, he's
hurdle for Linux ever being anything when it comes to consumer products. Like, that was the thing that was holding most people back who actually had heard of Linux from actually using Linux. And now that hurdle is no longer there. Now there are other smaller hurdles. Adobe's like the next.
That's probably bigger than fucking gaming, okay? But 1% is still 1 in 100 people use this crazy and weird. No, it's not. It's 1% is nothing. Like I said, there are about 180 something million users of Linux in the world. 180 something million desktop users. I did the math. I have a video where I did the math. Versus that with over 2 billion, 2 with a B, of Windows users. So we have 180 something million versus 2+ billion. I will try again. We have about 182 million, and that is if Linux was 5% of the desktop market, and I took Chrome OS in with the Linux crowd. Okay, I regarded Chrome OS as Linux. 180 something million users in the world. But this means that everyone in the world was having a computer. Because I took 2% of the world population. I think that was what I did. Or was it 2% of every computer user in the world? But still, if Linux was 5% of the desktop market, the number I came up with was 182 million. 180 something million. Versus 2 billion. Billion. That's nothing. But it's more people that live in Denmark, but it's still nothing. Like, it's nothing. My daughter and her friends all game on console, at least most of their game. Yeah. It's Switch, Xbox, tablets, phones. That's why Steam wanted to make the Steam Deck. Because they didn't have a way of selling games or provide games to the most expansive market in gaming, that is the handheld gaming market. So they made the Steam Deck so they could earn money on the portable gaming market. Again, for people like your daughter. Linux struggles due to installation. No, it's not the installation. Why Linux struggles is the fundamental design of Linux. Linux is not by design made to accommodate the average consumer. Why do you think Windows have 2 versions of Windows? They have Windows Server and they have Windows Home and Pro. They are not the same. Linux is Windows Server. Every Linux distribution you are running is Windows Server. Can you use Windows Server as a desktop? Yes. But you are losing a lot of shit with Windows Server. Because the desktop and the consumer is not their priority and their design focus. Linux is Windows Server. Again, there is a reason why the biggest manufacturer of an operating system have two versions. They have a consumer version, Windows 11, whatever version it is, and they have a server version called Windows Server. Linux only have one. You can regard Arch and Tumbleweed a little bit more in the consumer way, but it really not, because the technologies going into Linux, the target group of Linux, the target development focus of Linux is all the same as Windows Server. Server market, corporate world, professionals. That's where 99% of the focus of Linux is going into. Still with Mint and Ubuntu, they are just putting a address on a server. It don't matter. It's just a address. They are still utilizing a server. It has nothing to do with touching the terminal. It's look. Oh fuck, I can't spell. Let's see, when did HDR come out? So let's just look at it like this. Let's say Windows have had HDR since 2016. Linux still don't have HDR. Why? Because that's a consumer-focused thing. That's something that the consumer want and need. Okay? You can put a fancy desktop on Linux. It's still not focused at the consumer, because all of the technologies that the consumer want, the back-end technologies that 9 out of 10 people want, is not under Linux. We are putting a dress on a pig. I can go on to Windows Server and I can give you a fancy theme on it. I can put a fancy wallpaper on it, but I still can't get HDR to work because Windows Server don't support HDR. So no matter how it's the same philosophy as this chap here. Let's try and we have Mint, we have Ubuntu, let's try and move the goalpost. No, Linux by design and development focus. From the kernel user land up till, excluding the desktop, but up till the desktop is all being done mostly for the consumer. The server market. Some desktops is heavily consumer focused. But again, you're putting a desktop that's consumer focused onto an operating system that are non-consumer focused. You see the disconnect here? It makes again, it's like taking the Windows shell from Windows 11 and putting it on Windows Server 2022, and then people like, okay, I want to do FreeSync. Oh, I can't do that. I want to do NVIDIA Sync. Oh, I can't do that. Okay, I want my Xbox gaming bar. Oh, I can't do that. I want the Xbox app. I can't do that. Okay, I want to get these streaming features to work. Oh, I can't do that. Why? Because it's not supported under Windows Server. We are talking two different operating systems, and one of them people are trying to shoehorn into a desktop operating system. We need HDR. We need all of these consumer technologies for it to be a consumer product. We don't need a fancy graphical user interface. We don't need, a better terminal or better, we don't need Pantheon to make it a consumer product. We need HDR. We need stuff like this. This is what we need to make it a consumer product. Oh yeah, Linux now supports TPM. Yep. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Let the Linux fanboys go nuts and tell everyone how great TPM is. It's... Oh, the Linux people, they like, you can Photoshop me into be a slim motherfucking idiot. I'm still fat, okay? TPM has been, oh my god, TPM has been around for fucking close to a decade. A trusted platform module. 2007? Let's see what Wikipedia is saying. They're really fucking crazy about it. 13 years ago. It's been around 13 years. And it's an open source project done under the BSD license, maintained and done by Microsoft. You can get the source code here, by the way. This is also why people like VirtualBox and VMware can now support TPM. All of the... Again, people... We have now, if you take my rantings and old man antics out of it, we now disproved everything he said in under an hour. Like, why don't he check this shit up he's saying? Like, this is what I hate the most about a lot of Linux YouTubers, is that they just mimic what someone else have said. Without actually just like being like, is this actually true? We are making a lot of claims here. Like we are saying a lot of shit here. Is any of it fucking true? Or are we just saying shit to say shit? Like my laptop, it came with TPM 3. Oh, I didn't even know there was a 3 version. And it was a Windows 10 laptop, and Linux just now support. Yeah, it's... I say this to piss off Linux people, but I'm kind of right. Linux is in generally 5 to 10 years behind Mac OS and Windows when it comes to technologies. I'm sorry to say it, but when you see something come onto Windows and Mac OS, it takes between 5 to 10 years. No, I think it's TPM2, Lamer. It's TPM2. I think it's TPM2. Yeah, it's TPM2. TPM 2.0 is required to run Windows 11. I just disproved you in like 2 seconds. I fucking love this shit. I love swinging my dick around like a fucking know-it-all sometimes, even though I know nothing about anything. But it makes me it makes me feel smart that I know how to use Google. Like I feel like a fucking big brain motherfucker that I know how to use Google. Okay, let's listen to what DT Jr. have to say, because it doesn't fit the narrative. That's why he doesn't care. Yeah, you're kind of right there. That's the religious part of Linux, apparently.
Next biggest one. F you, Adobe. Nobody likes you.
What?
Sorry, a little angry.
What the fuck is he on about? Have he peed in a cup and drink it? What's wrong with him?
The point is, like, so there are smaller hurdles, but the big one is gone, right?
No!
And because we solved the...
Ever since I started oh my god, this guy's making me angry. Ever since I started to use Linux, people always talked about Microsoft product, Adobe product, Autodesk products needed to be supported under Linux to become successful. Gaming was part of that, but not that big of a deal. I will repeat myself for the slow guy down there in the corner. Ever since I started to use Linux in the mid to late 90s, everyone I hear talking about what would make Linux popular have always been the Microsoft products, the Adobe products, the Autodesk products needed to be supported under Linux to make it successful. Gaming was part of that, but not that big part of it. Know what the fuck you're talking about. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Oh, maybe TPM2, not 3. I blame the sickness. Yeah, just blame your fucking sickness, man.
The smaller issues, or maybe even the bigger issues, years and years ago, for the most part, audio works now. For the most part.
Oh, this is so funny. For the most part, audio just works. For the most part, okay, so you're going from an operating system where it just works to an operating system where, for the most part, it works. So I can use Windows where it works, or I can use Linux where it, for the most part, works. You can kind of drive your car to the shop, or you can drive your car to the shop. Yeah. I'm sure the moon is made out of cheese, by the way. Yeah.
The internet works now. Your networking works now.
The network has worked since fucking 1999 under Linux. Come on, just like... I remember watching a video by you where LinuxCast was talking about how he tried... Yeah, Forces... Oh my god, that made me so fucking angry. That he has the audacity to say that to a woman that fucking wiped his fucking shitty ass as a kid. Like, I don't like my mom that much, but I don't fucking force her to do shit she don't want to do. Like, come on. There must be some narcissism playing in. He will probably watch. So here's the thing. He commenting on the videos when I'm responding to him. And he's really snarky about it, by the way. The internet works now. Yeah, hooray! I wonder how I went on the internet in the 90s with Linux. It must never have been a thing, apparently.
You know, these are problems that we had for years and years.
So,
hardware support is never better.
True.
Or never has been better, I should
True.
say. So the baseline requirements have never been better.
True.
Gaming has finally been solved for the most part. Yeah, there's still some things that don't work very well.
Some things, most of the games run subpar or not at all under Linux, okay?
But, you know, we're getting there.
Mm-hmm.
And the more popular Linux gets when it comes to gaming, specifically on the Steam Deck, and if we see other devices come out with SteamOS support in the...
Oh, by the way, I think Becky is streaming the fucking bullshit game. Right? Yeah. Let's go in here. Accept the cookies. I like they're calling it.
Sync it up to Ableton. There we go.
Yep. Yeah, I'll watch it. So have her up in the back end. It's the moderator for on my channel. I can't type. I'm not logged in here. But yeah, apparently she don't want to deal with us fucking lunatics. She just wants to play the worst game that has ever existed. Honestly, don't play this game. It's fucking bad. I'm not going to lie. Aliens Fireteam. Elite. It's a really bad rip-off of Left 4 Dead Horde mode or something like that. Like, it's just an alien skinned Left 4 Dead. And she will now hate me forever for saying that. But yeah. Anyway, let's see what this fucking gaming has been solid. Yeah, gaming, like, don't get me wrong, you can play a lot of games under Linux, and gaming under Linux has been okay. But again, I'm now going from a system where 9 out of 10 games work and works really well, down to a system where maybe 7 or 6 out of 10 games work, and they don't work as well as under Windows. And they are not as conveniently installed and used as under Windows. So I'm going from a really streamlined, convenient experience down to a lesser experience with lesser conveniences. So I can say I run Linux. Because for some reason that matters to the world.
In the future, that would continue to bring more attention to...
No, he owned... So here's the thing, Blackworm. People like him don't care about facts if the facts or the data don't support his view. I am not being harsh on Linux. I am being realistic. This is the, so here's the thing. I have seen probably thousands of new people using Linux. I've probably converted more Linux, or tried to get more people to use Linux than there are Linux channels on YouTube over the probably close to 25 years I've been using Linux. I'm talking from experience, okay? I actually have been through this with hundreds of people. I have talked with hundreds of people about that. I have seen this in the real world. I'm not just sitting here and theorizing. I have experience in this shit. Add to that, Proton Layer is not once party development platform or first party development platform. Its compatibility, devs don't care enough to make games exclusively for Linux. They did it for a little while, but a lot of game developers have stopped doing gaming for Linux natively because they couldn't recuperate the money. And here's the fun thing, then a lot of the Linux community was like, well, it don't matter that the Linux platform didn't pay for its own development when you made a lot of money on Windows. Okay, so let me get this right. You want Windows to pay for your shit. That's what you're telling me. You want Windows users to pay so you can play the game on Linux. And yet you hate Microsoft and Windows users. But it's okay if they're paying for your shit. Again, free, there's not such thing as free thing. Free means someone else paid for it. Remember that, people.
To Linux, and the more attention it has, the more game support it will get. So, the whole year of the Linux desktop thing, I think it was this year.
Nope.
I think that Linux took a major step forward in terms of mind share that it just never has before.
Mind share means nothing. Mindshare don't translate into money. Mindshare don't translate into market share. Mindshare don't translate into development effort. Mindshare don't translate into hardware compatibility. Mindshare don't manifest into anything.
Like now, there's a good chance if you talk to anyone who follows just the general tech sphere that they probably know and maybe even have used Linux, whereas...
Again, 10 years ago, that was also the case. I know this for a fact. I was around back then.
Probably before, that may not have been true. Now, the original argument for the year of the Linux desktop where Linux would compete with Windows, that's still never going to happen.
No, so he just disproved himself again. Of course it's not going to happen, but you then mind-fucked us all to believe it happened anyway. The biggest issue with the Linux community is they think proprietary equals. I like open source, but it is a religion for them. With what I'm saying right now, he looks this as me physically and mentally criticizing his choice to run Linux. I am now telling him that he is the worst person on earth for running Linux, when in reality I'm just saying, no, you're not bad. But the thing you say about Linux is not right. You are lying to people. You are mind-fucking people. I don't care what the fuck... I run Linux. Today, how many systems have we run today? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and some of them more than once. We have run up to 7 systems of Linux today. In 4.5 hours. It was a big Linux user, and it's Joe Rogan. It's Joe Rogan, a secret Linux user. Yeah. Linux on the desktop is a money loser for any company. Yeah, it is. Well, depends on what you are doing. That is why Linux will never have the year of the Linux desktop. Okay, so you mean the consumer desktop? Okay, I get that. Yeah. There are many other reasons, but those will all be overcome if the money were there. Yeah, true. And then we're going into this whole chicken and an egg thing. You know, like, what should come first? the money or the users. And I think the users needs to come first, because with users you can make money. But how do we get users to Linux? Giving them the same experience as under Windows. Things just work, what they want is there, what they need is there, and so on and so on and so on. Oh, I think Becky is yelling at me. Oh, I see. So when I watch this video, I may go get my first beer. What do you guys think about that? Drink my first beer after this video.
Happen. This, no matter how popular the Steam Deck gets or Steam OS gets, even if it spreads across multiple devices, no matter how many media outlets.
Yeah, exactly. It not only does it need to do the same as Windows, it needs to do better than Windows. Because why would I move my existence to an operating system that gives me the exact same thing as the one I already are using? It needs to be better. Yeah, insensitive to switch. Yeah, only use equal. Users only equal money if those will spend their money. So there is probably like a real, like, calculated business model for this. But you can always regard a certain percentage of people willing to spend money. And again, I have no idea what that is. It's different from market to market. And that's kind of the principle that people are doing when they are, when you're getting a sponsorship for your channel. You see YouTube people, or companies sponsoring YouTube or live streamers. That's because they have a lot of viewers or views of their videos. And then the company that are sponsoring you or having an ad break in your video, they have calculated that this many percentage of your viewers will probably buy this product. What that number is, I have no fucking idea, because everyone calculates that differently. But they are like, let's say over a month you get 100,000 of viewers. They may say, well, at least 5% of those will buy the product or something to that nature. So that's the same with Linux, If we have, let's just say 1 billion users, well, let's just say it's 3 or 4 or 5% of those will buy products. Or let's just say if you have 300 million users, 5 or 10 or 20% of those will spend more money on Linux. That's kind of how this whole goes. It's like, how big a percentage of users are going to spend money? That's the equation that they are using, or the bare bone simplified version of what they are doing. They probably are calculating a shit ton of things in the back end that I have no idea what the fuck it is.
Outlets cover Linux. It doesn't matter. Windows is so entrenched when it comes to the desktop market share. It's just not going to go away unless something really drastic happens, like we stop using computers completely, in which case Linux probably still won't, go up in terms of market share.
No, and that's true. The future is tablets and desks and mobile phones. That's the future. What is the form factor that the majority of young adults and kids are using today? Tablets and mobile phones. Those are the future. That's what we are going to be using mostly in the future. Yes, computers will be around and servers will be around, but they will be lesser used to this thing. Just look at a fucking landline, okay? Desktop computers and laptops are landline phones. That's what they are. We are dying out, and before Linux gets a big enough following that we get a significant boost in market share, it's already too late now. Like, laptops are being competed with phones and tablets year by year. Fuck it, mobile gaming is exploding and out-competing, gaming on a laptop year by year, like gaming on a tablet or Nintendo Switch and stuff like that. They're probably out-competing fucking Xbox and PlayStation now. It's already too late. Like, honestly, Windows is dying out, Linux is dying out, Mac OS, as we know, like traditional computing is dying out in the favor of Linux. Tablets and handheld. Yeah, same to you. Like I will be around for like at least 3.5 hours, like till midnight my time. I'll probably be around there then and there also.
So that whole argument, the market share argument, is just something we can never compete in. I don't think that Linux is competing at all in terms of market share either, really. I mean, everyone knows what Windows is. A very small fraction of those people know what Linux is. I also think that you could argue that Linux is the best as it has ever been right now in terms of overall user experience. And I think that
so is Mac OS and Windows. All operating systems in the current state of the operating system have been the best that they ever have been. It's not just Linux, for fuck's sake. Come on. Let's please help me. The landline was used for almost 200 years and it got replaced almost overnight, exactly. But I don't know how. Just try one, man. Try one. Like when this video is over, I'm picking up my first little beer, and you just try and take. You don't have like do it slowly, man. Just take like a sip once in a while. You don't have to like fucking drink like a hillbilly. You know, just take like a sip once in a while.
That has led to more and more people coming to Linux. I've seen so many new Linux users over the course of the last 12 months come into my comments.
So have I, but I also seen more people leaving Linux. So Linux have a problem that I call a retention problem. Linux is really great at getting people curious and using Linux, but not sticking with Linux. Like it's really rare to see someone that's been using Linux for over 5 to 10 years. It's really, 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 really rare to find someone that's used Linux for as many years as I have. I thought I was the norm. Most people that I talk to and most people I see in comment section have not been using Linux for more than 5 years, at most. Some few 10 to 12 years, almost no one have used it more than 15 years. So if there comes one new person into Linux, we are losing probably 5 or 10. That's a problem. This is the first time I heard of Mindshare. So Mindshare, it's actually a real thing. It's how much do people think about it. You know, how much are you in people's mind? But that only equivalent to something if you can manifest that into like a monetary reason. So, you know, you have heard about this saying, oh, this person lives rent-free in this person's mind. That's kind of Mindshare. How much are you in other people's minds? You know, how much is this thing occupied in other people's mind? And can that be utilized in a positive or negative way? So if Linux is in a lot of people's mind, we now have to utilize that okay, people know about us. People are thinking about us. How can we get them to use us and stay there? That is something that Linux people have never been able to do. How do you measure Mindshare attack? No, it's like you know, you do a survey round. You know, have you heard about it? It's kind of how you can do a survey. I living rent-free in Kent's mind. No. So, lamer. English Bob is living rent-free in your mind, and you want to live rent-free in his mind because you are one and the same.
Come into my Discord server, contact me on Mastodon or Twitter. People saying I've just started out on Linux and, you know, I'm looking for help or whatever. And, you know, I've seen more and more of that. And I think that
why would someone... I don't get this. Why would someone watch his videos and think, oh my god, this is an amazing source of information and help? Why would someone watch eBoss Central's video and say, oh my god, this is a great place for getting help?
you can argue.
Oh, EB is. I think he's online now. Oh, he's not in his chat, but he was this day. Like, he's been really active on his Discord.
That it's because of the Steam Deck.
No, it's not. So, how many of those new people are in your Discord and talking to you because of the Steam Deck? Let me know.
I poo-pooed the Steam Deck at the beginning. Like,
when
the Steam Deck was first announced, I made 2 videos, and one of them was how the Steam Deck was going to help Linux. The other one was how it's going to hurt Linux. And I was much more confident in the negative one. Now, obviously, I'm a negative kind of guy. It's just kind of it's my brand, so that's not all that surprising. But I was.
No, you're not a negative guy. I don't. So here's the thing. I don't find his videos to be negative. I find his videos to lack a lot of information. Like, his videos lack correct information. He's not negative. He just don't really understand or know what he's talking about. Or don't have all the facts or the data behind him that he should have. So his videos lacks from research, I think is what you will call it.
I was much more convinced that the Steam Deck would actually hurt Linux than it would help it. And my rationale there was simply because I figured that the way Valve would implement Linux would be so not Linux, basically it would be Android-like, that it wouldn't actually impact the general Linux sphere at all, right? I just didn't think that...
To some extent it is. To some extent it is, besides Proton.
It would have any play outside of the fact that there'd be so many compatibility problems with games that the Steam Deck would basically prove everyone right when it came to the idea that Linux couldn't do gaming. That's what I thought. And I was wrong.
Yeah. Valve is now... So again, a massively anti-consumer, predatory, data telemetry, personal data collecting company is going to save Linux. Valve, for all intent and purposes, is Microsoft in gaming form. Is going to save Linux. Oh, my man titties are hurting from all of this frustration.
That was a very bad prediction. The Steam Deck has proved anyone who thought that the Steam Deck was going to hurt Linux completely wrong, and I'm happy for that, right? I think that I'm just very happy that the Steam Deck ended up being a success, and it has truly, I think it's inarguable that
it's not a success. So Steam Deck being a success would be it was selling. So the Steam Deck is trying to compete with the Nintendo Switch. Okay? Success would be like selling 20, 25, 50% of what the Steam Deck is, what the Nintendo is selling. You know, massively impacting the sales of Nintendo Switch. So 140 million sold units this year versus 1 million. Right now, it may change in the future, but right now, Nintendo Switch don't give a fuck about the Steam Deck. It's not even on the radar. Well, it probably is on the radar, but it's not a threat right now. It could be in the future, but right now, it's not a threat.
That has helped Linux.
Yeah, that's funny because proprietary software is the devil, but Valve is okay. Yeah, so here's the thing. The hypocrisy within the Linux community is that if someone is doing good things for Linux, it don't matter what they are, how they are, what they're doing, as long as they're supporting Linux. Microsoft, up till like a couple of years ago, didn't support open source and Linux. That's why they were kind of the bad guy. But they are doing it now, and they are helping out Linux quite a lot. So why are they not the good guys then? Because historically, the companies that everyone has praised for using Linux, utilizing Linux, supporting Linux have always been companies as bad or worse than Microsoft when it comes to data collection, telemetry, proprietary code, predatory business practices, anti-consumerism. All of them have been worse than Microsoft. But hey, they support Linux. They use Linux, so it's okay. Will Valve let people use their OS on other handhelds? Yeah, they've actually talked about. I think Microsoft is talking about doing something like the Steam Deck, and maybe utilizing something like doing kind of the same thing as well. But here's the thing: if Microsoft do a Steam Deck killer, Microsoft makes better hardware than Steam. Microsoft have Xbox Game Pass. Like, they have a lot of free games with that subscription. I have it right now, by the way. So I can play High on Life. Yoo-hoo! That could probably fucking kill the Steam Deck if they did that. So emulations is illegal. It's illegal to emulate Nintendo games. So the way that it's under their radar is that they want to sue the living shit out of you if you're emulating the Steam Deck or Nintendo Switch. So they look at it as a really bad thing. Yeah, Game Pass is now a beta app on phones and tablets. Yeah. Oh yeah, as long as you use Edge. Yeah.
Linux overall. So, the year of the Linux desktop. It was this year.
No.
I hope you paid attention. So that
what
is
the
it
fuck?
For this video. If you have comments on the year of the Linux desktop, you can leave those in the comment section below. I'd love to hear from you. You can follow me on Mastodon or Odyssey. Those links will be in the video description. You can support me on Patreon at patreon.com/thelinuxcast. Links for LiberaPay and YouTube will be in the video description as well if you'd like to support me there.
Oh my
Thanks
God.
to everybody who does support me on Patreon and YouTube and various other platforms. I truly do appreciate it.
Yeah, I would pay attention. Find a video. I will put a little bit more background music on. Find a video I should react to next time. When I come back, I'm going over and picking up a beer. And yeah, and I need to pay attention apparently. Oh my God. Something people forgot about Valve is that they gave up on projects all the time. Valve could really stop some. Yeah. This is not the first time they are doing what they are doing right now. They've done this this is the third inclination of them trying to use Linux as a gaming platform. DT made a new video. Haiku is such a unique way. Oh my God, I have to watch that one. I'm going to get a beer. So what are you saying here? I know a bad video. Wayland is in an incredible state. Brody Robertson, he's kind of okay, but yeah. Oh, let's do the DistroTube one, because if he's critical about Haiku, I could probably lose my shit. Oh, it's so fucking long. I don't want to do that. But let's find some. I don't.
If you've been.
So I don't. Okay, let's make some ground rules, because they will make me angry. No DistroTube, no Chris Titus Tech videos. Maybe only one eBoss Central video. Should we do one eBoss video? Like, I'm willing to do one. I will not do a reaction video because it's 20 minutes long. So that means that my reaction video will probably be over an hour long. So it will probably, like, a reaction video takes kind of 3 or 4 times the amount of the time of the video. So it would be massively long if I did do that. Oh, I'm getting a beer. I can't wait. Oh, and I got some alcohol in my body, and we're doing one eBoss, but after that we cannot do eBoss Central anymore. Chris Titus Tech or DistroTube, because those people kind of like, maybe to some extent not more Linux cast, because they make me fucking, oh god, they just drive me up the wall, man. Let's do an E-Boss. Oh, I'm going so fucking, oh. Please fucking help me. Oh, which one should we do? 10 mind-blowing websites you didn't know existed. Yeah, I don't care about that. Should you use Linux? Oh my god, Linux and BSD out of the box perfection. Linux and BSD making people think. Microsoft Leave. Oh, there's so many. Oh, there's so much stuff in here. It's just too long. Microsoft Leave Linux alone. Oh. Nope. No, I haven't seen that one, Loud. Maybe save that for after this video then. 5 minutes, yeah, pick your poison, yeah. Let's do the... Oh, the Microsoft one is over an hour long, man. So this one, I think... I tried to make a reaction video off, but it's Nerd Party, yeah. Yeah, it's 1 hour long, yeah. Yeah, but it's 1 hour long, man. I'll be here for like 4 or 5 hours. This one here, should you use Linux, is kinda... Like, I kinda want to do that one. Oh, I can't do a 24-hour live stream. Oh my god, no. Do the new to Linux one? Yeah, let's try that one. Because this one here, Linux is hard to use. I stopped the BS already. I kinda want to. Yeah, let's do that one. Let's do that one. Let's do that one. Should you use Linux? New to Linux, want to try Linux, watch before you try. What? Okay, let's do that one. I clicked shit.
Hvis jeg sad på...
Cheers, everyone. Oh, I really want to see that video. That's a Danish comedy, by the way. Okay, we at it.
Hey everybody, I hope you're having a great day or evening, no matter where you are in the world. Just want to say thank you real quick.
Okay, so why not install ad blockers for VMs? I still find it a little bit hypocritical to do it. I still find it a little bit hypocritical to do it, so I won't do it. But yeah, so I taken 2 sips of this beer and I already fucking feel like I'm getting pissed. So this is going to be good.
Real quick, we're at 19,300 subscribers.
Oh my god, who cares? Come on.
Making that big push to 20,000. Also want to remind everybody that you can become a member now to eBuzz right here on YouTube for just 99 cents a month. And heads up, the MVP, VIP, and Pro versions will drop on January 1st, 2023. They'll be gone. And all.
Why would they be gone? Because nobody wants to fucking sub to them. Okay, if you need the volumes to be higher or lower, do I need to push him up or push him down? Well, it's the minimum subscription you can do on YouTube. Mine is 99 cents also. Sounds good. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, 99 cents is the absolute lowest you can set your YouTube subscription to. Mine is set to 99 cents also. Or you pay probably $1. Ask Lamer. He's the king of the champs with that.
And all those perks will transfer over to the 99-cent eBuzz Central member. It's a good way to support the channel and a good way to support the content you like. Speaking of members, I want to thank the 2 newest members I have, Grayson Petty and Paul Borchardt. Thank you guys so much for joining the channel, and thank you guys so much for believing in the content enough to want to become a member. I also want to...
Didn't he forget Ash Rose?
Remind you, if you haven't seen my previous 4 videos, there's a lot of good information in it.
No.
Linux privacy and security concerns. WoW, the perfect Linux distro. Microsoft is destroying Linux with WSL and WSL2. And of course, one of the best.
So he spent 1 minute out of 9 minutes pushing his own fucking content instead of getting to the fucking point.
Arch Spins Zero Linux. Those are the last 4. If you haven't had a chance to take a look at them yet, zip on over and check them out. Now, as you can tell, I cover a lot of different information on my channel. There are a lot
information.
A lot of different Linux YouTubers out there, but I do get comments every now and then, specifically from not trolls, but people that really ask the serious question. Why in the world would I switch to Linux if Windows is working for me? Here's my point. If you're somebody that's technical, if you're somebody that likes to tinker, if you're somebody that likes to dig a little deeper than just turn a computer on, do your task.
All of that you can do really comfortably under Windows, Mac OS, and any other operating system. You just have to do it. It don't force you to do it.
Turn it off and be done with it. If you're more than that, Linux is a rabbit hole that you can go down that will be thoroughly fun and enjoyable for you. Now,
again, the same with Windows. So here's the thing. He wants you to, if you're a tinkerer, if you like to dive deep into stuff, you should use Linux because it forces you to do these things, where Windows, you have to do it on your own accord.
Having said that, let me zip on over to DistroWatch. And when you get to DistroWatch, now let me point something out real quick, because there is a misconception about this website. If you go over here, I hear people all the time saying MX Linux is ranked #1 on DistroWatch. These aren't rankings of popularity of a
Finally, he got something right. Well, what is not true? If I want to tinker with an operating system, I can do that under Windows just as much as under Linux. You just do it in different ways. What you do in a config file under Linux, you do in registry edit under Windows. Sometimes also config files. You can morph Windows UI elements into whatever the fuck you want. The only thing you can't really dig with is the kernel. You want to speed up the thumbnail loading under Windows? You can do that. You want to tinker with, let's say, what the fuck do people tinker with under Linux? Package manager do via the command line, winget. You have a CLI version of a package manager Windows there. You want to change the look and feel, you can do that also. You don't need Linux to tinker. It's just, you just tinker in a different way. Oh shit. On the Windows, they use regedit, register edit, more than they use config files. Windows and Mac OS is more in a config file way. You want to be really creative with your Windows machine? You can take a USB cable, plug it up the fucking ass of your Windows machine, plug it into another Windows machine, and run diagnostic on that Windows machine. You can, with that USB cable, use your Windows machine as a hard drive, not hard drive, but like a thumb drive. And you can go in and tinker with other people's systems. Like, you can tinker with any operating system that you want to. The thing is, you probably need to be a little bit fucking smarter to tinker with Windows, because Windows try to hide what you can tinker with. So you need to know where to look. You need to understand where to do it. Because it's a little bit hidden, so normal people don't go in and tinker and break something. So you could debate that you probably need to be a little bit smarter to understand how to tinker with Windows versus Linux, because with Linux, it's just out there right in front of you. You don't have to think. Where on the Windows, you have to actually know where to find the programs to tinker with them. You have to understand the operating system and how it works to know where to tinker with it. So that statement that you can't tinker with Windows comes from a lack of understanding what you can and can't do with Windows. It basically comes from a lack of know-how about Windows. And yes, most people don't want to fucking tinker with any operating system. Like, the people that want to tinker with the operating system is probably like 0.0.0.1% of the total computer using world. Yes, you can install a third-party desktop under Windows. Yes, there are some things you can't do under Windows, but you can do a lot of fucking tinkering with Windows. Sorry, the beer came up again. Like, the last month I've done this. I've tinkered with Windows at work. I've done things with Windows at work, looking around with Windows at work, where if you ask a Linux user if I could do this, they would laugh at me and say no. Because they don't understand the operating system. One time I did tinker Windows was to get dark theme on Windows, not dark theme. Yeah, exactly. You can hack. I don't install third-party themes on Linux, and no, I don't really, to be honest. The demons are coming. I love you, man. No. It's just me being a gross motherfucker. I'm sorry for that, but it's snuck up on me.
A distro. What these are hits per day for that specific distro. It doesn't mean that MX Linux is the number one Linux distro. What it does mean is more people visit and hit it per day than they do Endeavor OS, but it doesn't really give you a complete rating of, hey, this is the number one Linux distro that's available out there today.
True.
Now, a lot of these up top are your famous or more popular distros, your MX Linux, Endeavor, Mint, Manjaro, Pop! OS, Fedora.
When the fuck is he coming to the point? New to Linux. Want to try Linux. Watch before you try. All he's talked about is, like, for almost 1/4 of the video is that, well, DistroWatch is not a popularity contest. Yeah, you can tinker Windows. The only issue with registry edit is that it's not as human readable form. So again, you need to be smart. You need to understand the Windows language then. So look at it like this. And I'm getting a little bit busted, so forgive me if I'm a little bit harsh. But look at it like this. Linux is Python. Windows is JavaScript. Java, not JavaScripting, but Java. It's two different languages. One is more readable. One is more strict with the way you type it. Strictly typed. But you can do a lot of the same things. You just need to know how to do it. So you're just giving... And again, everyone knows that JavaScripting is a little bit harder to learn than Python. So you basically just told me and everyone else in here that, well, if you want to think you want to challenge your IQ a little bit, you should probably go with Windows because it's a little bit convoluting. It's a little bit not so intuitive. So you have to think a little bit different. Where under Linux, it's just as easy as fucking taking a shit. You know, if I was new to Linux and saw that video, I'd be like, these are the Linux users. Yeah.
And one of the reasons I say this doesn't say this is the #1 Linux distro is for this simple fact.
Stylish outside.
Oh my god, we're getting a fucking ad.
Savage inside. Lenovo Legion.
Kig forbi og få en cappuccino
Oh my
til 26
god.
kroner. McCafé. Barista.
Already? No, I don't want to use AdBlock.
That have been using Mint for years, or like when I was using it 13 years ago. I'm not going to come to DistroWatch and hit it. I'm not going to click on it. I'm going to go directly to
How can he have been using Linux for 13 years and know nothing about Linux?
Linux, Mint, and download it. I'm not going to do a search for it. I'm just going to go get it. I'm going to go grab it. But back to my regular topic. Why use Linux at all? If you're somebody that likes to tinker, like I said, you want more than just turning your computer on, completing your task, and then getting off of it, Linux is a rabbit hole that you can get lost in, and it's a fun rabbit hole. There are so many different things you can try. There are so many things that you can tinker with and play around with. And let me tell you something. If you download a Linux operating system, my goal when I first wanted to switch to Linux, I had a specific set of goals that I needed to accomplish with my desktop. And I wrote those down. And at that time, it was just general work. It was office work. It was, you know, being able to get on the web, being able to check my email, things like that. It wasn't too in-depth.
I kind of like that. Yeah, make a list and figure out what is your goal and see if that is compatible with Linux. I kind of like that.
I wanted to see, can I pull this off? In a media center. At that time, I had about 4 hard drives that had my media collection on it, and I wanted to make...
AKA, he downloaded a shitload of illegal videos he should not have been owning. More stressed bullshit with the computer, yeah. I like to think, what does Linux allow me to do? What does Linux allow me to do that I can't do on the Windows? Install another graphical environment, desktop environment. Compiling and messing with the kernel and userland. That's about it. That's the 3 main thing that it allows you to do that Windows don't. That said, 99% of Linux users don't mess with any of those other than installing a desktop environment. So, how many of you have compiled a kernel? How many of you have messed around with userland? If you've done one of those 2 things, press 1 in the chat right now.
To make sure that I could continue using and viewing my media inside of Linux. And I tried Ubuntu, and I fiddled around with Ubuntu for a while. I ended up landing on Linux Mint back in 2008. And I want to say it was Linux Mint 8 or 9. It may have been Linux Mint 8. And I was able to get it set up and do everything that I could do on a Windows computer on my desktop that I had, and didn't miss a beat. And I was like, this is impressive. And at that point, I was like, okay, I want to tinker with it a little bit. So I installed and wiped Windows immediately, loaded it up. And one...
the only reason he is giving us to use Linux is if you like to tinker. That's a really weak argument here. What about the nature of the software? What about you don't have to pay in general for any software? Like, you can get most software without having to pay for it. That's a lot of people like that shit. Like, a lot of people like that shit. What about the fact that there are so many different desktop environments? Like, where is all of that?
And one thing I did notice right off the bat, we don't have this problem much anymore, because most of the systems you buy nowadays have SSDs in them. But I remember that desktop I had it set up in my bedroom. When Windows was on or I was watching movies, you could constantly hear the hard drive just grinding consistently over and over and over, and it just drove me nuts. Now, I do want to point out that once I installed Linux Mint on it, I sat down and I was like, and at that time...
Okay, so you lose... Oh, for fucking sake, dude. You're losing the spinning hard drive noise, but that's not a problem anymore because most are using SSDs.
I was married. I asked my wife, I said, do you hear that? She goes, hear what? I said, exactly.
She can't hear anything because she plugged everything out that he says. So his wife is running around with permanent earplugs in her ear because he don't want to listen to the bullshit coming out of his mouth all the time.
When I put Linux on it, the hard drive completely stopped making that noise. It was so great to have a distribution at that time or an operating system that I put on hardware that I had specific use case for that just didn't sit there and grind on my hard drive.
That still don't give me any idea why I should run Linux or why I should try it. It gives me an idea why you tried it, not why I should try it. I do like the list thing.
Drive 24/7. Now, if you do use DistroWatch, you get your latest releases over here. But like I said, you can get lost in a barrage of different Linux distributions, like MX Linux. You just click on that.
God, come on,
There's
man.
the website right there. And you've got 100 different websites listed to the right. You can go through here and get information from all of these different distributions and really just have the time of your life trying to just play and tinker. That's how a lot of people start out with Linux. If you're a tinkerer, if you like to play around, if you like to educate yourself, that's what I originally wanted to do, was take the few things that I were doing, switch it over to Linux, and then educate myself
eBoss Central is a massive hypocrite.
Way I could in what I could do with Linux, because that honestly is where the fun comes in, is when you start learning different things that you can do.
For fuck's sake, what's before you try? Why to try Linux? Want to try Linux? He is giving us no... The only thing... He's talking about personal anecdotes. And why he used it. He just want to tinker. There's so much more to Linux than just tinker.
On Linux. And different things you can use Linux for. I mean, at the end of the day... If you're somebody, like I said, that hits the power button, wants to check your email, wants to do your task, and then just shut it down.
One more. What the fuck is wrong with his ads? Oh, dude. Like, come on. He has, like... Okay, when new to Linux. Yes, I'm new to Linux. You want to try Linux? Yeah, I want to try Linux. What's this before you try? Ah, okay. So he's giving us a... I'm talking from a new user perspective here. Oh, he's going to give us a lot of information of why I would want to try Linux. Okay, I like to tinker. Ah, cool. Nice. Oh, you have a lot of... first you're trying to make me subscribe to your channel. Okay. You also try to make me a member. Okay. And then, okay, I like to tinker. But what can I tinker with? Why should I want to tinker? No explanation. Oh, let's spend the majority of time talking about DistroWatch being not a popularity contest and why you like Linux Mint. Oh, let's go back to if you like to tinker.
Linux is probably not for you. But if you like adventure and you like tinkering, Linux is your ball game.
He's the worst salesperson to Linux I have ever heard in my life. I could find a homeless fucking person, you know, take their fucking teeth out, get a donkey to fuck them from behind, and they could sell Linux better than he's selling Linux right now.
Game. Linux is where you need to be.
Oh my god.
Like I said, make a list of what you like doing.
That I like. That I like.
Needs to be done on a daily basis. Find a Linux distribution that lets you do all those base tasks and use it, and then kind of play, tinker around, find out what's going to
play with your manhood, tinker around with your manhood. This is why you should masturbate, kids.
Work for you. Find out different things that you can do on Linux. If you're somebody that wants to learn and you're somebody that has the time to tinker and loves to tinker.
You can learn on any operating system. The operating system is not indicative of what you and how you learn.
Linux is the place for you. So my question to you is, how did you get started in Linux?
That's not what the fucking... Oh my god, you... You should not... Like, this video is catered to a new to Linux person. Let's get this right, okay? You are addressing people that are new to Linux. You don't ask them how they got started with Linux, because this is the video that should get them started with Linux. It's like someone going up to a fucking driving instructor and say, hey, I want to learn to drive. Yes, that's fine. Here's some things you need to know. How did you learn to drive, by the way? Why did you want to learn to drive? But for fuck's sake, you idiot, I haven't learned to drive yet. That's why I'm here. You have to teach me how to drive. Oh. Yeah.
Please share your comments below. Let me know. What was your first distribution? How did you get started in Linux?
That's why.
Are you somebody that's new to Linux, that has questions, that needs answers? I have a great community here.
Great community, fuck my ass. This is the most pointless video I have ever seen about someone trying to get someone into Linux. Now, let us. How can we sell Linux? How can we? Let's open up a notepad. Let's do Kate. Let's do a new file. So, I will read you guys' comment and then we can just give it a second here. How to sell Linux. Geez, how many times does it... So, if we were really fucking alcoholics, everyone in here, we would be taking a shot every time we said tinker. Hey, sad joker, by the way. Yeah. No. You can tinker really easy on the Windows. The way you tinker on the Windows is just different from the way you tinker on the Linux. That means that you need to understand and have the know-how to tinker on the Windows. It's just different. Registry tinkering is stupid. That's just your opinion. I kind of like it. Like, it's like having everything in one place instead of having to go and hunt down config files all over the place. You know, so how to sell Linux. Tinker is a good one. Openness is something some people may be interested in. You know, that if you're a coder, you can go into the code. That could be a really good selling point for someone. Customizability. Custom experience. You know, you can set up a custom experience. Something that could be like, that was one of the things that brought me into Linux, was that I didn't care about the fucking software, like the source, the license and stuff like that. I loved that I could make a custom experience. I could set Linux up to be exactly what I wanted it to be. Like the customizability of it. That was a really big selling point for me. Choice. Like, you know, Fedora, Ubuntu, this can both be a positive and a negative, but for some people, that's a positive that you have all of these choices here. Yeah, put in single 10 times. Yeah, choose between different... Yeah, that's what I have for customizability. If you're starting an indie project, business is free, so it's better to use that. Again, if you're starting an indie project or a company or anything like that, you need a computer, right? So you go and buy a computer. What does that come with? Windows 10 or Windows. You don't have to pay for Windows. They don't fucking give. Old hardware could be a good one. Yeah. Yeah, the App Store feeling, yeah. So you have like, you know, central package managers and stuff like that. We got that. Yeah, servers. Yeah, if you're into servers, into server tech. Yeah. Yeah, the manufacturers pay for it. Yeah, privacy, no. I would not use that because people don't give a fuck about privacy. Some may use it for that, but here's the thing. If you're using Linux for privacy and you're right now on YouTube or you're on the internet, you're a massive hypocrite. Like, again, if you're using any Google product, any Oracle product, any Valve product, any Microsoft products, if you're having a phone and you care about privacy, you're a massive hypocrite. You could argue you will like the Linux workflow depending on the DE. That's kind of with the custom experience. You know, like you get different, workflow. I don't like the workflow name, but you get different, experiences. You know, you get different. You're using it in different ways than you normally would. Epic Arts memes, no, that would put people off. Well, superiority complex, feeling better than anyone else. That could be a good one. You know, I can now go tell everyone that I use Linux and you're a fucking puny little asshole for not doing it. Just have to learn a video app using Shortcut right now. OpenSUSE Tom KDE for a few months now. 2 second on PC using SUSE 20 years ago. Still need Windows 10 for video. Yeah, video production is, yeah. The Windows is not, Linux is not great for that, Adam. I'm sorry, yeah. Come on, we need more sales. We already, in 5 minutes, we have already, us stupid motherfucking mouth-drooling idiots, according to eBoss, by the way. We have now came up with better ways of selling Linux than he did in 9 minutes. You don't have to pay for shit. Yeah. No pay, yeah. Yeah, open source, I kind of got that with the openness. Yeah. Like us here, fucking stupid people that don't have 20,000 followers. We just sold Linux way better than he did in 9 minutes. Welcome to eBoss Central, the place where your brain goes to die. And you're being fed mindless fucking bullshit. Being able to run Google Chrome, yeah, well, that may not be a selling point because you can run that on any operating system. Yeah, you can get a lot of free shit on Windows. Wine, I don't think Wine would be a good sales point. Well, yeah, we could put it in there that if you really, really need a Windows thing, that you have the possibility with Wine, yeah. Well, freedom of your OS kind of goes up with the whole openness and custom experience and stuff like that. Like, just imagine you right now watching me being a crazy motherfucking asshole, having to sell Linux or promote Linux to a new user. The only thing he talked about up here was this up here. Was the Tinker thing. Everything else he left out. Which is really great selling points for Linux. You have the openness of the operating system in form of the code. You can dive in. No ads. There's no ads on the Windows. Recommended. So, is this ads for Color Paint? Is this an ad for Kumoso? Or Kumoso? Is this an ad for K-Address Book? I don't get any ads on my Windows machine whatsoever. Candy Crush. Oh yeah, we can't have that, no. But that's not an ad either. This is just pre-installed. And here's the thing. A lot of people like Candy Crush and they kind of like it's installed on Windows. There's also a reason why Candy Crush is not, on Windows Server 2022. So yeah. And by the way, we have to ask a new Linux user, how did you get to use Linux? Let me tell me your experience in a video addressing why you should use Windows or Linux. All of these things here are valid reasons why you should want to use Linux. Openness, like, custom experience. A lot of people would love that you can just install a tiling Windows Manager, GNOME, KDE, show them what it is and what they can do with it. It's like, for a lot of people, that's like going into a fucking candy store. And you have the choice of doing whatever use whatever the fuck, environment you want, what package manager. Again, this can be a little bit of a negative also, but some people like that. All hardware is a big, massive thing for people. App Store feeling, you have everything in a centralized place. Which, if Windows did that, we would be yelling at them, but Linux do it, that's okay. If you're into server technologies, corporate technologies, you can run Linux. Like if you want to be a professional administrator, server administrator, it can be amazing to know Linux. Feeling better than anyone else. Who don't want to feel more superior than anyone else? You don't have to pay for anything. We have wine. All of these things are massively, maybe not this feeling better, but all of these are good points to get people into Linux. All he cared about is tinkering, selling you his own channel, and then talking about his wife not listening to him. Because she has earplugs in her ear. And he used Mint on a server, or not a server, a media station, in his bedroom, to serve all his porn. Yet doing network admin in a job, yeah. Not needing an online account, yeah, that could to some extent also, yeah. Starting well today, I'll be using Linux and IMU to specific stuff. MS promotes other companies' products. I think that is ads, in my opinion. So they are not promoting it, they're just pre-installing it for you. It's no different than you opening up Ubuntu and they have LibreOffice installed. I hate LibreOffice. I despise LibreOffice. The first thing I do on any Linux distribution, well, not anymore, but I used to do when I install it on my physical hardware, uninstall LibreOffice, uninstall Thunderbird, uninstall Firefox. So why is it okay for Linux to pre-install shit you don't want, but it's not okay for Windows to do it? Again, being massive hypocrites here. Personally like this because it's fast. Well, I have had more problems with Linux the last 5 years than I had problems with Windows 10 and Windows 11. It's just like, that's just my experience on my hardware. And running it. And doing, and here's the thing, I abuse Windows. I don't abuse Linux. I do my best to make sure Linux is running good. I abuse Windows, and it's just been the most stable. Like, I have more crashes and reboots under Linux the last 5 years than I had under Windows 10 and 11. But then again, it could just be my specific hardware. I have no fucking idea. Most people need an OS for instant emails. Yeah, exactly, Adam, exactly. Using Titan Windows Manager as a floating Windows. Yeah, I guess this is really good at emulating, but most emulators works on Windows 2. True. Any noisy hardware being able to uninstall Plode. We can also uninstall Plode on Windows. When I uninstall the things I don't need under Windows, they don't get installed again. I never had Candy Crush reinstalled. I've been using... So I installed Windows 10 in 2015. 2015. I have not had to reinstall Windows ever since. I upgraded to Windows 11 when it came out on the same SSD. That SSD has been in 4 different computers. Meaning I've changed the motherboard and the CPU and stuff like that 4 or 5 times. Happy New Year, Fist Tank. So my host system that I'm hosting this stream right now is running from a Windows install from 2015. I just upgraded. Upgraded hardware down the line. Try running any Linux distribution for 7 years without having to reinstall it. I dare you. Unless it's like Ubuntu server or Red Hat server or something like that. But run Mint. Run Ubuntu desktop. Run Art. Oh, for God's sake, run Art for 7 years without reinstalling it. Run Tumbleweed. Try and see if you can run that. And remember, you have to change hardware. Motherboard 5 times, CPU 3 times, graphic card 2 times, RAM modules a couple of times. I had a bad RAM module at one point. Try and do that with Linux, sorry, and see if it hold up as much. I don't think it will. I honestly believe, and I know you guys will castrate the living shit out of me, but I'm willing to bet my testicles on that Windows probably are more resilient to hardware change over time than Linux is. It's probably also more stable in a continual running environment than Linux is. That don't mean that it's more stable in general than Linux is, or better than Linux. It just means that it handles hardware changes better than Linux. And it handles to be run for a longer time as a desktop computer longer than Linux. Not a server, desktop computer, or generalized operating system use case, as I call it now there. I'm the exact opposite. I abuse Linux and not Windows. To be fair, on Windows, it's extremely hard to remove stuff like Edge. No, it's not. No, it's not. You just uninstall Edge. The only thing that's a really fucking hassle is to remove or change the... if you want to change the default browser. So, if I want to change the default browser from any other browser to Edge, I just click, yes, I want Edge to be my default browser. If I want to change my default browser away from Edge, I have to go and click yes, and then it takes me to a setting menu. And then I have to change Edge, take Edge away from each category. And every time it's like, are you sure you really want to switch from Edge? And Edge is way better, and so on, and so on, and so on. That's a fucking hassle. Yes. But uninstalling Edge, I uninstalled Edge 4 years ago, and I just installed it again like a month or so ago. It didn't reinstall itself when I upgraded to Windows 11. And if it did, I kind of understand it because you're moving totally different, like you're moving to a different operating system. But yeah, it didn't do it. The longest I had a distro running without any reinstall is 1 month. I've run a distro for like 6 months without a reinstall. I think the longest is like close to a year. Why do people use tiling Windows managers? Because they want to take really, really, really sexy screenshots of their system and put it on to Reddit or in a Discord so they can feel like, it's peacocking. It's why people are using, putting big alloy wheels on their cars and, why they're buying expensive clothes. It's peacocking. It's to feel that they are better and more superior than it's peacocking. I had Ubuntu 22 running for a month and then it started lag. Oh, really? A user has to leave Linux alone, stop looking for these, do the update as needed. Yeah, it's kind of like with Windows, yeah. Coders love using it, they don't have to get their hands off the keyboard. I will disagree. I barely know any, I will say this, most coders don't use tiling Windows managers. And you also have to remember, I can do tiling shit under KDE. All of this can be... Oh, did I crash it now? What is happening here? Why are you acting up? There you go. All of this I can do. Oh, I can do all of this with keyboard shortcuts if I want to. Oh, why are you being so stupid, KDE? All of this I can do with keyboard shortcuts. GNOME has tiling built into it also. Cinnamon have tiling built into it also. XFCE, you can get tiling capabilities also. You don't need a tiling Windows manager to do tiling shit. I use... so Edge replaced my Vivaldi as my second browser. Mozilla rewritten Firefox to make it easier to set as a default browser and then Windows patched it. Oh, really? So again, Lamer, you are wrong. You can use... So, companies can build hardware in two ways. They can build hardware that are utilizing the generic drivers that comes with Windows, or they can make hardware that you use their own drivers. Case in point, the Wi-Fi dongles they use at work, you don't need a driver for on the Windows. You just plug it in the fucking ass of Windows and it's working. Do you need a driver for a mouse? No, you just plug it in and it works. It may download firmware or upgrade firmware, but you don't need it. It just works. You don't need a driver for a keyboard. It just works under the generic driver. So yeah, that's wrong. Windows have a lot of drivers built into its system. They may not be the best drivers though, but they have a lot of driver built into their system. Linux probably have more drivers built into its system. I think something like 80 or 90% of the Linux code is just drivers or something stupid like that. Hey Johan, yeah, I will be live till like midnight my time, like New Year's Eve my time. Like you and I in here will jump into the new year together on stream. Oh, Firefox is shit. So yes, graphic card drivers is a little bit iffy-diffy. Yeah, Windows, you need drivers on the Windows, but it's done under the Mesa drivers under Linux. But if you're using NVIDIA, you need to install a driver to get a good experience on both systems. Yeah, graphic cards is the outlier here. But most hardware is just plug and play on both systems. Oh yeah, tiling under Windows, and I'm having a tiling set up right now. Like, my second screen is done in a tiling Windows Manager manner, where I have information and stuff like that up there. My second screen run as a tiling Windows Manager all the time. I have it in 4 squares, basically. Yeah, Windows default graphic is like, it's usable, but that's all it is. Firecock, yeah. No, so I have 1 beer in my hand right now, and then I have almost a liter of beer in the fridge. I need to drink like a really fancy beer. So I need to get a little bit buzzed before I go to bed, and then I will go to bed after New Year. It's just so I have something to do. I was invited to some parties and stuff like that, but I really don't want to. I don't feel like it. I never really liked New Year's. Yeah, I'm a little bit, depends, like when I'm editing, I'm doing a lot of shit with the keyboard. It's kind of like a mix between keyboard and mouse. And I will not call myself an introvert, but it's just that we just had Christmas, and you know, family and lots of food and all of this fucking stress and hassle and stuff like that. And then going over to do the same shit with the same family at New Year's Eve like a week later. It's just like, if it was with new people, like if I had like I was about to say a boyfriend, if I had a girlfriend, you know, and it was like, okay, at Christmas at my parents' place and New Year's at her parents' place, I could do that. But one fucking holiday with my family, and you have enough of them for a while, okay? It's like, yeah, let's take a break here. Like, I need a timeout. Oh yeah, Windows tiling has gotten a long way. And the people I used to celebrate New Year's with was drinking buddies, you know. It would be people that we would go out, we would be at one of their parents' home, or we would be at my apartment or one of their apartments. We would be drinking from like 6 o'clock to like 30 minutes to midnight. Then we would go down to like a pub or a bar and then celebrating New Year's Eve with the staff down there. You know, so they don't have to be in work mode all the time. Be one of the first ones in the door and then celebrating it with, you know, the bartenders and stuff like that. So they you know, so it was not work colleagues they did all the time. Like the local club that we went to, we always did that at New Year's Eve to basically like, so it was not this like work environment for them, that other people from the outside also come in. So we would be like 5 or 6 people coming in there and you know, breaking up the monotony of being alone New Year's Eve at work with no customers, basically. So that we used to do that for a long time. And it was mostly one bar or club we did it with, but sometimes we switched between them. Because most people go into clubbing after midnight. You know, they have to, you know, it would be like 1 o'clock or something like that before they start to drip in. That also meant that you get a lot of free fucking drinks. You know, just a pro tip out there. So we would be at one of the guys' parents' house if they were home alone and help them out and drink, you know, eat with them and drink with them. One of my friend's dad was really into snaps, and there was nobody in the family that liked snaps, but I can drink snaps. So when I came, he was like a kid in a candy store, and me and him would just fucking slaughter snaps for like 3 or 4 hours. Then we went home to my place, took a little nap at like 10 p.m. or something like that. And then we would drink at my place, you know, drink a little bit soda and stuff like that to not be too fucking pissed. Then get a little bit more pissed and then go down to the club, you know, and celebrate New Year's with the sexy bartenders. We did that for like close to a decade. It was fucking fun as balls. I'm running a karaoke show. If I wanted to, I would be home chilling. Yeah. If I wasn't, I would be home chilling. Yeah, that's cool, man. Let's watch the Linux experiment. Linux Mint. Oh, it's Windows. I do like the Linux experiment. Am I the only one that feels that Linux people pressure distros to add cutting-edge features technology at the cost of usability and stability, like Wayland in Linux? Great question. And I will actually answer that in a second, because it's really it's something I've noticed also, but I understand why they're doing it, or think I do anyway. Kubuntu looks more like Windows than Mint does, yeah. I like the Linux experiment personally, but yeah, he was wrong about Mint being Windows. Yeah, he really is. So why do Linux use a lot of cutting-edge features before they are ready? And that's because the Linux community cannot make up their mind. So when something new comes out that promises to solve problems that we have with the existing technology, because the development effort is so small as it is, they tend to jump onto it right away, leaving the other ones behind. And then they bet on this new technology, and sometimes it pans out and it don't. And if it don't pan out, they go back to the old technology, but then they are a little bit behind. And then they keep working on that old technology until something new comes around that wants to fix this thing that we have a problem with. So they jump on top of that because, oh my god, it's going to fix it, so let's jump onto it. So that's why we have a lot of alpha and beta software in production-ready systems under Linux, which, in my opinion, we should not have. Debian Stable, Ubuntu Server, or Ubuntu LTS, and Red Hat and SUSE and Linux should not ship anything that's not 1.0 and up. They should not ship anything that's pre-alpha, beta, or release candidate or anything like that, but they do. Because of the promises of it fixing shit, or maybe fixing shit to some extent now, but not in the future. So the fun thing about Wayland is really fucking old. I remember when Wayland came out the first time. So Wayland, it's like 14 years old. Like 10 or so years ago, Wayland was doing what it's doing right now. Fedora was jumping onto Wayland, Ubuntu was jumping onto Wayland, SUSE was jumping onto Wayland, and so on and so on and so on. Like 10, 10, 12 years ago, everyone was betting on Wayland. Then it didn't pan out as much as they thought it would be, and everyone was going back to Xorg. Now they are jumping onto Wayland again. And you will see this a lot in Linux, that they jump from one technology to another, to the same, to jump between them. Because now this development team have solved a problem. Now Xorg is solving another problem we have. Now Wayland is solving another problem again. So they are jumping all over the fucking place. You could probably find a Fedora version like using Wayland, but I can't remember what version it is, but Fedora used Wayland as its main, or what is it called, display manager many moons ago. Is Wayland better than Xorg? No. It does some things better than Xorg. It's newer than Xorg. But Wayland and Nvidia are fucking bullshit. You know, there's a lot of things that are bullshit with Wayland that just work better with Xorg. But Xorg is also old and bloated. But could you get Xorg to do the same as Wayland? Yeah, probably. What about making an Xorg 2.0? Or 3.0 or whatever the fuck the version number is? Lock screen sharing is better on Wayland. Like Wayland, like multi-gesture, hardware acceleration for UI elements and stuff like that. Wayland do better than Xorg. But we also have to remember, well, what are we sacrificing? You know, the footprint of Wayland should also be smaller. But what are we sacrificing? So we are fixing these problems over here, but what about the problems over here that Wayland is not fixing, but Xorg is fixing? That's why sometimes you see some people running Xorg and some people running Wayland, because, well, what Wayland provides they don't need, but what Xorg provides they need. Why not make Xorg do the same as Wayland? Or the other way around? And by Linux switching technology so much, the only standard we really have under Linux nowadays is basically Systemd. Love or hate Systemd, it's the technology that's been around the longest and has been an unofficial standard within Linux the longest. Like Systemd has been the default init system for way longer than you could ever expect. And it's from 2010. Ubuntu used Metacity, which was Ubuntu's version of Wayland, to be stable, stay on the Xorg. Yeah, exactly, Adam. One thing I like about Windows is that Windows does a good job at handling CPU drives. Yeah. But that's because, again, now we're going down to the design problem within Linux versus Windows. Windows have something called driver crash protection. We talked about that in my previous live stream. If my graphic card driver crashes under Linux, I have to reboot my whole system. If my network card driver crashes, reboot my system. If my sound card crashes, I have to reboot my system. Under Windows, I just reload those services. There's a command. It's Shift Control. Was it Shift Control Windows key and B? That reboot restarts your graphic card driver under Windows. So let's say you want to play a game and you have a feeling some rogue threat is hogging up your graphic card driver, or something like you feel is a little bit stuttering. You just restart your graphic card driver, entering it from memory and reloading it again without having to reboot. Like on a technical level, the Windows kernel is more technical advanced than Linux is. The Linux kernel is just really good. Yeah, the Linux blue screen of death is just a black screen or a unresponsive environment. That's basically what it is. Like, you just can't use your code. You just lock up. That's basically Linux blue screens of death. Either it goes black, or it reboots without telling you anything, or it locks up. At least Windows give you some information that shit had just went wrong. You know, at least Windows give you like, like, hey, something fucked up here. Yeah, Wayland and Exarch are kind of competitors. So Exarch is like the legacy system and Wayland is kind of the new one. My feeling is that either Wayland will be replaced by something fucking totally different in a few years, or we will go back to Exarch. Because it happened before. People have tried to push Wayland before. Oh, that was my first beer, people. Let's go get the second one. But that's the problem with Linux. Like, with Pipewire is not even fucking 1.0, and everyone is starting to using it. And a lot of people have problems with it. Why? It does Bluetooth better. Yeah, but is it as stable as everything? Like, Linux is really good at not making up its mind, and it's really holding Linux back. Yeah, MJD is fucking amazing. I like his videos. Yeah, I love his videos. Windows 7 is quite good, yeah. They should just show Ken's face with Linux crashes. Yeah, like a jump scare. I'm going to get my beer. Let's see if he wants to react to some other videos. It don't have to be Linux, by the way. Just find a video. Oh, I'm really... Yeah, I do like MJD. I haven't watched him a lot lately, but I do like him. I'm really looking forward to this beer here. Let's see if I can find it in here. Oh, what is it called? Planche? This one here. There you go. Oh, it's Denmark. Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't want the Danish one. Just... I hate this shit. Anyway. This is the one. 6%. No, I don't want to do that Linux rap fucking thing. I would fucking go mental. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one here. I don't know. I do like some dark beer, but I think I'm probably more like So it's a light yellow Belgium style white beer. Or wheat beer. Wheat beer. With a refreshing note of citrus fruits, cloves, corendering, and bergamot. Let's see, I don't know who makes it. Is it Carlsberg? I never had this one before. Okay, so it's Heineken. It's basically Heineken that makes it. Oh. Someone is having technical difficulties. Oh. Oh, I don't use classes anywhere, anyway. I do like dark beers, don't get me wrong. Oh, E-Boss, you... What is Christian doing? Self-hosted open source password manager built for Teams. He slowed down his production a little bit. Yeah, but this is about 1 liter. 75 centiliters. And it has a cork in it. Last press disaster. Ooh. Oh, it's so cold. I love cold beer. So this is the first time in like 3 months that I get beer. Normally I drink like a half liter beer every 6 months to a year or something like that. I really don't drink at all anymore. I can't fucking get this shit off. I need something to... Oh, there you go. It's my sweaty fucking fingers that couldn't handle the... So I'm afraid this will just fucking slap up in my face and... You know... I would get beer all over the place. Oh, it didn't really cork at all. Oh yeah, that's sweet. Yeah, it's like drinking oatmeal with sugar and citrus in it, and a little bit of fruits. Yeah, it has this like oatmeal fruity kind of taste to it. Stabbed by beer. Do you like any of the Johnny Walker beers? I've never tasted them. Have you not seen Bitwit getting hit in the face by a cork? Oh. Where the fuck do I put it so I don't spill it all over my tech? That's... If I put this over here, so I don't fucking spill it on my tablet or something like that. Maybe I should put my tablet away. Like, it's not that cheap. Let's put it over there. There you go. So, this is going. Hey, cat person. This is going to be fun. Discord. Oh my god, it's fucking so demanding. Banana pudding cream. Oh my god.
Gotta be a game where like everyone slowly loosens the cap, the little cork here, and then puts it right up to their eye. You know, it's like Russian roulette, but with bottles. Oh! Oh my god! Oh.
Five years ago.
Twitch, and we're gonna watch right now. You were holding it to your eye. You were holding.
Yep.
Oh my god!
I told you.
Oh my
I
god!
I wasn't expecting that. Oh my god! So many people just saw that. Oh my god! 800 people saw it. Oh my god! Just like so.
I haven't watched this dude in forever, man. What is he up to?
I know I'm really late to my RTX 4080 review, and that's coming later today, I promise. But first, there's something I want to show you. I think I'm the first YouTuber to actually feature.
Yeah, Bitwit has a great channel. I used to follow him. Him and Jace 2 Cents. Him, Jace 2 Cents, Pulse Hardware and Gamers Nexus, I used to watch all of their fucking videos. Yeah, I need to. They didn't have that one. They had this Plants and they had the Plant where on sale where I shop. Cherry Big Everything. I don't know if if I've seen that video or know about that channel. Are he still doing his kind of stuff here? But here's the thing. I don't know if this is just me, but I have noticed that hardware channels, I only watch them when I'm buying hardware. Like, I don't really care that when there come a new AMD CPU out and Intel CPU out, I read a little bit about them. But I don't really care that much because most people are not going to upgrade to the latest and greatest anyway. And yeah. Oh, durability, okay. Yeah, but I used to watch everything from them, man. Mainly phones and yeah, I'm mostly like I do watch a lot of phone and tablet channels nowadays. So this kind of videos has been replaced with the tablet channels. Like I'm watching way more tablet channels nowadays. Way more tablet channels. And I think it's because, like I said, my use case for like I don't need to upgrade so much anymore. Like my computer is still good. I don't really need to upgrade. And tablets do 99% of what you need a laptop to do in a way smaller form factor. It keeps getting better. Fucking idiot. I looked at the haiku before you did. What is it with all of these fucking hot chicks doing coding videos? Are they real or is it just some like presenter that they put in front of a screen reading off a text? Oh, the S8. I love it. I totally forgot it, but oh yeah, Preet's office is 11 months old. And now it's flooded. Yeah, it's amazing. Built-in spyware. Well, everything is spyware nowadays. I made a new emote I need to upload. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, but I need to upload a new emote. I made it's me to have I've drawn a tongue, you know, someone, you know. I made this in drawing form, basically. Because I think I have 2 or 3 I think for the I think you can get the S8 for the same price. Can't you? If you can afford the S8, I will go with that one. It should be upgraded longer. Portability. Anton, portability. Like, portability, efficiency, battery life. Massive battery life compared to a tablet. Less heat. Or laptop. Less heat. Yeah, Happy New Year, Unlock. Have an amazing day. AI your videos. Well, if you get like either a tablet that supports a pen, now you're just like opening up your doors to a whole new fucking universe. That you can use the pen to draw, sketch, write down notes really more easily and conveniently. Like if you get a tablet that supports a pen, it's just a game changer. It really is. So this is what you mean. What do you what? Yeah, yeah. Like the pen was a game changer for me. I so fucking often just lay in bed and just draw shit and write down ideas for you know, videos or stuff like that, or you know, taking notes. It's and the thing is that if you go Android, oh, I'm doing great, cat person. I hope you're doing well also and enjoying the new year. And the fact is, like, I'm on an Android phone. They just talk with each other. They just talk with each other. So all my notes and all that shit that I'm sitting and doing in bed or at the table on my tablet, it's just on my phone. When I buy an app for my phone, it's on my tablet. And the other way around. Wacom seems to be installed on most systems by default. Do you mean Linux? On Linux it is. The Linux drivers of Wacom is installed on almost any system, yeah. What's this? This is just, I don't know, YouTube? In 3 hours late go. Oh, yeah, okay, so it's, I have 2 hours left of this year. 2 hours. I'm doing a coding project or anything else that require Windows. So here's the thing. Like, you can get a lot of fucking great coding apps for Android. And if you have a keyboard, you can actually do a lot of coding. There was someone that was doing a channel for using iPad. Can I code? I coded on a phone. That's not the one. Yeah, this one here, we can watch this one. It's actually a really good video. Oh, yeah. There are equivalents.
Coding on a tablet like an iPad might seem impossible back in the day, but these days there are tools and apps out there that really challenge this assumption. So I wanted to see if it's possible to set up my iPad as my dedicated machine for everything, from coding to checking emails to making websites and even building apps. This is something that I was always interested in ever since I was able to get VS Code set up on my iPhone to start coding. I did that video up.
Well, you can get VS Code apparently on your iPhone.
Here you can check out. But this is taking it to another level. It's making sure that I don't have to switch between my computer, my laptop, my devices, because that can become a hassle sometimes, and having just a single device for everything could be really cool. But I don't know if I can even do this, so let's find out. The first thing I did was jump on my iPad to see if there are any existing apps. I looked up terms like code editor, and it actually came up with quite a few. The problem was that a lot of them require you to FTP into the machine to be able to edit. I don't want that, that seems too difficult. But since there weren't any other solutions, I gave it a try. I'm using an app called Coder Code Editor, which has FTP and a couple of other features which we'll check out. I have over 100 websites I manage, so I created an FTP account and logged in. And I failed to log in over and over until I figured out I had caps lock on. FTP is never my favorite thing, but when I finally got it working, I was pretty happy. As any good developer, the very first thing I did was turn on dark mode.
Now I can actually take a look at what it's like trying to code on my iPad. And the first thing I found out is that it's actually not that easy. While normally I'm pretty good at touch typing, typing on an iPad and trying to do some code on there just doesn't work very well. After getting frustrated, I gave up on it pretty quickly and moved over to using the Apple Magic Keyboard for iPad. And while this keyboard or case is pretty much as heavy as the iPad, I'm ready to go. I'm gonna give this a solid test by actually doing some development on a WordPress site where I'm putting together a custom form that's going to email some information. Now, when I was testing this out, I did notice a few things. The first is actually it was quite useful to be able to code and touch on the screen.
Well, if you have a keyboard to it, you attach a keyboard, you can do shortcuts. Remind me of the game engine GoBot, yeah. Vim users, I don't, yeah, that's a whole fucking separate craziness. Yeah, take care, Johan.
On the screen where I wanted my cursor to go. But one thing that was a little bit annoying was switching between windows because it just didn't feel very intuitive. And maybe that's just because I haven't gotten used to it just yet. I did try doing a split screen. That's where you have the browser on one side and the code on the other. But the problem with that is that you just don't have much real estate to work with. And sometimes switching between each one also has a bit of an issue where the touch just doesn't work. But after a bit of trial and error, I sort of got it to work, and I don't mind it either. It's another day, and I had a suggestion from a friend to use my tablet to remote into my home computer. There's great apps for this, like TeamViewer and others, and having a look, I noticed that TeamViewer actually has quite a few bad reviews, so I decided to...
This one here is actually also really good.
Oplev vores største tag. This video is sponsored by Paperlike.
And we're live in 3,
To work.
2.
Oh, yeah.
Breaking news. People on the internet, Apple have just released their latest iPads, and it's... I read a very good analogy the other day on Reddit that goes back to this very main topic. Is my iPhone XS Max a Nikon D3300 replacement?
Yeah.
Technically, no. The same can be said with both the iPad and a computer. On the iPhone, it's the only camera you can actually use 99% of the time. You, of course, compromise some things within your photography, just like the fact that giving up a Mac will compromise the ability to have a proper file system, an OS you can interact with at its core, download proper apps, and so on.
Okay, I have no idea about that on iOS. I haven't used iPad OS at any, like... When I used an iPad, it was still just called iOS, you know?
But due to battery, connectivity, and size limitations, a lot of people prefer to carry an iPad with them when going places. I've been bringing this home at night to answer emails and it does the job. However, I wanted to make a video that would allow me to dive deeper into it to see if it can truly replace your computer. So here's what I've concluded after some extensive research. It's no surprise that like any computer, iPadOS genuinely allows you to connect peripherals, things that can sustain a desktop replacement, including having a proper set of speakers on your setup. You can also connect it to a monitor, use a dedicated stand to put the tablet on the desk, bring in a keyboard to pair with your favorite mouse, and even go to the extent of connecting the Magic Trackpad 2 to iPadOS. To mimic proper I/O functionality, the tablet can be connected to a proper hub, and it doesn't need to be a dongle. You can definitely connect something like the CalDigit to it so you can enjoy the variety of ports this delivers. So if you are someone that enjoys physically connecting to the internet, a hub like such can be a good purchase.
Do you like to physically connect to the internet? Do you want to have your phone, or sorry, your penis inserted into a socket so you can feel all the bits and bobs going through your penis while you're connected to the internet? Or do you just like a wire? A Magic-based tablet? A Magic Keyboard-based tablet, or just a tablet that's magical?
Purchase. Just remember that for Thunderbolt, a dock or a hub can only work on iPads that support it, which is why on the iPad Air 5 you cannot connect your Apple Studio display directly to these. But don't worry, if you have a regular display with HDMI or DisplayPort, you can connect all your peripherals to it, meaning that you can also connect wireless peripherals, USB keys, SSD drives, and even a mechanical keyboard if you wish, but there are limitations to such things. Look, a very easy example would be, what if you'd like to remap your MX Master buttons for a better workflow? Well, Logitech Options, the dedicated desktop app, isn't available on iPadOS. The same thing can be set up via if you enjoy remaping your mechanical keyboard within your desktop computer. As fun as it is having all of these peripherals connected, navigating files for all of your storage devices isn't as easy as a laptop or a desktop. Files is just an app for storing files, not a system file management. The repercussions of that result in not being able to have a command line interface as we do on desktop computers.
True.
And so this is where overall the iPad really starts to struggle with more complex tasks. But I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't say that I love how easy it is to get up and running with it. Opening it up, things happen right away. It allows you to get up and running very quickly as opposed to a laptop or a desktop. There's no need to worry about thermals and heat dissipation when throwing it in a bag. You can leave it on and no need to close any of the apps you were using prior. Now that most of their lineup is equipped with M1 and 8GB of RAM, iPadOS can handle a fair amount of applications running in the background. And this sort of stuff for students and teachers makes it a perfect daily. My dad is a college professor and I've been trying to push him to give lectures on the iPad. I remember back in my information systems security class, our teacher would simply use his 8th gen iPad to connect it to a projector so he could use Notability as a drawing board. When he needed a PDF or a PowerPoint, he would simply access them through Google Drive and deliver the lecture that way. It's a great device for teachers, and all of their files can be accessed via a cloud storage system.
Oh yeah, just put your penis into the socket and you connect it to the internet. Yeah, Elon Musk will love you.
Like OneDrive, it runs everything they'll need, and it's much easier to whip out to sign a form, check a calendar, mark a student's work, or reply to an email. It's impressive to see what a college professor with a PhD in cybersecurity was able to accomplish without a computer. Now, does that mean that the iPad replaced his laptop as a programmer? Definitely not. But as a student that did study software engineering and computer science, I never found myself bringing my laptop anymore. I was super motivated to use the note-taking apps like Notability or GoodNotes to take all of my notes. I do wish I had paired this up with a paper-like sheet back in the day. Not only that, but their pencil grip set is pretty nice to put on this pen.
Oh yeah, baby, put the condom on.
Up your note-taking experience. Being able to transform this 60Hz LCD display and a ProMotion display to mimic the feel of paper and sound is such a plus.
Oh really? Well, then use
You
Windows.
generally get a lot more control of your pencil when taking.
What video was that? What video was that?
Hey everyone, this is Nick.
I haven't watched a video from him in forever, man. Yeah, put the foreskin back, yeah. Or still isn't good at... Oh yeah, what's this one.
Hey everyone, this is Nick, and while I truly believe that the Linux desktop can work 100%, for most people, it doesn't...
For most? What's the point then? For most.
I mean, I can't admit it has some rough edges, and I'm not...
Oh, for fuck's sake. It's like someone's trying to sell you a car and then like, yeah, don't turn too many times to the left or it will fucking blow up in your face. But other than that, it's a really good car. You know? Yeah. I will admit that if you slam the door and there's a kid on the back seat, there's a high possibility that the ceiling will fall into his face and maim him for the rest of his life. But only once in a while. But other than that, it's a really good car. I do have a paper-like screen protection. Oh, how is that, by the way? I love using it when taking hand. Oh, it's that great.
I'm not talking about sweeping big issues with Linux as a desktop operating system. I'm talking day-to-day stuff here. So here are a bunch of pain points that affect me and a lot of people that I moved to Linux. Of course, these are personal and you might have others. So let me know down there in the comments the stuff that annoys you. Annoys you like this segue to today's sponsor.
Oh
Damn
my
it,
god.
I need to watch more LTT to fix these segues. Thanks to Linode for sponsoring this. Now, the first one, and I think a lot of people will feel my pain, is how to handle PDFs on Linux.
Then get a fucking tablet or something like that. So I will say this manipulating and signing and editing PDF is so useful, or not. Let me put it another way. It's such a simple thing that is being done by so many people that this not working under Linux is almost like it's like, why the fuck would I use it then? If you think about it from a student viewpoint, office environment viewpoint, someone that are working, like PDFs is the default standard for almost anything document related. And Linux not supporting it. I actually didn't know this because I don't use I don't sign PDFs at home and stuff. It's mostly at work and stuff like that. I do that. I've done that at work, but I've never done it at home. And the few times I have done it, I used Windows anyway. Yeah, this is like again, it's like having a car and have no fucking front wheel on it. It's just dual boot Fedora and Windows. No, what are you rambling about?
Linux. To read PDF documents, it's extremely easy. Every desktop environment has a nice PDF reader that's quite fast, it works perfectly, you can zoom in, zoom out, you handle multiple pages, everything you might need to read. But as soon as you need to interact with a PDF, things start sucking, big time. To fill in PDF fields, for starters, you can always use your web browser and its PDF viewer, but it's not amazing. The native tools just are terrible at it. Here, for example, is the GNOME PDF viewer trying to edit a document that I already filled in. What I entered doesn't show in the field unless I click on the field. On KDE, Ocular at least has a button that lets me enable or disable these forms, and at least it shows what I entered.
Again, a reason why you should use KDE over GNOME, by the way.
Why it's not the default, it's beyond me. If I took the time to enter data into a PDF document and saved it, chances are the next time I open that document, I want that data to be shown immediately. But maybe that has been developed by somebody who really loves magical invisible ink that you have to heat up or something. Who knows? And that's just the basics. Now, if I want to sign a PDF document on GNOME, I simply can't. There is no option to do it in any way. In Ocular, on KDE, I can digitally sign a document, but that opens an error message saying I need to configure a digital signature, which takes me to the online manual, which says I need
it's a feature, not a bug,
or whatever, without any simple way to add one myself, straight from the application, or create one on the fly from another KDE app.
Honestly, I didn't know it was this bad on the Linux. I honestly, I thought this was I honestly thought that Linux just I thought Linux just handled PDF like a fucking it was no one's business. Like it just worked. This is really bad. Like I'm like, oh my god.
Hey, you know what would actually work better? Being able to just grab a photo of your actual signature and pasting it on the document.
Yeah.
Or drawing it with your touchpad or your mouse. Yeah, that works for most people most of the time who wants to sign PDFs. You don't need digital certificates. But GNOME doesn't let you do that. And Ocular doesn't either. If you try to drag an image of your signature, it will just open in a new document. There is no menu entry to add an image and overlay it on top of the PDF. So by default, you literally cannot sign a PDF document.
Like this is such a basic thing. What the fuck?
What you can do is open the PDF document with LibreOffice Draw, which will open it in an editable stance, let you fill in the form fields, and add your signature image by simple drag and drop. But it also completely breaks the layout of the document in a lot of cases, and editing the actual PDF is a nightmare, as each line of text is its own object that you'll as often move around as manage to edit. It's a pure freaking nightmare.
Oh my god.
The night isn't over yet. If you want to reorder pages inside of a PDF, or remove one and add another one, you need a third-party tool. I personally use PDF Arranger on GNOME because the default PDF readers do not let you move pages around or delete them or just add another PDF document
Oh,
inside of
if you are a student or working in any office capacity, this makes Linux almost useless for you.
when you're currently viewing. And if you're thinking, wow, this guy has completely unrealistic expectations about PDFs, macOS does that out of the box and has done it for 10 years. You can
10 fucking the same with Windows. No. This is what you get, dude. This is what you get. This is what you get. This is like, I'm sure I hope he has tried and looked for other alternatives, or else he would not be this pissed. And yes, like I said, like he says it, like Mac OS have done it for 10 years, Windows probably longer, or as long. This is why Linux is a server operating system and not a desktop operating system. Linux is really great at certain things, and then you go to a it's like having someone that can do quantum theoretic computing in their fucking head, but when they're going to eat, they are stabbing themselves in their fucking head with a fork and peeing themselves because they're so confusing over what a steak is. You know, it's...
You
oh
can
my
add
god.
signatures manually, you can just drop them onto the document, you can fill the forms and they stay filled when you reopen the document. You can move pages around, you can delete them, you can add new ones by just simple drag and drop. It works.
I think I have, if it's a video, just post your video into my video posting section. If it's, just post it in the proper channel is what I'm looking for. You know, like if it's because you want to share a video, just post it in video posting. Yeah, videos is great until you really need to get video job. Yeah. We have a Discord.
Works, and that's what we need. Oh, and it's free of charge. Like having a third-party tool that you need to pay to do these things, ridiculous.
Oh, god damn it. Honestly, I'm eating candy because I'm so frustrated right now.
Next thing I don't like on Linux is email and calendar handling.
Oh yeah.
Simply put, we don't have good desktop applications for managing these things on Linux.
I will say one thing. Most people do this in the cloud anyway. I have noticed... So the rule channel on the server is do common sense. Common fucking sense. If you're obnoxious or, behave like a normal human being. Anything you would do when you're visiting your grandmother, basically, see how other people are behaving. Just normal common sense. I don't understand why people need rules on the Discord, but it's just like, use common sense. Like... Just behave like a normal human being. Like, if you're behaving like you're behaving here in my chat here, you will have no problem whatsoever. I have a question. Is there a rule about self-advert in the Discord? Yeah. So again, common sense. So if you join a Discord and the first thing you're doing is advertising yourself, that's not really nice, okay? If the first thing you do when you join a Discord is being noxious, competitive, argumental, that's not nice, But if you've been part of the Discord community for a while, people know who you are and they know you, and there's nothing wrong with, advertising yourself in there, but you don't just join a Discord to advertise yourself. That, at least in my chat, that will get you banned because that's not nice to do. Like, it's not nice to go into a chat on a stranger's stream, for example, and then advertise yourself. It's just normal common sense, I don't mind people advertising, but don't just join to advertise. That's not the point of it. If you're part of the community and people, you're talking to people and stuff like that, there's no problem with it. But again, it's just common sense. Do what you normally would do. Like, you don't go into, like, let's say, Starbucks and advertise your own fucking coffee brand in there. Like, it's the first thing you do. Oh, there's a new Starbucks. Let me go in. Hey, I sell better coffee over here in the corner. That's not what you do. But if you go in and talk to the manager and you build up a relationship with the manager, he may allow you to put, like, a flyer in their store or something like that. It's the same fucking shit. I don't know why it's so... I honestly don't get why it's so alien for people to behave online. Just behave like you would do if you were talking to a physical human being. And it was a business you were going into, or someone's apartment, or someone's, area of operation.
Thunderbird is the closest we have, but the interface is insanely confusing, and it looks like something that's 20 years old. Now, sure, they're working on a big redesign. And
no, it has nothing to do with anonymity. It's just to do... But why people act like that? No, it's because people act online like who they really are as a person. It has maybe a little bit with anonymity, but mostly it's because they know that there are no... Like, you can be the biggest dickhead right now. The only repercussion is that you get banned. If you are a massive dickhead to someone in real life, you will probably get smacked in the face. You get what I'm saying here? So there are no repercussion for you to be a dickhead online. The worst thing is you get banned. Or you can't go into that group of people anymore. That's the worst thing that can happen. If you do that online, you can get stabbed in the face or end up in jail, or depending on how bad you're behaving. Like, there are real life consequences for when you're doing something in real life, or, in person. I think that's what it is. Like, I can sit here and be the most fucking toxic person on earth. Yeah, YouTube may ban me. But what the fuck? YouTube, there's Twitch, there's there's when you're, like, if I want to do live content, it's not like I can't do this anymore, but if I'm, like, massively fucking toxic in real life, or violent, I could end up in jail. I think that's what's it come down to, is that you can do everything on the instant. The worst thing that can ever happen is that you just get kicked off that group of people. That community. But there's so many other communities where you can go and be the same.
And I have high hopes about it. But for now, I can't use that thing. It's way too clunky. It opens tabs for everything. Having an account is insanely convoluted. It doesn't fit well with GNOME or KDE in terms of look and feel or behavior. It's just weird to use, and I never could get used to it. I want to use it, but until it's gotten that complete UX redesign, I just can't. It adds too much friction to do anything.
Wow.
It's not a matter of looks, it's just illegible as an application. The default suite for GNOME is also pretty underwhelming. You have GNOME Calendar and...
I kind of like GNOME Calendar. It's not bad. It reminds me a lot about, like, Google Calendar, to be honest. If you get banned from Live, you just move to an alternative platform of Live. Yeah, I advertise Ken's face. Yeah.
And GNOME Contacts. And the calendar option is decent enough, very simple for personal calendars, and definitely not something you can use professionally if you need stuff like seeing who is available at which time, or handling of time zones, for example. The Contacts app is ridiculously simple, without any way to add any form of account that wouldn't be supported by the GNOME Online accounts. So
wow. He's basically like... I'm right now sitting here and thinking, like, if you're not... If you want to interact with other people, or want to really, really use Linux as a desktop, both in personal and working settings... I'm now sitting here with a taste in my mouth besides the sour candy. That's like, how are people doing this without fucking want to rip their balls off? Like, how? Do people just like to punish themselves?
So no CardsDAV or iCloud Contacts, for example. Its integration with the default apps is also mediocre, as, for example, you can't automatically create a new contact when you answer to an email address, for example.
Oh, really?
That should at least be an option. And the email app, Geary, while it's decent, is also very, very simple. It can't create folders to triage your inbox or labels for Gmail. It can't unify your inboxes in a single view. And more importantly, it doesn't seem to access all IMAP folders. For example, my archive folder, which is a huge dump of everything I want to save for later, isn't accessible through Geary. It can only access the mails I dropped in that folder from this exact device, which is obviously not what you want. Unless maybe it is and you archive your emails by device, in which case, why?
Yeah.
You're a monster and stop it.
Yeah.
Then there's the KDE suite of email, contacts, and calendars. But this thing, while it's insanely powerful and customizable, doesn't look like it has been touched in decades.
No.
Even just adding an email account that is able to send and receive messages is insanely complicated. You have to manually look into the settings for that account.
I'm glad I do all of this in the cloud. I like all of my calendaring stuff is done via Google or happy New Year's, Adam, and have an amazing and safe day, man. Yeah, all of this I do either in Outlook or Google, Google Calendar and, via Google. And that then sync over to my phone and tablet, so it's just seamlessly integrated. But this is why I moved to do cloud-based, emails, cloud-based, or web browser-based email, calendar, and contact and stuff like that. Because back when I read, I used Linux most of the time back when I still do, but I used Linux most of the time on physical hardware when I moved over to the web-based technologies. And I just never moved back again. Even though I know Windows and Mac OS have a really amazing calendar apps and mail apps. I just stayed in the cloud because nothing under Linux did it for me. And you can actually, I would say this whole segment about the calendar, contacts, and email, you can perfectly live in the cloud on a web page doing that. But then you just have to have Firefox or Chrome or whatever web browser open all the time.
That account and map the folders yourself to IMAP folders, or everything will be stored locally and you won't be able to send anything at all. It sorely lacks auto-configuration tools and sane defaults on all the apps of the suite, although their integration in a single shell is actually pretty good if you're looking for an Outlook alternative. Once it's configured, it's awesome, but a lot of people would just have fled super far away way before this configuration can happen. Hey, in a way, these apps are the perfect symbolic representation of their desktops. GNOME apps are way too simple.
Well, I thought it was a new ad.
Crucial features. And KDE apps are way too complex in the name of having all the features. Which means that your last resort is basically evolution. And honestly, it's great, but it also looks pretty outdated. Like a GNOME 2 app that barely has received the tiniest of touches to make it feel more modern. It does everything, it's really cool, but man, when you use it on KDE, it looks atrocious, and when you use it on a recent GNOME desktop, it doesn't feel like the rest of your applications either. So yeah, major pain point here. I just cannot find a good, legible, powerful enough, but not insanely complex suite of applications for email, calendar, and contacts. And all the people I installed Linux for told me the exact same thing, to the point that they're all using webmails.
Yeah.
And that tells you something about the quality of your...
Yeah, like I said, that's what I did. I went over to web-based calendar, mail, and contact with Google and Outlook. I just didn't know it was this bad still. I'm not joking. This is what, 10 years ago, it was like this exact same fucking problems. 10 years ago, plus years ago.
Your email and calendar apps when people prefer using a webmail to a desktop app. Now, next pain point is display-related stuff.
Yeah.
We are so late on that stuff.
Yeah.
Display scaling, we have. But fractional scaling, it's a damn mess. It's going to have huge performance impacts. It doesn't work well on hybrid devices with NVIDIA graphics, where you will get screen tearing. It doesn't apply to all apps like Steam, DaVinci Resolve, OnlyOffice, and a lot more, which will either go 2x or 1x, but nothing in between. And it's just messy and 10 years behind even Windows, which also sucks at this, by the way.
It's not that bad. It's actually working quite well on the Windows. Thank you very much.
isn't a thing at all on Linux, and I don't even know how you could go about turning it on and watching HDR content or playing games with HDR enabled. And font rendering kinda sucks as well, although it's easy enough to not make it suck that much, at least on GNOME and KDE. GNOME tweaks, fonts, enable subpixel anti-aliasing and full hinting. On KDE, the same settings are in the system settings in the fonts panel. Your eyes will thank me after a reboot, unless your panel is already high DPI and using scaling of any type, in which case you absolutely do not need to enable these things. Now seriously, why isn't the anti-aliasing technology used to smooth fonts on an LCD screen turned on by default? When every screen is an LCD these days.
Yeah.
Okay, you've got some OLED, but come on, it's mostly LCDs. Or at least let people change it easily instead of hiding it in an additional third-party app on...
I actually don't think that font windowing under Linux is that bad if you choose the right font. So if you use Ubuntu font or MS fonts or something like the Microsoft fonts, it's not that bad if you ask me, but maybe it's just because I don't care about fonts.
On GNOME. Now KDE does have settings for that, but again, the defaults aren't really set for most people to have a pleasant experience. With Wayland, some of those things are going away, slowly. But in the meantime, we're way behind, and it's turning stuff that should be an advantage, like a high DPI display on a laptop, into a drawback that will prevent you from buying that thing, because it's gonna suck and you know it.
Forskellen på en politibetjent og en politikadet, det er uddannelsesvarighed.
It's going to suck and you know it. Oh, let's become cops here, by the way.
Betjent er den
Danish police.
Another pain point for me personally is automation. Like graphically creating a suite of events that happens when a condition is met. For example, when a file is dropped in the downloads folder and it's an image, maybe I want it compressed as a JPEG to save some space, and then moved to another folder if it's a screen cap from Firefox, which has a specific name pattern. Or maybe I want to be able to launch a quick one-click shortcut that automatically adds rounded corners to certain images, or deletes all old invoices I have in my download folder, since I know I've already sent them out. Stuff like that is crucial to gain some time on repetitive tasks or even on video editing. And I can't do it right now on Linux, at least not graphically. And sure, I could spend some time and create bash scripts to do this
bash
exact
script,
same thing.
baby.
But I don't want to. I want to do it graphically, because if we're able to have complete giant settings for everything on KDE, we should be able to have an automation, a graphical automation app like shortcuts on iOS or on macOS. Now, something that doesn't affect me at all, but seems to be a big pain point for parents I moved to Linux, is the lack of good...
Like, look here, it changed ambient colors around the video. Look. Look. Huh. Does it do that on the Linux or Windows? I don't think it does. No, it don't. Am I running the same version of... Boop, 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 boop. No, I'm actually running a newer version on Windows. Why is... What? That's the new dark mode on YouTube. It does that on the Android app too. Yeah, I noticed it on the Android. Yeah, I'm staying here to New Year. So like an hour, 20 minutes here. Oh! Maybe it's because I haven't set it up to dark mode on YouTube under Windows. I thought it was me just like being stupid, to be honest. I noticed it, like I honestly noticed it, But I was like, it can't just be me being, pissed or, tipsy or something like that. But it's really potent here. Like now I'm really curious. Like, give me a second here. You guys can't see. Oh, I'm having people. Quack. Oh, people are typing to me. Just give me a second. I'm just responding back to people here. Hey, Indy. I'm just reading my Discord. Oh, I'm mixing people up. It's because they have almost like their avatars. Like, what are you talking about? It's because their avatars looking a little bit the same. Oh, I totally forgot about the thing I wanted to test out. Just give me a second here. If you go in here, you say it's the dark mode on YouTube, right? So, where do I turn that on? So I'm using device theme right now. So if let's say I want to watch this, you may hear some sounds now. Yeah. Now it's doing it here also. Gotcha. Okay, so it's only working if you're doing dark theme.
Down of the land.
Yep. So it's working here with the Sean Ryan show. Cool. Yeah, so I was using, if you go in here, I was using use device theme. So if you use device theme, it's not going to do that. Okay, that makes sense. It's kind of a neat feature, I'm not going to lie, I kind of like it.
Parental control software.
Yeah, the dark side of
We have
YouTube,
some
yeah.
Basic things like blocking certain applications or web browsers, or even preventing application installs and limiting these by age range so kids can't install stuff that isn't allowed. But first, these age limits are often not set by the applications you can install, especially when using old repos and not Flatpak. And second, you can't interact with screen time at all, limiting a computer session to a certain number of minutes or hours, or certain days in the week, at least not out of the box. There seem to be third-party solutions, but default ones will always be better integrated, and also all these third-party ones look like they're 20 years old at least. So I would be a bit concerned about their abilities and how well they're maintained. Parental control apps need to be in that weird limbo where they need to feel like they're older than the kid you're trying to control. They also need to not feel like they're 20 or 30 years old, because you want them to be able to handle and catch the new stuff that your kid might be exposed to. Not that I would care at all about that, since I do not have kids and I do not plan to have any anytime soon, but still.
Oh yeah, he does have kids. It's called Linux.
Currently it's a big problem. Okay, so these are the pain points I encounter myself on a regular basis, or that I've been told about by people close to me. PDF handling is, for me at least, the worst offender. It's the one that almost makes me want to use another OS just for doing that.
Yeah.
And every time I have to handle a PDF, I put the task off by days, because I know it's going to be a mess. HDR and fractional scaling are mostly issues when looking at new hardware, where you know that you won't be able to take advantage of all the capabilities, or where a high-res screen is actually a problem for you and not a feature, which sucks. And parental controls, well, I don't care at all about it, but maybe you do. So if you have other pain points, if you agree or disagree with mine, let me know down there in the comments and maybe we can help each other finding solutions to fix those problems. And
yet, oh, we're going into a sponsor here. And yet, let's use Linux on the desktop. And I kind of want to say this. This is kind of how I feel about Linux after using it for fucking almost 2.5 decades. Is that it's just always behind, you know. So I'm like, I sit here and I use the good old Linux, you know. I'm chucking away on Linux. And I know I have the option to either dual boot, you know, just reboot and I get a better experience. Or close down the VM and I get a better experience. And it's like that with a lot of fucking things. With Linux is that you're just one fucking boot or one install away from having a better experience. And when you start to think like that you don't think like Linux as a way of life, but you start to think about Linux as a tool. Like, what is my operating system going to do for me today? What operating systems that can do that do I have really easily available right now? When you look at it like that, Linux starts to fucking sound a little bit sucky. like, I'm not going to lie. Like, the only time where I'm like, yeah, I definitely need Linux for this is every time I want to do anything coding related. Like, hand on my balls, testicles, whatever you record it. If I'm going to write a piece of code, I want to do it under Linux. Like, it's just, like, especially Python. You, like, almost any Linux distribution you install, you have automatically Python in there. You don't need to set all kind of crazy shit up and have problem with upgrading it. Like, I had some problems with Python under Windows where I had to uninstall and install it again and check some environment variables and blah blah. Under Linux, it just fucking works. But then again, if you're coding a Windows program, you probably would like to code it under Windows. But you get my idea here. It's just like, yeah. I can definitely see coders like every time it comes to anything coding. Like, I do love Linux for it. I like, yeah, it's just a massively better system, if you ask me. Anything else on the desktop, I always sit there and I'm like, yes, I'm running Linux. I love I'm doing this fucking shit. You know, I'm upgrading it with the command. I'm feeling like really fucking nerdy. But I always know that, yeah, this would have been easier, faster, or more convenient or better under Windows or Mac OS. And the thing is, I can't use Mac OS because I do own a Mac, but it's running an outdated version of Mac OS because it's an old system. So I can't just use current Mac OS. But I do have Windows. Yeah, Rust is easy to set up under Windows, but I haven't done any Rust development other than just watching videos about it. If you can call that development, it's just like research, basically. But I'm just sitting there like, yeah, this gaming thing, yeah, exactly. It feels unfinished. Yeah, it really does. It feels like, oh, this is good enough. And a lot of time, this is good enough, but when the user starts to feel like, oh, this is only good enough. You know, they're like, this is only good enough, not like it is good enough. I do wish I had an iMac. MacBook Air, oh. Yeah, you have all, yeah, that would be my dream setup, to be honest. I would not mind having that at all. Like, at all. I would like that very much, please. Oh, I like this song. I just feel that there are more shit. No, it's just Steam beats. It's just Steam beats running in the background. I'm actually more of a heavy metal, hard rock kind of guy, to be honest. But I can't play that on. So when I ran iMac back in 2008, it ran Linux really, really well. Like, massively well. I ran Arch Linux on it for a long time. But yeah, the thing with Linux is that it's... There are just too many... Like the one... Like, this video here kind of sums up Linux for most people. There's too many paper cuts. There are too many paper cuts. Because we have to remember that a lot of people still have the memory of running Windows. So they know. You know, it's not like Linux is their first ever operating system ever in their life. They know. Welcome back, Lamer. They know how it is to run Windows or Mac OS. So when someone has just worked on the Windows or been less irritating to do on the Windows or Mac OS for that matter, or more convenient or more easy, call it whatever you want. And then they are using Linux because they've been told it's better. Then they're like, well, if it's better, why do I still have to do this in a backward, kind of assy way anyway? Why do I need to hack this system to some extent to do these things that I don't even think about on other operating systems? And that's not what most people want. That's not what the majority of people want. I used to not mind this. Like I said, I used to run Linux only. I did have Windows on laptops and stuff like that, or dual booting, but I was like primarily a Windows user from 2000, 2011 or something like that. Spending like 99% of my time on the Linux and Mac OS from 2008 and up to like 2011 or something like that. And I was like, yeah, this is... You kind of get into this, like... You kind of get used to be abused. You're like, yeah, this is how Linux is. You know? Yeah, I know, back then, you know... Yeah, I can't just buy any hardware I want and use it. I have to go on to, like, hardware database for Linux and stuff like that. And the longer you do it, you just get callous and used to it being like that. You say, yeah, that's just how it is. Yeah, it's just how it is. You just get used to it. But I remember when there was a time I didn't run Windows at all. Like, I didn't use Windows at fucking all for like 2 years, something like that. Not even at work. Because I was messing around with machines, you know, repairing machines. So I had no connection with Windows whatsoever. And I was on Linux. I had Windows on a laptop, but I hadn't booted up in like 2 years. And then I was like, let me boot that laptop on. And I booted it on, and I was like, whoa. You know, this is just convenient. You know, I don't have to do this. I don't have to, you know, mess. Granted, this is like over 10 years ago. But even back then, like, especially back then, Linux was a fucking mess on the desktop. Like, massively more than it is today. And I was just like, wow, like, oh, this is really, oh, this just works, you know? Oh, I can play all the games I really want to play now. Now, all the fancy shit on my keyboard and mouse now work. That's neat. That's neat that I actually get out of my things what I paid for them. Yeah. Windows is also for server things. Yeah, but I use Windows Server for the whole server things, and you can actually install Windows Server without a UI. You do it headless state. Yeah, Terminal is easier than Register Editor. Yeah, I also wish I had the money that I can afford. Yeah, so if you get into the Mac life, let's talk Mac OS. I haven't talked about me wanting to be a Mac person yet in 6 hours. But if you get into the Mac ecosystem, having an iPhone, a Mac, an iPad, and then a MacBook or an iMac or something to that nature, and you're using the threaded, Apple ID, everything is just talking with each other. There are problems, of course, but for the most part, it works. Like, it works way often that it don't. The only thing that may be a problem is the whole handing off of Apple AirPods. I heard a lot of people we have a problem with that. But yeah, you can continue your work on your tablet, your iPhone, your iMac. If you just feel everything is connected, it's hard to not like that. So when I had to buy a tablet, a good old tablet, I almost bought an iMac. Because I really want to get back into the Apple ecosystem to try it out again after like many years. Oh, my new daily driver laptop, fuck you. Anyway, but I was like, dude, I have a Samsung watch. I have a Samsung phone. Why would I want an iPad? It makes no sense other than just say I have an iPad. But then, then I was looking like, okay, what programs can I run on my phone and my iPad and maybe also on the Windows? And there are not a lot of programs that works on all systems, either iPad and Mac OS, or it's Android and Windows and Android systems. I'm like, oh, well, I go with a Galaxy Tab then. And yeah, that's cool and all, and it's the same ecosystem. Yeah, that's cool and all. And I didn't really know that Samsung had that big of an ecosystem, to be honest. But my watch talks to my fucking tablet. My phone talks to my tablet. What I do on my tablet, I can do on my phone. So I get a little bit of a taste of that iOS ecosystem, or Mac ecosystem, via the phone, the tablet, and the watch. Some programs I also use on Windows that give kind of the same feeling, but it's not as much as it would be if I ran the Mac ecosystem. Right now it's only my notes and my drawing app that really works on the Windows. But it's still nice that I can take notes on Windows and it works on I could also just use Google Notes, but using an advanced note-taking app. And I can just seamlessly use that note-taking app on all my devices. It's amazing, man. I used Sony OpenSUSE for more than a decade, then got a job running our multiple highway department, and had to use Windows. I left the job a year ago and reverted back to Windows Linux only. Yeah, that's cool, man. OpenSUSE is great. I love OpenSUSE. Mac OS is not that restricted. Again, Mac OS is not that restricted if you know how to handle Mac OS. It's all about, do you know how to use this system? Is it as malleable as Linux? No. But it's probably more malleable. So Mac OS is in between Linux and Windows. It's restricted, but you can do a lot of the same fucking Linux things on the Mac OS. You just need to know where to do it. It's all about knowing where to do it on the Mac OS and Windows. Android and Windows work well together, especially Samsung. Yeah, but Samsung and Microsoft also have a really good close relationship. Samsung do a lot of work from Google and Microsoft, so they know each other, they work well together and stuff like that. Yeah, Homebrew is a really good system. Yeah. But try to move all your photos out of your Mac ecosystem. You will use your metadata. I have not noticed that, to be honest. But yeah, Samsung is like... I'll go into this in a bit. I don't really game on PC anymore. Emulators exist on Mac. Just tap the simulate cable. Yeah, I get that. Google keeps a good note-taking app if you need to take... Yeah, Google Notes like sticky notes, yeah. It's great at software and Samsung is great at hardware. Yeah, so... I'm going to make a statement that will piss off like the majority of Android users right now. Well, hey there, you streaming goddess. So, if you want to experience Android in the best possible way ever, you should not use anything other than Samsung devices. The whole Samsung system is the closest that you can get to the Android ecosystem on Android. I've had a Google phone, they're amazing. I had other brand phones. Yeah, 1 hour left, yeah. But if you want your phone to talk to, your watch really easily and stuff like that, if you want your phone and your tablet to talk really well together, no one do it better on the Android system than Samsung. Samsung, for a lack of... Like, people call Samsung the Apple of Android. And there's a good reason for that. But here's the thing. Samsung is like... They provide a lot of stuff for Apple and Microsoft. You're probably using a Samsung screen on your Apple device right now. And Samsung is also working closely with Google, way closer with Google than anyone else. And the same with Microsoft. So it's I used to buy entry-level Android phones. I didn't care about brand. I had a Huawei. I've had all kind of crazy fucking brand names Androids. And when I started to work with someone that he's not not here. He's here. He's not like passed away, but he's a Samsung fan. And I helped him with some shit on his phone. He had some problems with it. And it just felt nicer. It just felt more quality. All of that shit. So I bought a Samsung phone, like an A-series Samsung phone. And I fucking loved it. Then I got up to the S-series, and it's been the best fucking phone I ever had. I'm not joking here. I have had iPhones before, and I would say like choosing between iPhones and Samsung S-series, it depends on what ecosystem you want. They are just as good in my opinion. Some may take a little bit better pictures, some may have a little bit better, battery life, but they are like overall they are equally good. You will not be disappointed with an iPhone or Samsung S-series. It's just what ecosystem do you like to be in? Do you like the Android system or do you like the iOS Mac system? But a lot of people, they really don't experience Android at its best because they are running some, in my opinion, not really well built version of Android. Because they are putting too much emphasis on having underpowered hardware for the sake of price. Trying to jam too much software things into underpowered hardware. Not giving you a good user experience on Android. Like I had phones where I had to fucking use alternative launchers. To get, just to be able to use my phone. Because the default UI was just shit. It was so ugly. It looked so outdated. It was so junky and jerky and blah. But I use stock Android, stock One UI on my Samsung. I don't mess with anything other than the dark theme. That's all I do. I set it to dark theme. That's it. Any other Android system I had, besides Samsung, I always changed either the keyboard or I always changed something with the UI or Android itself. Samsung, I just leave it as it is, besides the default themes. That's it. I run my Samsung as I would run an iPhone. And I fucking love that. Apple does use Samsung screens, yes, they do. 2 hours left for me. I'm in Denmark. Yeah, the Google phone I had was great. But what I did with that Google phone, I heavily modified the UI experience. Like I installed so many different launchers and stuff like that to get, you know, a better experience under my Pixel. But when it was up and running, it was actually great. But it turned out that I was using a lot of things that made it actually function like a Samsung anyway. I don't like Motorola. It's really bad. I don't like them. They are flat. The TouchWiz was crap. One UI was neat. Yeah. One UI is like they really stepped it up with One UI. Yeah. Yeah, the price of Motorola is good, but again, you get what you pay for. So here's the things. Yeah. Nokia still makes phones. Yeah, One UI was a big step up for them. I'm sure this is our second New Year. No, last year I didn't know. Last year I didn't stream, but the year before that I streamed, but that was probably a gaming stream. Yeah, Nova Launch. I used that quite a lot, yeah. Dixie, where are you from, if I can ask? Or have you already said that? If I may ask. East Coast US. Ah, nice. Yeah, I seen the Microsoft launch on Android. I never installed it though, and I don't want to mess. So here's the thing. One UI works so well with me that I don't want to install any third-party launch apps. That I'm too afraid of fucking it up, to be honest. And then I need to do a factory reset, and I don't want to do that shit. I just don't want to do that shit. But yeah, I also seen that it works really well with Windows.
OpenAI Software Swift.
Oh, Cat Person is streaming. Yeah, it's weird. And Microsoft launcher isn't bad, but the Pixel launcher, stock Linux launcher is still better. Oh, really? I don't know why, but yeah, no USB this year. No, you probably don't know what the fuck that cable is. I like watching these old repair or restoration kind of things. I love watching old things getting back to new. Yeah, it's I don't know, man. It's Hugh Jeffy is actually really good. Do you guys know he repairs mostly Apple products and stuff like that? I recognize the connector. It is satisfying to see things getting repaired and cleaned. Do you need to get repaired and cleaned then, Becky? Is that what you're telling me? I need to throw you into the shower and get someone to clean you. Oh yeah, Detroit Borg. The coding train. Okay, you don't. Damn. I've been working out so I could throw you into the shower, so damn. Sneezy Labs is also an okay. Yeah, I can't remember the name of the port, but I don't have... Do I? Yeah, I still have it. Yeah, my motherboard also have... What is PS2 slot, or what the fuck was it called? Like, it's used a lot to debug nowadays. Yeah, PS2. Yeah, so... If you have problems with your computer and stuff like that, you can basically boot into like a verbose mode of the, to some extent, or maybe not verbose mode, but a really simplified version of the BIOS. And that is the only port that works, not even USB works. So they use it a lot as a backup if your USB thingamadooskies hicks up, basically. Because I think the support for that is hardware coded into the system or something like that. I could be mistaken here. I still have old USB to PS2 adapters. Oh my god. Yeah, that they must be old, yeah. But they were like, they were used for a long ass time, man. Like they were really used for a long time. There's also yeah, Dixie, have fun and have a great new year. Best desk ever. What the fuck is this about? Happy year of the day. happy year of the Linux desktop. Yeah, it's like they're already fucking shooting off right now. So here in Denmark, they tend to do it like, is it like at 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and 12 because of, you know, different time zones. And if you know people living in Greenland or other parts of the world, they do it with them. And they some also do it at 1 a.m. because that's when they have New Year's in England and stuff like that. So it's like to celebrate that, you know, you are doing it with the loved ones that you I just had to wish someone Happy New Year. 6 hours and 40 minutes to go here, Massachusetts, USA. USA! I am watching a lot of fucking podcasts from the States lately. A lot of Navy SEALs and Special Operations guys podcasts. I don't know why I find that highly interesting. Maybe I just like people shooting other people in the face. I have no fucking idea. Tectorus. Why are there so many fucking hot girls around? I can't stand it. Desk setup. Oh yeah. I also watch a lot of YouTube. Actually, have a really good amount of great World War II documentaries, like massively amount that are really good. Like I'm debating on canceling my streaming services because YouTube have, like I mostly watch documentaries. YouTube have some great documentaries, man. They really do. Yeah. I don't know, like this whole ultra-wide kind of thing. Have any of you people tried that out? Like, is it better than having, you know, physical screens? Two or three physical screens? Because I've been debating if I should save up for like an ultra-wide or just get like a third screen or two bigger, you know, single screens. Yeah, I'm confused. Oh yeah, racing sims. Yeah. But like, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. I don't buy stuff for, you know, for the use case of a thing I don't do much. So if it's only good for sim racing, well, I don't do much sim racing, so it would not make sense to buy it for those few hours I may do sim racing. You get what I'm coming at here? I tend to buy hardware and peripherals for the things that I do the most on my computer. Not like, okay, I do this 1 or 2 hours a week, so therefore I'm buying a system for that. You know, or building a system for that. Because then the rest of the time you would be unsatisfied, if you get what I'm coming at here. I use an app called Superpaper to span wallpapers over 2 screens. It has the ability. So I do like. I have different. So Windows allows you, and the same with KDE. They allows you to have 2 different wallpapers on, you know, different wallpapers on each screen. And I do like that both my screens don't have the same wallpaper. I do like that. I don't know why, but I do like that they're not having the same wallpaper. It kind of drives me bonkers when they both have the same wallpaper. I like that one screen have one wallpaper and the other one has the other wallpaper. Wider field of view for games, but yeah, I don't game most. Like I'm not. Well, I kinda am and kinda not, but it's not what I spend most of my time. You know. I use one large one spanning both. Yeah, I don't like. Yeah, maybe it's just because I'm. I don't know. I tried it, so I not tried one that spanned both screens, but I tried one, you know, which was where under Linux, for example, it was the same on both screens. I didn't like that. Maybe I should try, you know, wallpapers that span both screens. Maybe I should try that super paper. Maybe I should. Yeah, maybe I should. So I have a quest. Let's make a poll. Can we make a poll? There you go. I prefer dual monitors. Oh, they have a Linux and a Windows version. Yeah, I think I would prefer dual monitors also. Also for the fact that you can move one of the monitors around. You know, you can have it in landscape portrait mode, or you can move them, you know, further away from each other and stuff like that. I like it. I like it. Becky is naughty, yeah. Hey Lovetus, how are you? I can't fucking spell. Hey Hendrik. Santa told me you've been naughty this year. I think I can end the poll. We all basically, most of us are agreeing that C is naughty. But naughty is good. It's good naughty. Good people are naughty people. Why do I still have that open? Productivity desk. Should we be really fucking going in and doing blasphemy? And installing Microsoft Edge on Windows or on Linux? Like, should we go in and be really, really cheeky people? Do it. See, you are a naughty girl. Is it? Oh, it's downloading a depth. I'm on. Dude, I'm not under. I'm fucking under. Well, I'm under Fedora. I don't need a deb file. What's wrong with you? That's a TPG key. Don't tell me it's already in the Fedora repo. This is going to be fun. Oh, we don't need to do this. We already done our fucking upgrade. Let's do this then. Oh, they're shooting each other to bits outside now. Just been herring in onions in oil. Is that's the fish thingy, right? Yeah, I never had it, but I've heard about it. Oh my god. Oh, yes. Labor would be proud of me right now. Now Lamer's getting a little nerd bone on right now. Yeah, DNF is only really using one core, sadly enough. Ken is living on the edge. Yeah. Oh, Becky, you're always the devil on my shoulder. So the thing with Becky here is that she wants to pretend to be this nice, sweet, innocent little girl. When in reality, she just wants to see the world burn. Oh, look here, Microsoft Edge. Holy crap, it's actually working. Hey, hello. Hey, friend. It's time to expect more from the web. Oh my god. Inspirational, informational, focused. I do like the focused one here. I don't want to sync my data. Wow. You're not triggered. Triggered. Oh, that one I like. I actually have it installed on my tablet. It's actually not bad. Oh, it's the Danish side. I don't want the Danish side. Let's go with the... Can I not? Oh yes, bro. Where is the UK? United Kingdom. Let's do that one. There you go. So it's based on Chromium, but again, it's like it's the same debate. Is Android Linux, you know? So they start with Chromium and then they build their own stuff into Chromium and on top of Chromium and messing around with Chromium and all of these things, thingamadooskies, you know. So it's like they use it as like they start out with Chromium and then they do their own thing to it. So it's like I would not call it Chromium. I would call it more like, you know, based on Chromium. But I will say this. Under Windows, this is now my personal browser, so I do this for all my email shit, my you know, streaming services and stuff like that. I do under Chromium or Chromium Edge, and then Chrome is my, you know, YouTube stuffy kind of thing. Yeah, sorry, just responding to someone here. Yeah, UK is always a good choice. Apparently, I'm 40%-ish British in my DNA, and then 50+ something Scandinavian. But yeah, Edge has taken over my as my secondary browser. I always ran two browsers, one for email, calendaring. When I use Google Notes, it was running my notes, and streaming services like you know, Netflix and shit like that. And then my main browser, you know, Chrome, would like YouTube, anything else basically. But I just liked having a separate browser just for you know, productivity, if you can call that, and then streaming services. Customizing Edge is a bastard. I got a laptop. I thought that would be quite kind of easy though. Lama is really into Chrome, Edge and stuff like that. England used to be part of the Danish yeah, it does, yeah. Yeah, Knud den Store, yeah. Yeah, we did a lot of fucking not so great things to you guys and girls over there. Like, we were not nice. Let me put it that way. We were definitely not nice to England. At least not under the Viking Age, though. But yeah, we actually. So Denmark was actually quite big back in the day. I think this is the one. This is just without England. So we basically had all of these lands here. And a little bit of Norway at some point also. Showing a map showing how many years each territory was ruled by Denmark. So we have ruled all of this fucking shit here at one point. Yeah, Knut the Big, yeah. No, England used to be fucking massive though. That's true. But the Vikings was the first ones to actually discover North America. Which is really, really interesting. But we do still control Greenland, which is like a massive fucking country in of itself. It's just not that habitable. You know, there's not a lot of spaces you can live in. Now it's a dump. Yeah. Yeah, Brexit was fucking... Yeah, you really got ran over big time by that, man. Becky, we need to drink some more. I'm typing to people now. I'm getting distracted. Also, I bought the wrong fucking candy. It's like you know, sour mix, and I don't really do sour candy that well. But hey, then it lasts longer. Time for a cigar and a Havana Club. Yeah, oh my god, I could really use that. What are you drinking, Becky? Oh, Becky, sorry, Becky. What are you drinking? You're drinking with me. What are you drinking? I got one of these fucking desks. I'm going to watch a lot of fucking desk setup videos later tonight. Gin with a shot of vodka with a sugar-free Monster. How on earth do that taste? Like, is like gin? I get the taste of vodka. Don't really taste of anything, and then you have like I gin and Monster. So is it? It's one of those TV party Black Flag brand. Yeah, but it's like the Monster. It's like the original Monster. It's not like one of those you know, Monsters with mango flavor and stuff like that. It's like the sour tasting Monster, right? Because if it's the sour tasting monster, like the original monster that's a little bit sour, that goes well with gin because gin is a little bit sour in of itself. So the vodka just basically amp up the percentage of alcohol in it then. Not the sour one. What kind of... Oh, it's the sweet one then. My son's first YouTube video here. Well, you can't post links. But post the name of the channel and the video name, and then people can just search it on YouTube. So like what his channel is, and then the name of the video. And then people can just go find it themselves on YouTube. I had to disable links because the fucking sex bots was posting links all the time. And people were just posting link, yeah, do it like that, yeah. Weltanger. Oh, that monster. Yeah. I like that one. I like that one a lot. Okay, I got you. Yeah, I think that will go well with... Yeah, I can see that going well. One video only, but awesome, Royal. Yeah, awesome, dude. Awesome. Yeah, I actually really like that Red Bull or monster, yeah. The We Love You Long. Yeah, video. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Those fucking idiots. I need to try that one day, Becky. You need to give it to me. It sounds like we... You need to give it to me, Becky. Give it to me hard and long and moist. Yeah, you get a little bit sweet and a little bit sourness, and then you amp up the alcohol percentage with the vodka. I can kind of see that. Yeah, I only have had gin in gin and tonic and stuff like that. You know. I actually really liked to drink gin and tonic back in the day because I didn't really get hangovers, but I was not that tired the day after. If I drank a lot of beer or whiskey and stuff like that, I felt I was more like I just didn't want to do anything. If I drank gin and tonic, it was just like, you know, it was more like I just felt better the day after. The same if I drink anything with energy drink in them. So Red Bull and vodka, or, you know, whiskey and energy drinks and stuff. I just felt a little bit better. Oh yeah, Jack and Coke is really good. But, don't get an expensive Coke. Or sorry, whiskey. You know, don't get the high label Jack Daniels. Or just any whiskey would actually do with Coke. You don't need a highly expensive whiskey. If I ever visit you, I will make you one. Oh yeah, that sounds really dirty. Now I'm ready. I will remember to shower and moist myself up then, and then you can give me. You can give me one with enema. You know, you can insert it into my butthole and have like one of those funnels, and then just pour it down the funnel into my butthole so I get it right away in my bloodstream. Yeah, get expensive Coke. Yeah. Go get the expensive Coke. Yeah, just get regular Jack and regular Coke. Yeah. But here in Denmark, you know, normal Jack Daniels cost like fucking 2 or 3 times the price that you pay for it over in the States. Like Jack Daniels in Denmark is expensive because it's import. I only have to... I'm not even done with the 1 liter beer yet. I had when this one here is done, I've drank 1 liter of beer. And this one is on 6%. And that's over plus 2 hours of time. So it's not because I'm drunk, I'm just in a good mood. I feel tipsy. You know, I feel like I can feel the buzz, but that's kinda it. Oh my god, if I was really drunk, I could not exist on the internet. Yeah, it tastes really like I had to get used to it because I was not expecting that fruity citrus taste. But yeah, his English is getting better, so he keeps drinking. Yeah, it's because I stopped thinking about what I'm saying. Like, I do best when I'm not thinking about what I'm going to say, when I'm just ripping, you know, when I'm just, you know, relaxing, basically. And not fussed about if I make mistakes and whatnot. Yeah, Belgian beer is fucking good, yeah. We need a drunk nerd party, having it live on YouTube via Discord. What the fuck are you saying, man? We could do a drunk party on Discord. Yeah, we could do that. We could definitely do that. Yeah, he's saying words, yeah. Have you got your moonshine yet, Cody or Lamer? Is it the moonshine? Are you shining the moon? Like, are you shining your moon on your moon? Are you putting your moon to the moon? We get on Discord for a video chat and have OBS stream it to YouTube. Yeah, but I don't think YouTube will allow that shit. Like, I get really, like... Let me put it this way. When I'm drunk, the censorship of YouTube and its political correctness would not like me at all. Tipsy convos on Discord and shenanigans, yeah. CTT don't reinstall. It's on his computer. Oh, really? Oh my god, that was some sour fucking candy. What is that fucking thing over there? Like a cloud or something like that. It looks really weird. Or is it just a fucking... What is it? I have no fucking idea. Facebook jailed numerous times after a night of bourbon, yeah. Blah, 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 blah. You can stream Discord to YouTube, yeah. Yeah, you can, yeah. Stream Ken's Enema on the hops. Oh! Nobody wants to see my hairy ass get a fucking tube up in it. And Becky laughing her fucking tits off while she pouring like monster down my fucking ass crack. Yeah, I don't think that would be viewed by a lot of people, let me put it that way. It would probably be one of those that there's this like really, really hairy old guy just really loving it and fucking getting off it like all the time. It's just like his favorite porn ever, and all the rest are just puking by just the thought of it. I can make it happen with affinity. Oh yeah, you were more than welcome to Photoshop me in with affinity and then affinity. I thought you meant alinity. So you're also more than welcome to Photoshop me in alinity doing it, and then I will fucking. I honestly think I will send it via Twitch to alinity, just to see if she like, hey alinity, do you remember last night? Like I think I would probably do that, because apparently you can fucking send porn on Twitter. For some fucking reason, it's okay to fucking masturbate on Twitter and showing boobs and But you can't criticize the political correctness of woke people or fucking crazy ass helicopter vegans, but you can sit and masturbate in front of fucking kids on Twitch. Oh, sorry, not Twitch, Twitter. That's okay. Just don't criticize Twitter or that they are woke or that vegans are killing animals anyway, because then they get their feelings hurt. I'm wondering how many fucking copyright and demonetized. My channel will be permanently demonetized for tomorrow, man. Like, you just banning me. I'll make it safe for work. Yeah, you don't really have to. I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't even... honestly, I think she would just be fucking closed out and just ban me, to be honest. Like, do so I can't tag her in tweets. I never done it before, but I don't think she's a fucking weird person, though. She may like it. Yeah, let's wonder why this video is getting 23 million views. It's definitely the playing skills. Definitely the playing skills. No doubt about it. Alright, you asked for it. Look at Discord on the video posting for C. Oh, did he really did that? Oh, crap. So you can't drink publicly on YouTube. I feel happy now. Yeah. I thought it was against TOS to drink on YouTube. Like, show guys, you know, drink while you show you people that I was fucking putting stuff into my face of the alcohol nature. But apparently that's okay with YouTube. Prediction we got wrong. Oh my god, he's as pale as I am. Joe Rogan drinks and smokes. Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. Yeah. I only post my motorcycle rides. I know some YouTubers did shots on videos. Well, my honest review. Junk Office. Young people trying Windows 98. I miss computing in the 90s. It was fun. This is actually a good video also. M1 iPad Pro versus Galaxy S. This girl here is making some amazing videos, by the way. Like, I fucking love watching her videos. Oh yeah, 7 minutes. Yeah, then I hope there's not too many people fucking... I'm sub to her. Yeah, so if there's a sexy chick doing tech, Lamer is sub to her. Okay? We don't need to, you know... Bill Gates demonstrate virtual basics in 1991. The worst tech of 2022. Oh no, don't look at me. I'm not worthy, Mr. CTT. Yeah, Network Chunk is I like them also. This is also a really, really good day. Oh, good day, good video. What the fuck am I saying? Yeah, the blue screen of death. Yeah. Why am I getting so much Chris Titus tech? I don't want his recommendation. Get him out of my feed. Justine, is she still around? She was like the hot fucking shit back in the day. Oh my god, everyone was sub to her. Everyone was fucking masturbating to her on the internet back in the day. They probably still are. And she's not even that fucking beautiful. She's actually quite ugly. Like, so it looks like she ran into the wall and then someone tries to fix it with a spade. She's so fake. No, stop it. Yeah, I know that dude. Yeah, I know that dude. Yeah. I know that dude. Maybe I should move to Asia. That could be a good career move for me. Fuck Denmark and move to Asia. Also, the girl seems to be way nicer over there. Not so judgmental. And just want dick all the time. Oh yeah, well, Asia is a big place, yeah. I'm not that... I never caught on to this whole Raspberry Pi thing. It never really, like, I was like, yeah, it's cool and fun and interesting, but... For me, it's more of a she's also quite cool. It's more, for me, it's been more like something you did as a electrical engineer, or if you're going to test shit and stuff like that. Microsoft is destroying Linux with Windows subsystem for Linux. Is that the eBoss Central kind of thingy video? Well, they kinda are. Why the fuck do you need to run Linux when you have the Windows subsystem for Linux? Like, no. Like, this dude, Andy Hopper, man, he's fucking brilliant. I got Raspberry Pi 400. It's awesome. You can have different Linux distros on separate SSDs and run whichever you like. Just swap the card. So it's just like swapping basically your hard drive on your desktop. Ocean internet cable. That's big. That's a big one. Study with me. I don't really want to. Moonkimp guide. No. Yeah, I've heard about the PC security channel. I've bought some of their stuff. My widget is acting up again. I can't stand this actress playing Penny here. She's so fucking full of herself. Oh yeah, GTA Ware. Yeah. This is actually really good. If Apple made Windows blinds. Is he running Linux in the back end there? He probably is. LRG? Who the fuck is that? Low range guy? I no. Yeah, in one now. Yeah, we have 1 minute here. Yeah, LG. No, they didn't. No, I don't like it. Oh yeah. I thought you meant they didn't scale. Yeah. LGR is good. Yeah. Yeah, Happy New Year, everyone, man. It's officially 2023 now. I'm feeling old. What the fuck is he doing? Thin. I want thick. Fuck you. Yeah, lazy game review. Yeah. Yeah, Happy New Year, everyone. Another day that's just a normal day with a lot of fucking fireworks. 1 minute that we've been streaming for 8 hours. The year of the desktop is here, yeah. So, the year of Becky being a naughty girl again. Rap battles. Yeah, baby. Oh, hello. I do like me some titties, though. Chill music to work for. Damn it, yeah. I can say Kate is officially in the... Yeah, I'm in the future. Let's see what kind of makeup we need as metrosexual guys. Fucking...
How it enables you to do better things with tools.
This
morning we announced our Visual Basic product, and one of the things I like about this is it makes it possible for me, even with my limited time, to do fun Windows programming. I wrote a little application here. It's a little calendar application that lets you move around and see different dates. But right now, let's add a couple of neat little features to that. The way to do that is to take this form, which is the user interface, just go over and click on a button and go in and drag that down here. And now all I have to do to change the name of that is type in a little bit of text. Let's also create another button, so I'll click there again and then just put this right here on the form. And I'll call that Plan B. Now in the past, pulling together a nice looking form like this in the code was quite complex. But in this tool, all I do is double click on the button and I get up a little window that lets me type in some simple code that will be executed when you click on that button.
Wow, he actually can code.
I'm using a macro to type that in so I don't make a typing mistake. Okay, there we have a nice little thing we call Plan A. Let's close that down and put some code behind this. And in this case, we'll also change some of the calendar display when this button is clicked on.
See how easy it is to program.
Now all we have to do to test out that code and see if it works is to give the run command, and it's compiled up very, very quickly. And here we can see the application is running. If we want to move forward month by month, we just click here, or move back, or move forward a year at a time, or move back a year at a time, or move it back to today's date. So that's pretty simple stuff. These new little buttons I've added, though, give us a really unique feature. Right now, the holidays and weekends are displayed in a nice gray color, like we see Memorial Day right there. If you want to have a really hard work schedule, you just click on this Plan A button, and immediately all the weekends and even the holidays are turned into work days. And if you really, really fall behind, you click here on Plan B, and somehow we've added these unusual days that should let software developers get more stuff done.
Nice. Is that how it works in real life, though?
Kom til nytårskur i det nye år med halv pris på alt det sjove på udvalgte lagerbiler. Du får 50% på alt fabriksmonteret ekstraudstyr til Niro, Ceed og Exit plug-in hybrider. Find din...
So I do like watching, what is it called? The Computer Chronicle. There you go. Like, if you want to know about how it was using computers back in the day, like, this is definitely a channel you should be keeping up with.
Marshall McLuhan said that one day we would all live.
Like, they have a really funny segment. Here's the one with Linus. They have a really fun segment where they basically just bastardize. Yeah, Happy New Year, Henrik. Bastardize, they really fucking rag on Unix for being bad. Virtual meetings. Just think back to 2020. Yeah, Happy New Year, Isaac. It's funny how a lot of the things that we think is really advanced today was actually around back then. This is Becky going into work to do his word processing while being high on Monster Energy. Plug and play. Oh my god, yeah, I remember that. PC troubleshoot. OS2. Oh my god. OS and browser update. This was a massive popular program back in the day. Apple local network area network. Macworld San Francisco 89. I'm not hyperactive at work. That's not what I see. That's not what I see. Internet Showcase. Oh, this is good old Oracle boss. Good old Larry. He's an interesting dude, man. High Tech Hawaii Part 3. Oh my god, I don't think I ever watched that one. Home design software. Green PCs. Ooh. Foreign language software. CompuWare. Or Groupware, sorry. Digital photography. Faster net access. Digital living room. Oh my god. Yeah, that's how we dressed back then, apparently. Diagnostic software. Digital home movies. 1999. Cyber cafes. Oh my god. We used to have a couple of those in my town. Cyber dating. 1997. Yeah. Yeah, I remember sitting in lunch breaks just on these fucking crazy dating sites. Yeah. Becky was probably not even fucking alive back then. She was still just an innocent little sperm. The computer chronicle, computers and medicine, not math. Computers and kids. Is that Bill Gates? Computer ball. I think it's Gates. Little Gates. Oh my god, they have a lot of videos. Best of Comdex 97. Careers in Computing 87. Oh my god. Build your own PC. Why not? The Internet in 1993. Wow. Like, just like... mental. PC Expo. Flight Sim 1990. E-Commons. Holy shit. I think they also have something about the Amiga and stuff like that. Low-cost LANs, modems and bulletin boards. Multitasking 88. Built my first PC in 1998. Bought the parts at a PC show. Oh, really? I think I built my first ever computer like in the it was around 1995. Because it was using 95. I made money building computers for people and repairing them and setting them up and what have you not. Wow. IBM clones, 85. Intel 386, holy shit. 95, yeah. My parents made me 98. I needed it for school, but PC were priced in... Yeah, they were really fucking expensive. Yeah, I'm a tad older than you, Becky. But still fucking as sexy. Oh, that's the last one. 10 years ago. 90... Oh, that's when I was born. Computer music.
Marshall McLuhan said that one day we would all live in a global village, an electronic community interconnected by communications networks that would shrink the Earth. Well, the global village has arrived, and its main street is called... You
were born 95. Oh, really?
Do meet electronically to exchange ideas. Today we'll surf.
I'm sorry, by the way.
The internet.
I remember when the... Yeah, the floppy drives. Yeah, fucking hell, yeah. Damn.
Computer Chronicles is brought to you in part by Intel, microprocessor technology for the software of today and tomorrow. Intel, the computer inside. Additional funding is provided by the software.
It knows when to type, where to type. For example, when the system asks for...
To the bridge of the HPC Enterprise. Behind me, you'll see a view screen, which is a window into the country's high-performance computing and communications program.
As we mentioned earlier, there are lots of books out now.
Hi, Wayne. How you doing? Okay.
Research Director Steve Weinstein says the internet plays a significant role in Bellcore's work, both as a research tool and as a subject for high-speed technology development.
Fucking
public network, the owners of Bellcore.
To mail paper and you have to audit who gets the paper so you can get it back to your advertiser.
We had no internet. We died directly into the school servers. Oh, really? Awesome.
Digital Living Room Conference, a look at the generated by a barcode reader, which scans your food containers as you use them.
Oh.
A company called Interval Research, one of the many new technology companies funded by Paul Allen, is also working on a model for a home network. This is called the MediaWire Home Network, and it can integrate audio, video, telephony, computer data, and control information through one digital network architecture. Assume that the personal computer...
I've lived with Secret Service agents for half my life now. These men and women shouldn't be forced to compelled to testify. We broke that story on our 9 o'clock broadcast.
Yeah, whatever.
Setting it in a cradle connected to your serial port. The Rocketbook has adjustable font sizes.
That's a Kindle, basically.
Text links, and since this truly is a digital book, you can browse, search, annotate, and highlight.
Is that the
ways
Newton?
that are impossible. The old-fashioned way. Rechargeable battery lasts for up to 40 hours. You can download books from online libraries or booksellers into your PC and then
What the
upload them
fuck?
to the Rocketbook by setting it
Rocketbook,
in a cradle
okay.
to your serial port. The Rocketbook has adjustable font sizes, multiple bookmarks and hypertext links, and since this truly is a digital book, you can browse, search, annotate, and highlight in ways that are impossible with an old-fashioned paper book. The support for the idea of a digital book is mixed.
There's actually two companies, one of which is here, Rocketbook, another one, Softbook. They're both proposing by the end of the year to have these little handheld units, and I gotta say that could really work.
I want to
I'm
write the
reading a
Rocketbook,
hardback book
yeah.
right now that actually weighs more than either one of those prototypes, and it's really a project to sit and hold this thing in your lap. So I could see some real potential for something like that. Again, especially because you could get new content without going to the bookstore. You could
It's
just
basically
download
the
it on
precursor
internet,
to a
and there it is
fucking
for you to
Kindle.
read.
Like,
Now, my personal view is I don't want to carry around a $400 device that can only read a book. However, if the device I carry around that keeps my schedule, that checks my email, will also let me read a book, so much the better.
So a
The
tablet.
folks at Nouveau Media, the designers of the Rocketbook, disagree.
What is it that you expect the book to do? We try to do that.
Well, it kinda
We
is a
spend lot of
tablet,
time
yeah.
Talking to people and watching people read and trying to understand what it is that you expect. What is the...
It's new technology called...
It would be...
I think we need to I remember those days.
Oh my god, what a oh, that's hair.
You can't make a mistake. No matter
That's
how you
Lego.
snap together those command blocks, something's going to happen. It may not be exactly what you thought was going to happen, but
OS2.
Well, we're very...
Developers' dream.
Most people who develop OS2 products and go onto other platforms and prefer developing under OS2, especially Windows products. As far as the capabilities of Work OS2 and how it benefits us, because it's a multi-threaded, multitasking type operating system and now a 32-bit operating system, gives you a lot of power and capabilities that you don't have in other platforms.
Other major developers who are now supporting OS2
take the frenzy out of personal computing. For example, I've created a folder and called it Computer Chronicles. It looks like a manila file folder.
Color of your
oh yeah.
Doing over this session, and since January the 10th of this year, it's done 1.618. So it's a real busy little mouse there.
All right, gentlemen.
Had and replied to Denise for her request for sales figure number.
The video is on one thread, the audio is on the other thread, and we have items.
And then we have a special report from Stuart Chaffee on what the...
Like, it's just amazing how far along computers have gone, man. Like, it's fucking mind-boggling sometimes. And now tablets is taking over the world. Laptops 1989. 3.00. Fucking hell, man. My New Year resolution is to finally put some effort into learning C++. Why do you want to learn C++? This is actually a really good tutorial. This one is not bad. Oh, that's easy. Oh, see, this is also really good. I like this dude. I have a Arduino. Okay, I have this. I have this book here. I never read it other than like the first 2 pages, but I have it around. I should read it. I bought it like fucking hell. It must have been like in 2016, 17 or something like that. I should read it. I also have Music Theory for Dummies, but I never... And I have a Python book that I never read. Yeah, but C++ is so in-depth, man. Also, I don't think I'm a book guy when it comes to learning. I'd rather watch a video or read a document on the screen or stuff like that. I don't think I'm a book guy. So I think I have is a JavaScript, one of those O'Reilly, what they're called, and a Python one. And like the C++ one is fucking, like, it's massive. It's really big. And the Music Theory. Have learned Cold War 2.0 in a thing. Oh my god. I just can't stand... I just don't want to throw them out, because one day they will be like, nobody have those books anymore, like, in the near future, you know, like... Everything is, like, in the cloud anyway nowadays. You used to have the same book. Yeah, it makes sense when you have no internet. Yeah. Oh, 386, yeah. Oh my god, is this the guy that have the girlfriend that looks like she's stabbing you in the fucking face when she's... Yeah. Like... Yeah, this is going to be... Just wait till he talks to his girlfriend. It's like... It's just this the killer look. Like... Hello, I love you, but I'm going to stab the living shit out of you. Look. It's a fucking hell, man. What? She may be sweet and everything, but fucking hell, man. She looks like a fucking serial killer just right out the womb. Like, it looks so fake when she smiles. Like, I just imagine she's just angry all the fucking time. Oh my god. I don't know. Oh, he has a Tesla. Icelandic. He probably is Icelandic. I don't know.
When I was in 11th,
this is probably a sweet girl, man. Yeah, Happy New Year, Bexy. I hope you're feeling better. Yeah, here she is again, about to stab you in the face. Oh my god, she's like, fucking hell, man. I don't like this sour candy, but I'm eating it anyway. What's wrong with me? I'm just a fat bastard. Look. I'm stabbing you. Yeah, in 30 minutes, about 30 minutes is like New Year's in mukbang world. Oh my god, no. How can people eat that much? Like, it's mental. See anyone? Fucking no. Look at this shit. Oh, this avocado guy. He's about to kill himself. Ricardo Avocado. Yeah, he's definitely about to kill himself. With all that fucking eating. Yeah, 36 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, louder. Anytime, man. Fucking hell, like I'm getting like 35 now. Yeah. Dying from for fame. Yeah, it's like my stomach is hurting. Just what? Let's not do that. Let's not watch that shit. It's killing my nerd boner. I asked a stranger to buy me coffee. It only works if you're a really fucking hot girl, to be honest. But yeah. So I did an experiment. Still go. Yeah. I went to the bank. 2 different grocery stores and ate lunch. Yeah, I've been doing it for 8.5 hours. Also, I'm drinking beer, so that helps a little bit. Can't eat Link's fanboys for breakfast. Yeah. So I did an experiment with a couple of my friends. We went clubbing. With no money whatsoever. And our goal was to get free drinks from girls. So every time we met a girl, we like, you know, butter them up a little bit. I'm like, hey, don't you like give us a beer, you know, shit like that. And you know, that's what guys do. No. Today you were the fucking, you know, you were the alpha. You were the fucking ones buying us beer. Get us a beer. We got 0 fucking beer the whole night. And they got pissed. And I was like, well, it's okay for you to ask me for a beer, but it's not okay for me to ask you for a beer. You see like a dynamic problem in this fucking situation? Where's feminism right now? Come on, man. Yeah, like you wanted to be treated equally. Buy me a fucking beer then. You know. I don't care. I fucking suck a nipple or 2 for buying if you buy me a beer. I know you will, Bex. It's because you were a fucking amazing and awesome human being. But I just thought it was funny that we did that. Oh my god, the mini disc. Oh fucking hell. Rules the 3, not for me. Yeah, ends at the wanted purse, or if they have to go to war. I have never seen a feminist to this day stand up and yell about sending more females to their fucking death in war. I've never seen that yet. Or more garbage collectors, or get more guys into nursing, or anything like that. What I have seen is that they want more money. And more power. That they care about. That kind of tells you a little bit about the agenda that they're going for. I'm all for more fucking female soldiers. Just send them down to fight the fight, man. More police officers. Yep, more females. Just go for it. I don't give a fuck. Go for... Oh. I tried to code a PC1 game. Why would you do that? Do you not have a life? I ask you. This one is actually quite good. Oh, we have good old Bill Gates in 1984. There's actually a video about Bill Gates' internal memo about open source software being bad. A day at Amazon. Yeah, I'm not working for Amazon. I'm a poor boy. I barely can afford to wax both my testicles. Set up hacks. No, I don't really want that. Minimal home office. Yeah. Holy shit, look at the evolution of the PC. Yeah, let's look at that. Where are you? Whoa! Evolution of the PC. Yeah, that's an old one. Oh, we also have it in Denmark, but we don't have many. like it's like really, really few and far between. We have a little bit more police officers, to be honest. Oh, I miss my Amiga. Hello, Linux. Go away, you fat pigman. I used to have these big fucking boxes. Oh, the Mac Mini. I so wanted that Cooler Master case back in the day. Variable refresh rate. Amiga. I'm an Amiga guy. I love Amiga. Like this was my I had a Commodore 64. But the Amiga 500, man, oh, it was so amazing. It really was amazing. Yeah, let's have some wheat oats milk. I had an Atari 800 XL. So it was double sized. Extra large. Yoink. Oh, the 8-bit guy. I haven't watched anything from him in a while. Indigo. Oh my god. I so wanted a Sun system back in the day, but they were fucking expensive. Like, you might as well just sell your soul to everyone you knew. And start as child labor in China, something like that, to save up for it. Yeah, so I had a 64. We had it for like... maybe a year. And I think it broke or something like that. One of those with tape measure, tapes. And then we didn't have a computer for a while. No. It was because my mom moved away from her then husband. Yeah. I think that was it. And then we got a 500, Amiga 500. Oh, no, we got the computer with us to the new place, but it broke or something like that. And then we got an Amiga 500. And I so wanted a 1000 at one point. Yeah, Amigas were amazing. They were really amazing. They were so ahead of it. Dan Wood, what is he doing nowadays? I love this shit. 27 minutes, UK people. Amiga 3000, yeah. Yeah, that would probably be one of the few instances where I would want a Raspberry Pi. Yeah, well, yeah. Amiga was kind of like, imitating Mac a lot. Oh, he has beers. I like beer, you like beer. Let's fuck. What is he saying here? MorphOS is his latest, so that's like the continuation, or to some extent the new interpretation of Mac OS done on PowerPC hardware. Acorn Alchemist, Archimedes, Risk OS. Fucking hell, yeah, come on, dude. I always been fascinated by RISC computers back in the day and RISC OS. I have no idea why. I just really wanted a RISC OS machine. Mega Drive, no. 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 Game was better on the table with cards, and you could throw them at your brother when you were mad at him, and you could eat the pieces if you lost. That was what gaming was better at. Oh, hello. Oh, floppy disks. You couldn't have much porn on those floppy disks though. 1 or 2 or 3 images, and that was kinda it. If you wanted them in high quality though. Oh, he's running it on a Raspberry Pi 400. That's the one that you started out with, right? Right. Acorn renamed. Yeah, see, I remember shit. I'm not stupid. Only a little bit stupid. Well, a lot stupid, but I still remember shit. I have a brain, I think it's called. Oh, he's copying me. I made that before him, I think. It's just funny to look at the computers, how they look like in the 90s, and then you go look at the PC that you're standing on in front of you right now. It's kind of like going into the future to some, like, you know, it's so alienated from what it was back in the day, and those big, like, fish-eyed screens. RISC-OS go open source. Yay. Linux people. Come in via open. Yeah, I don't think you are. That's not a good sign for a girl to have on her fucking t-shirt though. That could probably be misinterpreted. I do like this. This I like. This is neat. I think that's the whole Raspberry in that keyboard thing. Maybe we should listen to what he has to say instead of just listening to music and me fucking waffling around.
On it was back in 2013, which scarily was almost a decade ago now, when I tested it out on the then new Raspberry Pi 2. So today I'm going to be installing the latest version on the current Raspberry Pi 400, giving it a test drive, checking out what's new in the latest versions, and even trying to get some classic Acorn Archimedes and BBC Micro.
Yeah, it's all in the keyboard, yeah.
And installing RISC-OS on your Raspberry Pi is actually really straightforward. You'll need a blank SD card, either a brand new one or one that you formatted, and I tend to use the official SD card formatter tool just to be sure that you're getting the full capacity of your card. And you could actually just download the Raspberry Pi Imager software from the Raspberry Pi website, and you will see that RISC-OS 5 is one of the standard options in the installer. But there is another more fully featured version of RISC-OS available for the Pi called RISC-OS Direct. And this distribution comes with a load of pre-installed software, games, emulators. So instead, I'm going to be running this version. Now, the process is slightly more manual, but I'll put all the links in the video description. And if you go onto their website, you'll see there is actually a pre-made disk image for the Raspberry Pi 400 available for download. So we'll
my God, people still fucking firing shit off outside.
And then I'm going to write the image to the SD card using Etcher. Now, you probably could just use Disk Utility on the Mac, but Etcher is also available on Windows, Mac, Linux, so I'll show it this way for the video. And then 5 minutes later, when the card is written and verified, we can
5 minutes. Oh my God.
the Raspberry Pi. And I've got the Pi 400 hooked up to this Samsung monitor via HDMI, got a mouse connected, the power supply, and I've plugged in an Ethernet cable as I don't believe that
I think I kind of want this fucking Raspberry Pi now.
That should be all we need to get going. And before we start, there is one thing to note. You will actually need a 3-button mouse to use RISC-OS. Now, this is not a problem for most people, as the scroll wheel clicks in to be the 3rd button on most modern USB mice, including the official Raspberry Pi mouse. But RISC-OS does rely pretty heavily on the middle mouse button. So
yes, you want it. Yeah, give it to me, baby.
And as you'll see, the boot time is very fast, and we will see
Holy
RISC-OS
shit.
Direct Desktop for the very first time. And just before we jump into that, I wanted to take a quick moment to give a big thank you to this video sponsor, my wonderful friends And the first thing we'll see is the RISC-OS desktop, or as it's known in RISC-OS, the pinboard, which is this area here, where you will see all of these icons left out on the pinboard.
It's not bad. Like today,
applications
even
and do your
today, it don't
file
look that bad if you
manipulation, all of
ask
that in this
me.
area here, the pinboard. And
You
then
can
we
do
have the
Python
icon
3.
bar
Oh.
along the bottom of the screen here. Now, I did mention before that RISC-OS has some concepts that are quite alien to users of modern operating systems. As you've got to remember, you know, this came out originally back in 1987, and back then,
Whoa.
the standards for user interfaces weren't really decided on, and, you know, they were still kind of making it up as they went along. But it's quite useful that the RISC-OS Direct team have put on the default wallpaper a handy little cheat sheet here that shows you a few of the keys that are mapped to different keys on the Raspberry Pi keyboard. And also it shows you what the mouse buttons do as well. Now, I mentioned before that the middle mouse button is essential to the operation of RISC-OS, as really the middle button is the equivalent of a right click in most other operating systems. So if I press in the scroll wheel on my mouse, you will see that a context menu
it's
appears.
independent,
And that is how you access
Anton.
menus on all of your applications throughout RISC-OS. If I do a right click, you'll just see this.
It's
rubber
not
band
based
here
on
to
anything.
select
Well,
things
it
on
probably is
the
based on
desktop. So same
something,
with the
but
mouse
it's
click.
not like a
Select
known
what you
OS
select,
based on
right as
anything like
adjust,
that.
And the menus are the middle scroll wheel, so you really will need a 3-button mouse to use anything in RISC-OS. And looking down here in the icon bar, you'll see that we've got the Raspberry Pi logo here in the corner. On the original RISC-OS...
Well, you have to remember, back then, you know, computers were really simple, and the task for a computer was really simple. The hardware was really simple. So, you know, you didn't need much to get an OS up and running.
I always liked in RISC-OS, the fact that you can actually manually allocate resources to different system tasks and things that are running. So,
Cool.
if we look down here, for example, you can see there is a RAM disk there. And the ones that are red, you can actually just click on.
Yeah, for the
and
actual
change their
computer, yeah,
values.
yeah.
So we can actually define how big the RAM disk is and how much RAM it will use. So if I put that down to 0, you'll see the RAM disk will disappear. Then I can put it back up again, and it will come back. We can actually
Cool.
set how much RAM we want to allocate to the RAM disk. Now, obviously today, I mean, this is using, this Raspberry Pi's got 4 gigabytes, and we can access 2 gigabytes of it in here by the looks of things. Not as essential as it used to be when you had a 1 megabyte Acorn Archimedes 3000 and you needed every single byte to run those demanding games. But it is quite cool that actually the user has full control over what different system tasks are used.
This is quite neat. I don't think you can do this on any other operating system. Still, to this day.
Here as well, so that's very cool. Next to it, we have a monitor icon. Now, what I'm going to do here actually is downgrade the screen resolution. Because of my videos, when I record them at 1080p, I always get a load of comments off people going, I'm trying to watch it on my phone and I can't really see what's going on. So if we click on there, you can see that I can actually change the screen resolution to something a bit more visible. We'll do 1280 by 720 and accept that. And hopefully things are a bit more visible now if you're watching on mobile. Next to it, this is something that I think the RISC-OS Direct team have installed with their distribution. I don't remember this being a standard on RISC-OS, but it is a little calendar widget that if you click on it, it brings up a full-blown organizer, kind of like an old-school Filofax. So you've got your calendar in there. You can put your things that are coming up, your diary events in there.
From the settings text file, even overclock. Oh, cool.
Birthday and your wedding anniversary. You can keep all your addresses in here too, and any.
But that's
notes that you
just
wanna put in, you can
Debian,
just put
right?
Into this section here. And even though this
Debian
looks very old
ARM.
school, I mean, one thing that you find with a lot of old programs is they cut off at a certain date and stop working anymore. But as you can see here, in 2021, everything is still accessible in here, and we have a few different icons here along the top. That was quite interesting. A phone. What's that do?
But it has some
Maybe
tweaks.
we
Yeah,
can do
yeah.
Voice calls if we've got a voice modem or something in here. Yeah, not too sure what that does. So yeah, it's cool to have that included though. And actually, as we get a bit more into this, you'll see that the RISC-OS Direct team have actually put a load of third-party applications in here that will help you with your day-to-day running if you want to use RISC-OS every day. They've actually left out a load of programs here on the pin board that we'll look at in a bit more detail in a sec. But if you look at the other side of the icon bar here, this is where our storage lives. So that just shows you the resources. Nothing really much in there. Then we've got my USB stick here. So if I click that, I can access everything that's on this USB stick. A standard FAT32 formatted 32 gig USB stick. And you can, it makes it really useful to, to transfer programs from other systems over to the Raspberry Pi, as from what I remember with RISC-OS, web surfing is quite limited. So there may be, certain websites where you want to download games and programs that might not work on here, but you can do it on your modern Windows or Mac machine and just move them over. Next to it, we have the internal SD card with a load of programs that are installed in the RISC-OS direct distribution. The apps directory, now this is from the original RISC-OS on the Acorn Archimedes with a few extra programs in here. I do remember on the original Archimedes machines, these programs were in ROM, I believe. So I remember at school using things like this draw program here, that actually if I double click it, you'll notice that the window didn't instantly open. Instead, it appears down here on the right of the icon bar, and then you need to click it again to open the program.
That's a little bit fucking stupid.
User interface concept if you used to Windows or Mac OS today. And this is quite a basic vector drawing package, and I remember, messing around with this in IT classes at school back in the day, and it doesn't look like it's changed much at all, we can actually check out the information on this. We go to info here.
1993.
Author Acorn Computers 1993. Although it is version 1.41 from April last year, so maybe it's been updated. But the fact that they actually attribute this to Acorn 1993, maybe it's unchanged. It looks very similar. I've got to admit.
I wonder how this runs on a phone.
We've also got Edit. I remember writing
or tablet
at school as well. Very simple kind of text editor. And the font actually looks like the old school Acorn Archimedes system font in here as well, which I think we can change. Yeah, there's quite a lot of different fonts included here. Yes, the system font that was. The old school font that you got the Archimedes back in the day. We'll change
Trinity.
Maybe something more modern. There you go. Looks a bit nicer for modern displays. And then if you want to save this, again, this is something that is very different in RISC-OS to most operating systems. If I wanted to save this document here, we'll put it in the RAM disk for now. Obviously, anything that you put in the RAM disk is going to be lost when you reboot the machine. But
sure.
And I'm hardly losing a novel if I delete this file. It is quite
useful. Well, it's the world domination plans. Don't fool yourself. Come on.
Menu. We go to save here, and as you can see, it'll bring up an icon. We can give it a name. And then on most operating systems, you would get a file save dialog box where you'd have to go through and manually navigate into the area of your storage where you wanted to save the file. In RISC-OS, though, what you do is, because we've already got it open there, you literally just drag and drop it into the area of your storage that you want to save it. And it is that simple. And actually, I do really like that because the amount of times I've got a directory open on my Windows desktop,
kind of cool.
And then I want to save a file in it. But instead, I've got to click on save and I've got to manually find that location again. When it's already open in the next window, it would be nice just to drag and drop it over. So actually, that is a really nice function in RISC-OS. Also in here, we have the help application. You will notice that all of the apps in RISC-OS have an exclamation mark before them. That is how you signify that it is a program. So if I double click on this, this is quite cool. Now, as you can see, if I hover over an icon, we will
You're probably right.
Do with it. So that appears down there in the bottom right. And then if you hover over anything, you will get some useful information on what the program is, maybe some useful tips on what you can do with it and what the mouse buttons do.
There's a lot of great ideas, like UI ideas in this old thing.
Holding your hand and giving you some information to help you out, so that's quite cool to have.
NetSurf printers.
And one thing you'll find with RISC-OS
Pipe Dream
is that it is heavily orientated around programming. Now that does make sense because back in the day with the Acorn BBC Micro and the Archimedes being these standard school computers, there was a massive ecosystem of programming tools around them. So if I look here on the pinboard, we have a programming directory. If I double click on that, there are loads of different interpreters and compilers for lots of different languages. We've got C there, PHP, Python as well. And I must admit my programming days are well behind me now. I've forgotten everything I learned back in the day. But actually on these niche platforms like RISC-OS, it is really good because you can get famous in these communities by programming an application or something that's missing from the platform.
Not best OS.
Uses it is going to download it because,
back then you had to look at computers a little bit like look at a computer like a console, a gaming console. So not AMD, Amiga, Commodore Amiga, they did their thing with their OS. Windows and PC compatible, or not PC compatible, IBM compatible did their thing with their operating system. Where on the IBM compatible, you have a little bit more choice for operating systems. Acorn RISC did their thing with, their hardware, and so they basically built the hardware and the OS at the same time, kind of like what Apple did. That was really in, or not in, but a lot of people did that. But the IBM compatible computer was still massively more popular back then. It already have taken over the world. It was more like a niche thing. These things here were like Linux. What Linux is today, that's what RISC OS and Acorn was back in the day. Probably more used than Linux is today, but they were the alternatives to Mac OS and Windows. That was RISC OS, Amiga, Workbench, OS2 and all of those kind of things. But they were just widely more used because Windows didn't have that big of a market share, so that, and a lot of programs worked on a lot of different operating systems. It was actually a really nice time, like in the late 80s and early to late 90s. You had a lot of different choices. And because things were not that complex compared to today, a lot of things worked on a lot of operating systems. It didn't take the same resources to maintain a program for different OSs as it does today. Because it's so integrated to code today versus back then. I will make my first YouTube video for you showing how... Yeah, do that, man. Do that. I think the mentality was every company had its own OS. Yeah, again, a little bit like what Apple did, Outside of British school system, I don't know how widely used Acorn was not that wide. Again, Acorn was more... Acorn or RISC OS was probably more at a Linux, like from the use case and market share and stuff like that, where OS2 and Amiga OS and stuff like that, they were probably more what Mac OS is today. They were way more used back then. Like massively more used.
Into development and kind of sharpen up your skills by developing on niche platforms like this. And also we have the legendary BBC Basic included too. So if I double click that, you will see that we land into what looks like a BBC Micro. And it says there, this is BBC Basic version 5, copyright Acorn 1989. And BBC Basic was generally regarded as the best basic on any of the 8-bit.
Of course it is.
80s. You could even put
that's typical British for you. Anything from Britain is regarded as the best by British people, of course. They invented everything, and everything they do is, of course, the best. I miss the days of just booting into the program. I want the entire computer's function revolve around the program. Yeah, I get that.
Inline machine code in your basic programs as well. And any of those old magazines that you've got with type-in listings, chances are they probably will work just fine in here as well, unless they do anything funky with, BBC hardware. But it is great to have this built in. And, I remember just doing the old program in Basic that we often did in shops back in the day. When I went in Tandy, you'd always leave this on. And then leave the shop and leave it running on their machines. Very childish, but yeah, it still makes me laugh. And then to get out of here, we just type in quit, and it will take me back to the RISC OS pinboard.
Funny.
Now let's check out a few more of the included applications with RISC OS Direct. So if I go to the SD card, you'll see there is actually quite a big selection of different categories in here. So
cool.
We go to audio, video.
Anyway, peeps, it's getting really late here. I need to go to bed. I need some work to be done tomorrow. Funny enough, it's like 1 a.m. almost. So thanks for stopping by. Do I have more beer? I have a little bit of beer left. Yeah, have a amazing Stephen King and T.R. Rogan Martin stuck with the old school apps. Yeah. Have a great day and a great new year when you come to it. And be safe and enjoy the new year. See you all later. Have an amazing time. Bye-bye.